you have to take foreign investment. I am proud to say today, Raksha Mantri ji, this is the 100% Swadeshi company, sir. Run, managed and owned by journalists. अगर आप आज से 5-10 साल पहले किसी को कहते कि कोई पत्रकार अपनी नेटवर्क संभालेगा, people would laugh at you. और when Prime Minister came for Republic Summit, I said, प्रधानमंत्री जी, सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि है समान अवसर, समान अवसरवाद, लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड. और जहां पे लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड मिलती है, we can achieve whatever we want to do. So I think real indigenization is when the intellectual asset sits within an Indian company, the design authority sits in an Indian mind, the profit is also with us, the loss is also with us, the risk is with us, reward is with us, but the secret is also with us. And we have seen that जो लोग open markets की बात हमेशा कहते हैं, we have seen that when it comes to defense, they don't think of open markets. We have seen what America has done. Just this CATSA, the American Sanctions Statute, this CATSA's specific reason is to punish countries for buying defense equipment from certain suppliers. And this has a direct impact on our procurement choices. A nation that depends on foreign platforms risks technical sabotage, risks its weapons becoming bargaining chips in someone else's technology. The chip is the new backdoor. Our semiconductor security assessments warn plainly that dependence on foreign chip ecosystem exposes defense electronics from missile defense to drone command links and the risk of backdoored components embedded before the hardware ever reaches Indian soil. So every processor that India does not fabricate itself becomes a backdoor entry and a component whose loyalty India cannot verify. Raksha Mantri ji, people want to listen to you, not listen to me. हम ऐसे भी हर शाम को 2 घंटे सबको बोर करते हैं. But I believe that Atmanirbharta, the metallurgy behind the machine, the investment behind the machine, this has to change. Since 2020, I am happy to share with you, and this is truly your achievement, Raksha Mantri ji, and the government's achievement, and everyone's. We keep criticizing, what have we done? We've done a lot. Ever since 2020, more than 12,300 defense items have been totally indigenized across 5 positive indigenization lists. And starting December 2026, items as sensitive as heavyweight torpedoes and tactical VTOL unmanned aircraft will be barred from import overnight. Who could have thought of this, Raksha Mantri ji? Who can imagine? See, in our country, the good and bad thing of being a democracy, I'm totally for democracy, by the way, but the good and bad thing is that you can criticize everything. But I think your achievement is that every item on that list which is barred from import overnight is a supply chain that can no longer be cut off. It's a supply chain that can no longer be jammed. It's a supply chain that in a conflict is not going to be hostage to any foreign power. And in this, if we are to compete, and I'll wrap up by saying this, we are going to be a superpower. I predict, sir, we are going through a difficult time now because the world is going through a difficult time. But har manthan se, you have a greater achievement that comes out of it. I believe that we need to accelerate this. The Forces First Conclave must think about how we accelerate this program, how we put money behind the mission. And I also think, sir, we need to reward the people who are taking risks. I see young people starting drone companies. I see young people getting into space, defense. They have real problems of funding. Therefore, I would also call the private sector giants. The big companies also support these young people, support indigenization. And my charge to this hall is that in this room, the men and women who decide whether history remembers this decade as the moment India assembled the world's weapons or the moment India designed and manufactured its own. And I think manufacturing will change India and defense manufacturing will change everything. Now industry must do what only industry can do. Take the risk, own the IP, build in Bharat, build for Bharat, build in Bharat for the world. The powerhouse is not coming. The powerhouse is already here. It is in this hall. We can change history. So thank you very much for encouraging us with your presence. आप जो हमारे प्रोग्राम पे आए, हमारा तीसरा फोर्सेस फर्स्ट कॉन्क्लेव है, इससे बहुत बड़ा मैसेज जाता है कि you are fully supporting the whole defense indigenization of this country. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish this event all the very best. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arnav, for the opening remarks. And as we welcome our chief guest, let's take a look at his journey as the Raksha Mantri and the contribution of the Honorable Minister to India becoming the defense powerhouse.
Every secure nation stands on two pillars: brave soldiers who defend its frontiers and decisive leadership that prepares them for every challenge. As India's Defence Minister, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji has steered one of the most significant phases of military transformation in independent India, strengthening capability, readiness and strategic resolve.
साथियों, हमारा यह ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमारी सेनाओं के बीच ज्वाइंटनेस की भी एक मिसाल थी। आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स सबने एक साथ और एक योजना के तहत ये दिखा दिया कि भारत की सैन्य शक्ति अब साइलोस में काम नहीं करती है, बल्कि यह एक ज्वाइंट, इंटीग्रेटेड और ग्लोबल पावर के रूप में उभर चुकी है। यही कारण था कि हमने अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर उस ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया और अपनी शर्तों पर ही उसे हमने समाप्त भी किया।
Under his leadership, India's march towards Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense has accelerated, boosting indigenous production, expanding defense exports, modernizing border infrastructure, and empowering Indian innovation to build the weapons that protect the nation.
इस सदन के समक्ष गौरव की अनुभूति हो रही है कि हमारे एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, काउंटर ड्रोन सिस्टम और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इक्विपमेंट्स ने पाकिस्तान के इस हमले को पूरी तरह से नाकाम कर दिया। पाकिस्तान हमारे किसी भी टारगेट को हिट नहीं कर पाया, सभापति महोदय, और हमारे किसी भी इंपॉर्टेंट एसेट को कोई नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा है।
His leadership was also reflected during Operation Sindoor, where India demonstrated clear political resolve and precision military capability. Guided by a sharp strategic objective, our armed forces employed indigenous air defense systems, precision-guided weapons, drones, electronic warfare, and networked command systems to deliver a measured response while maintaining strategic restraint.
वह दिन जरूर आएगा जब पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर के लोग, लोगों को भारत की शासन व्यवस्था का अंग बनने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त होगा।
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a warm welcome to the Honorable Defence Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, as he addresses the Forces First Conclave.
हमारी सर्ज कैपेसिटी यानी अचानक जरूरत के समय क्षमता विस्तार करने की ताकत भी हमारे पास मौजूद थी ही नहीं, बल्कि अभी भी है और पहले से और अधिक दुरुस्त है। इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि इससे ज्यादा कुछ कहने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। डॉट।
मैं भारत के माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी और साथ ही रिपब्लिक मीडिया के एडिटर एंड चीफ श्री अर्नब गोस्वामी जी से विनम्र अनुरोध करती हूं कि आप दोनों ही मंच पर पधारें, इसके साथ साथ दीप प्रज्वलित करके इस कॉन्क्लेव की शुरुआत करें। ये दीप केवल एक परंपरा नहीं है, बल्कि ज्ञान, शक्ति और दूरदृष्टि का प्रतीक है। वही प्रकाश है जो भारत को एक सशक्त, आत्मनिर्भर और वैश्विक रक्षा शक्ति बनने की दिशा में मार्गदर्शन देता है। मैं यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों से भी अनुरोध करती हूँ कि कृपया दीप प्रज्वलन के दौरान आप अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
The lamp symbolizes the light of knowledge, strength and vision. It guides Bharat's journey towards becoming a truly Atmanirbhar defense powerhouse.
इसी के साथ हम औपचारिक रूप से आर डिफेंस कॉन्क्लेव की शुरुआत करते हैं जोरदार तालियों के साथ। आइए अब इस मंच पर हम इसका आगमन करते हैं और अब बात करते हैं वर्तमान वित्तीय वर्ष की भी। देखिए, केंद्रीय बजट में रक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए 7,85,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया, जो देश के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा रक्षा बजट है। इसके के साथ साथ पिछले वर्ष की अगर बात करें, इससे तुलना की जाए तो ये पूरा का पूरा 15% से भी ज़्यादा है। पूंजीगत रक्षा खरीद के लिए निर्धारित जो बजट है उससे 75% ये ज़्यादा है, यानी कि 1,39,000 करोड़ रुपए विशेष रूप से स्वदेशी उद्योग के लिए आरक्षित किए गए हैं। देश के रक्षा उत्पादन की अगर हम बात करें तो 1,27,000 करोड़ रुपए से ये अधिक हो चुका है, जो कि वर्ष 2014-15 की तुलना में 174% से ज़्यादा है। देश में आप देखिए किस तरह से रक्षा बजट की अगर हम बात करें, उसको लेकर भी अब लगातार हम आगे नित्य नए कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं। और इन सब के साथ ही अब माननीय रक्षा मंत्री अब हमें संबोधित करेंगे।
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thank you very much, Arnav ji. Shri Arnav Goswami, founder and managing director, Republic TV, and Shri Aishwarya Kapoor, executive editor, और यहाँ मौजूद अन्य मेरे पत्रकार मित्रों, अन्य देवियों व सज्जनों, रिपब्लिक टीवी द्वारा आयोजित ये फोर्सेस फर्स्ट कॉन्क्लेव भारत के सुरक्षा चक्र से जुड़े पहलुओं और पक्षों को समझने और समझाने की दृष्टि से की गई एक इसे मैं शानदार पहल मानता हूं। इसके लिए मैं अर्णव गोस्वामी और उनकी पूरी टीम को अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। यह इस कॉन्क्लेव का 3rd एडिशन है, मगर ऐसा मेरा इसमें फर्स्ट अपीयरेंस है। पहले 2 कॉन्क्लेव्स में व्यस्तताओं के कारण मेरा आना संभव नहीं हो पाया था, मगर इस बार जब अर्णव जी ने मुझे आमंत्रित करने आए तो मैंने तय कर लिया था कि इस बार मैं जरूर जाऊंगा, और आज आप सबके बीच यहाँ मैं मौजूद हूँ। साथियों, जब भी भारत की रक्षा शक्ति की चर्चा होती है तो हमारे मन में सबसे पहले भारत के रक्षा कर रहे वीर सैनिकों की छवि स्वाभाविक रूप से उभरती है। सीमाओं पर तैनात हमारे जवान, समुद्र की अथाह गहराइयों में राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा में जुटे हमारे नौसैनिक, और आकाश की ऊंचाइयों पर देश की रक्षा करने वाले हमारे वायु योद्धा, ये सभी हमारे राष्ट्रीय गौरव के प्रतीक हैं। जो देश अपने सैनिकों का सम्मान करना नहीं जानता, उसका भविष्य कभी भी सुरक्षित नहीं हो सकता है। इसलिए जब हम नेशन फर्स्ट की बात करते हैं तो उसके साथ ही जुड़ा हुआ है फोर्सेज फर्स्ट का भाव। आज मैं आपसे रक्षा क्षेत्र से जुड़े जिन बदलावों और परिवर्तन की बात करना चाहता हूं, वे नेशन फर्स्ट और फोर्सेज फर्स्ट के भाव का ही एक्सप्रेशन और एक्सटेंशन है। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए सरकार पिछले 12 वर्षों से काम कर रही है और यह बात तो आप सब जरूर ही मानते होंगे कि भारत में जब से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार आई है, उसके बाद से ही हमने नेशन फर्स्ट और फोर्सेज फर्स्ट के भाव के साथ डिफेंस सेक्टर के रिवाइवल और रिवाइवल ही नहीं बल्कि उसकी स्ट्रेंथनिंग को अपनी सबसे बड़ी प्रायोरिटीज में से एक बनाया है। साथियों, सरकार में आने पर हमारे सामने जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती थी वह डिफेंस से जुड़ा एक माइंडसेट बना हुआ था। उसको लेकर भी डिफेंस को लेकर जिस लॉन्ग टर्म प्लानिंग और विजन की जरूरत थी, उसका सर्वथा अभाव दिखाई दे रहा था। देश की रक्षा जरूरतों से जुड़े निर्णयों को लेने में टाल मटोल करने की प्रवृत्ति बराबर देखने को मिलती थी। देश में एक रोबस्ट डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉम्प्लेक्स होना चाहिए, इस पर तो पहले की सरकारों ने शायद कभी चर्चा भी न की हो। उनकी हमेशा कोशिश यही रहती थी कि भारत में बनाने के बजाय विदेशों से ही हम इसको इंपोर्ट कर लेंगे। इसलिए सबसे पहला काम जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने किया है वह है डिफेंस से जुड़े पुराने माइंडसेट को हमने बदल दिया है। हमारी सरकार ने तय किया कि भारत अपनी डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस को न केवल मजबूत करेगा बल्कि डिफेंस की जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए भारत इंपोर्ट्स पर अपनी डिपेंडेंसी कम करेगा। साथ ही देश में एक ऐसा डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉम्प्लेक्स भी तैयार करेगा जो केवल भारत की जरूरतों को नहीं बल्कि दुनिया में भारत से डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट की संभावनाओं को भी मजबूत करेगा। इस नज़रिए से हमने डिफेंस सेक्टर पर काम किया है। साथियों, मेरे कहने का यह अर्थ बिल्कुल नहीं है कि हमसे पहले की सरकारों के मन में राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और सेना को मजबूत करने का भाव था ही नहीं। यह मैं नहीं कहना चाहता। अंतर प्रायोरिटीज और नेशन फर्स्ट और फोर्सेस फर्स्ट जैसे नजरिए का था, अंतर माइंडसेट का था। हमने वह सब बड़े ही प्रभावी तरीके से बदला है और रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत को सशक्त बनाने का जो हमारा नजरिया है वो भारत की क्षमता पर विश्वास करने का है। लेकिन पुरानी सरकारों का जो नजरिया था वो कहीं ना कहीं भारत के पोटेंशियल एंड भारत के कैपेबिलिटी को लेकर डाउटफुल था। वह भारत की क्षमता पर शायद उतना विश्वास नहीं करते थे जितना हमारी सरकार करती है। मैं इसका उदाहरण आपको देना चाहूँगा कि रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत को मजबूत बनाने की दिशा में हमने जो सबसे बड़ा काम किया है वह डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता को बढ़ावा देने का है। साथियों, किसी भी देश की असली ताकत केवल उसकी सेना और सैनिकों की संख्या से नहीं मापी जा सकती है। उसकी शक्ति इस बात से तय होती है कि संकट की घड़ी में क्या वह देश अपनी आवश्यकताओं को स्वयं पूरा कर सकता है या नहीं कर सकता है। क्या उस देश में सैनिकों के मनोबल को मजबूत करने वाले हथियार और नई टेक्नोलॉजी मौजूद है या नहीं है। यदि किसी देश की सुरक्षा के लिए आवश्यक हथियार, गोला बारूद, नेविगेशन सिस्टम, मिसाइलें, राडार, ड्रोन और वारफेयर से जुड़ी अन्य आवश्यकताओं के लिए दूसरे देशों पर निर्भर हों तो उसकी स्ट्रेटेजिक और मिलिट्री ऑटोनॉमी भी सीमित हो जाती है। हम इसको पूरी तरह बदलने की नीयत से काम कर रहे हैं। यही कारण है कि पिछले 12 वर्षों में भारत ने रक्षा क्षेत्र में केवल मॉडर्नाइजेशन ही नहीं किया बल्कि एक बड़े परिवर्तन की शुरुआत की है और यह परिवर्तन डिपेंडेंसी टू सेल्फ रिलायंस की ओर और कंज्यूमर से प्रोड्यूसर बनने की यात्रा से जुड़ा हुआ है। साथियों, आत्मनिर्भरता एक दिन, एक महीने या 1-2 साल में हासिल नहीं हो सकती है। यह केवल कारखाने लगाने से भी नहीं आती है। जैसा कि मैंने प्रारंभ में ही कहा कि आत्मनिर्भरता की शुरुआत सोच बदलने से होती है, उससे पॉलिसी बदलती है, पॉलिसी से सिस्टम बदलता है और सिस्टम से इंडस्ट्री पर असर पड़ता है। इंडस्ट्री यानी उद्योग बदलते हैं तो उत्पादन बढ़ता है और जब उत्पादन बढ़ता है तब राष्ट्र आत्मविश्वास से भर उठता है। यानी यह एक ऐसा चक्र है जिसको घुमाए बिना भारत की रक्षा शक्ति को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना किसी भी सूरत में संभव नहीं है। इस नई सोच के साथ रक्षा क्षेत्र में व्यापक सुधारों का हमने एक लंबा सिलसिला भी प्रारंभ किया है। सबसे पहले हमने उन नियमों को भी बदल दिया जो वर्षों से भारत के डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन के विकास की गति रोक रहे थे। उदाहरण के लिए, पहले देश में बहुत से ऐसे प्रोडक्ट थे जिसको बनाने के लिए डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन का लाइसेंस लेना पड़ता था। हमने वह लिस्ट घटा दी। डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन के लिए जो लाइसेंस व्यवस्था थी उसको भी हमने काफ़ी सिंप्लीफाई कर दिया है। पहले की तुलना में लाइसेंस के लिए मंजूरी देने वाली एजेंसियों की संख्या भी कम की गई है। डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को नई प्राथमिकता दी गई है और आज परिणाम हम सबके सामने है। और इसका बड़ा परिणाम देश में एक डायनेमिक डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम के निर्माण के रूप में दिखाई दिया है। जहां कुछ वर्ष पहले रक्षा क्षेत्र में बहुत कम कंपनियां काम कर रही थीं, वहीं आज 500 से अधिक कंपनियां डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का काम कर रही हैं और सैकड़ों नए औद्योगिक लाइसेंस जारी किए जा चुके हैं। और मैं तो यहां तक कहता हूं कि आज भारत में डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की यूनिट लगाना किसी भी अन्य सामान्य इंडस्ट्री जैसा ही है और यह बदलाव है तो हमारी पॉलिसी मेकिंग का बदलाव है। साथियों, नीतियां बदलने के साथ साथ सरकार ने एक और बड़ा निर्णय लिया है और निर्णय यह है कि भारत की सेना के मॉडर्नाइजेशन का फायदा भारत के उद्योगों को मिले। इसलिए डिफेंस प्रोक्योरमेंट में व्यापक सुधार किए गए और हमने नए डिफेंस प्रोक्योरमेंट मैनुअल भी बनाए। नई डिफेंस एक्विजिशन प्रोसीजर के माध्यम से बाई इंडियन आईडीडीएम जैसी व्यवस्था को भी प्राथमिकता दी गई। सेनाओं के आधुनिकीकरण के लिए निर्धारित बजट का 75% भाग भारतीय उद्योगों से खरीद के लिए सुरक्षित किया गया। वैसे आप लोगों की जानकारी के लिए मैं बता दूं, इस साल हम नया डीएपी लेकर आ रहे हैं, डिफेंस एक्विजिशन प्रोसीजर लेकर आ रहे हैं, जिसके कारण देश में डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन को एक नई रफ्तार मिलेगी और एक नई ताकत भी मिलेगी। साथियों, मुझे यह देखकर भी खुशी होती है कि इस पूरे परिवर्तन की प्रक्रिया में प्राइवेट सेक्टर और पब्लिक सेक्टर दोनों कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़े हैं। और पिछले 12 वर्षों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमने पब्लिक सेक्टर और प्राइवेट सेक्टर के बीच की खाई को लगभग पाट दिया है। और साथियों, आज हम होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के साथ ही नहीं बल्कि होल ऑफ कंट्री अप्रोच के साथ चल रहे हैं। और मैं तो कहता हूं कि अब तो हम होल ऑफ द पीपुल अप्रोच तक भी पहुंच गए हैं। चाहे इंडिविजुअल इनोवेटर हों, चाहे बड़ी कंपनी हों, स्टार्टअप हों या एमएसएमई हों, हर कोई राष्ट्र की रक्षा के इस महायुद्ध में अपनी नेशन फर्स्ट और फोर्सेस फर्स्ट की भावना से आहुति दे रहा है। यह जो पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप का मॉडल हमने अपनाया है, उसने डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक क्लोज इन्वायरमेंट से निकालकर जन आंदोलन बना दिया है। और मुझे कहते हुए खुशी होती है कि हमारी सेनाओं की तैयारी हमेशा अप टू डेट, अप टू मार्क एंड अप टू स्टैंडर्ड रहती है। और इसके सबसे बड़े उदाहरण के रूप में तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ही हमारे सामने है। इस ऑपरेशन के 1 वर्ष पूरे हो चुके हैं और जब भी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की बात आती है तो मुझे अपनी सेनाओं का शौर्य याद आता है। आतंकियों और उनके सरपरस्तों को जो मुंहतोड़ जवाब हमारे सैनिकों ने दिया है, उससे पूरे देश का मस्तक गर्व के साथ ऊंचा हुआ है। साथियों, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भी हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने पूरी दुनिया के सामने अपने बदले हुए नजरिए को स्पष्ट किया है। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध जीरो टॉलरेंस हमारे लिए केवल एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं है बल्कि लाइन ऑफ एक्शन है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम दरवाजे पर नहीं बल्कि घर में घुसकर मारेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सारी दुनिया ने यह देख भी लिया है। हमारी सेनाओं का पराक्रम तो हमेशा ही अद्भुत रहा है, मगर जिस मिलिट्री एज की तलाश सेनाओं को रहती है, वह एज हाल के वर्षों में डिफेंस सेक्टर में आए तेजी से हो रहे बदलावों से आई है। और मैं मानता हूं कि यदि ये बदलाव हम सब ने न किए होते तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जैसे कॉम्प्लेक्स ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देना लगभग असंभव होता। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अपने आप में टेक्नोलॉजिकल वारफेयर का एक शानदार नमूना था। और इस ऑपरेशन में आकाश तीर, आकाश मिसाइल सिस्टम और ब्रह्मोस जैसी एडवांस्ड मिसाइल सिस्टम के साथ साथ अनेक लेटेस्ट इक्विपमेंट का भी उपयोग किया गया। इसने साबित किया है कि हमारी सेनाएं बदलाव को समझ भी रही हैं और उसे आत्मविश्वास के साथ उसका उपयोग भी कर रही हैं। यह सब इसलिए संभव हो रहा है क्योंकि पिछले 12 वर्षों में एक नई जमीन तैयार की गई है। साथियों, मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता भारत के उद्योगों पर विश्वास का प्रमाण है। रक्षा में आत्मनिर्भरता को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हम सबने 5 पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट जारी की है। इनमें शामिल डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट, वेपन सिस्टम्स और प्लेटफॉर्म्स की कुल संख्या 509 है और इनका प्रोडक्शन अब अनिवार्य रूप से भारत की धरती पर ही किया जाएगा। यह हम लोगों का संकल्प है और किया जा रहा है। ठीक इसी प्रकार हमारी डीपीएसओ द्वारा भी 5 लिस्ट जारी की गई है। इनमें शामिल स्ट्रेटेजिकली इंपॉर्टेंट LRUs, लाइन रिप्लेसमेंट यूनिट्स, सब सिस्टम्स, स्पेयर्स एंड कंपोनेंट्स समेत कुल आइटम्स की संख्या 5012 है और इनमें से 3255 आइटम्स को इंडिजिनाइज हम कर चुके हैं। साथियों, हम बेहद मजबूती के साथ, और केवल मजबूती के साथ ही नहीं बल्कि प्लान्ड तरीके से आत्मनिर्भर और सशक्त रक्षा क्षेत्र की तरफ अपने कदम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हमने अब तक 5 पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट घोषित की है और जल्द ही हम एक और लिस्ट लेकर आने वाले हैं। साथियों, आज देश का डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन, जैसा कि अर्णव जी ने भी बताया है, कि 1.78 लाख करोड़ के रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर पहुंच चुका है, जबकि 2014 के आसपास जहां हमारा डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन लगभग 40,000 करोड़ रुपए का ही था। इस साल हमारा टारगेट है कि डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए के माइल स्टोन को पार कर जाए। 2-3 साल पहले हमने हमारा लक्ष्य साल 2029 तक 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए का डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन करने का बनाया था और जैसी रफ्तार दिख रही है उसको देखकर मैं विश्वास के साथ कह रहा हूं कि हम अपने लक्ष्य को अवश्य हासिल करने में कामयाब होकर रहेंगे। साथियों, हम आपको यह जानकर भी खुशी होगी कि 2013-14 में भारत से होने वाला जो डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट केवल 686 करोड़ था, 686 करोड़ था, वह आज 25-26 में बढ़कर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 39,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक हो गया है। करीब 100 देशों को हमारे देश में बने डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स, करीब 100 देशों को हमारे देश में बने हुए डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स जो है एक्सपोर्ट किए जा रहे हैं। हमने पिछले साल यह टारगेट रखा था कि हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट 30,000 करोड़ रुपए हो और हमने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से इसे हासिल किया है। अब हमारा लक्ष्य है कि साल 2029 तक भारत का डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट 50,000 करोड़ पहुंच जाए और हम यह मानते हैं, पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहना चाहता हूं, यह होकर रहेगा। साथियों, भारत का केवल डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट ही नहीं बढ़ा है, मैं मानता हूं कि इससे भारत की अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जगत में प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ी है, भारत की विश्वसनीयता बढ़ी है, भारतीय तकनीक पर दुनिया का भरोसा भी बढ़ा है। यह सब कैसे हुआ? हमने एक्सपोर्ट प्रोसेस को सरल बनाया, डिफेंस एग्जिम पोर्टल प्रारंभ किया, ऑनलाइन अप्रूवल व्यवस्था लागू की गई, ओपन जनरल एक्सपोर्ट लाइसेंस जैसी व्यवस्था लाई गई, क्वालिटी सर्टिफिकेशन की प्रक्रियाओं को सरल बनाया गया, ग्रीन चैनल की पॉलिसी लागू की गई, सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन की व्यवस्था लाई गई। इन सुधारों ने भारतीय उद्योगों को ग्लोबल कंपटीशन के लिए तैयार किया है। साथियों, डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता केवल बड़े उद्योगों को लगा देने से संभव नहीं होगी। इसके लिए रिसर्च, डेवलपमेंट और इनोवेशन का माहौल भी चाहिए, नई सोच चाहिए और युवा प्रतिभा भी चाहिए, यंग टैलेंट भी चाहिए। और साथियों, इसी सोच के साथ हमने इनोवेटिव आइडियाज लाने वाले नौजवानों को डिफेंस सेक्टर में काम करने के लिए बराबर प्रोत्साहित भी किया है। मैं यहाँ विशेष रूप से इनोवेशन फॉर डिफेंस एक्सेलेंस यानी आईडेक्स का जिक्र करना चाहूँगा। साथियों, आईडेक्स को हम डिफेंस सेक्टर में इनोवेशन तथा टेक्नोलॉजी को बढ़ावा देने के उद्देश्य से ही लेकर आए हैं। इसके अंतर्गत हम इनोवेटिव सॉल्यूशंस लाने के लिए चैलेंज पोस्ट करते हैं और जो स्टार्टअप सेलेक्ट होते हैं उनको हम 1.5 करोड़ रुपए तक की फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस भी प्रदान करते हैं। अब हम आईडेक्स से आगे बढ़ते हुए आईडेक्स प्राइम ले आए हैं और 1.5 करोड़ की मदद को हमने बढ़ाकर 10 करोड़ रुपए तक कर दिया है। साथियों, हमारी डीपीएसयूज और सर्विसेज ने जितने भी चैलेंजेस दिए, हमारे नौजवानों ने उसमें बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया है और सफलतापूर्वक उन चैलेंजेस को स्वीकार करके उसे अंजाम भी दिया है। अब इस मुहिम में आगे बढ़ते हुए अब हमने प्राइम को भी अपग्रेड करके अदिति स्कीम को भी लॉन्च किया है, जहां हम अपने नौजवानों को तथा उनके स्टार्टअप्स को उनकी इनोवेशन की मदद के लिए पूरे 25 करोड़ तक की फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस इस समय दे रहे हैं। साथियों, हमारा एकदम क्लियर टारगेट है कि हमारी स्टार्टअप्स और एमएसएमईज के हाथों को मजबूती दी जानी चाहिए और इसके लिए रक्षा मंत्रालय ने 2400 करोड़ रुपये से अधिक की खरीदारी स्टार्टअप्स एमएसएमई से ही करने की मंजूरी दी है और 1500 करोड़ से अधिक के प्रोजेक्ट्स न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के डेवलपमेंट के लिए स्वीकृत किए गए। हमने मार्च 2026 तक आईडेक्स के माध्यम से 676 स्टार्टअप्स और इनोवेटर्स को इंगेज किया है और 551 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स भी हमने साइन किए हैं। आज देश भर के स्टार्टअप्स ड्रोन, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम टेक्नोलॉजी, साइबर सिक्योरिटी, रोबोटिक्स और अत्याधुनिक डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी पर तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं। साथियों, 2018 में जहां डिफेंस सेक्टर में कुछ दर्जन स्टार्टअप थे, आपको जानकर खुशी भी होगी, आश्चर्य भी होगा, आज उनकी संख्या 2000 से अधिक हो गई है। सैकड़ों स्टार्टअप्स को डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री द्वारा चैलेंजेस दिए गए हैं। उन्हें आर्थिक सहायता मिली, प्रोटोटाइप बने और अनेक टेक्नोलॉजीज की खरीद के लिए अप्रूवल्स भी दिए गए। यानी आज भारत का नौजवान केवल नौकरी खोजने वाला नहीं है, वह भारत की सुरक्षा का टेक्नोलॉजिकल पार्टनर बन चुका है। डीआरडीओ ने भी इस परिवर्तन को एक नई दिशा दी है। आज डीआरडीओ केवल डिफेंस रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट करने वाला संस्थान नहीं है, वह उद्योगों, विश्वविद्यालयों, स्टार्टअप और वैज्ञानिकों को जोड़ने वाला नेशनल इनोवेशन प्लेटफॉर्म बन चुका है। साथियों, देश भर में सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस भी स्थापित किए गए हैं। यंग साइंटिस्ट लैब्स का विस्तार तेजी के साथ किया गया है। प्रत्येक वर्ष हजारों इंजीनियर और ट्रेनी डीआरडीओ के साथ इस समय जुड़ रहे हैं। साथियों, भारत के डिफेंस आर्किटेक्चर की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति एंटरप्रेन्योरियल स्पिरिट है और आज रक्षा उत्पादन केवल सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र तक ही सीमित नहीं है। आज हमारे साथ डीपीएसयूज हैं, आज हमारे साथ प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, 17,000 से 17,000 से अधिक MSMEs हैं और हजारों सप्लाई यूनिट्स हैं और देश भर के इनोवेशन सेंटर्स हैं। यही भारत का नया रक्षा औद्योगिक परिवार है। और साथियों, इस परिवर्तन को और गति देने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश और तमिलनाडु में डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर भी स्थापित किए गए हैं। नई फैक्ट्रियां स्थापित हो रही हैं। एडवांस डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इस कॉरिडोर्स में हो रहे हैं और कई डिफेंस कंपनीज तो ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की सप्लाई चेन से जुड़ी हुई हैं। साथियों, इन दोनों डिफेंस कॉरिडोर्स में लगभग 70,000 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रपोज्ड है, यह प्रस्तावित है, जिसमें करीब 10,000 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट अभी हो चुका है और जल्दी ही आगामी 2-3 वर्षों में यह बहुत तेजी के साथ बढ़ने वाला है। इससे नौजवानों के लिए नए रोजगार स्वाभाविक है सृजित होंगे और विशेष रूप से उत्तर प्रदेश रक्षा औद्योगिक कॉरिडोर आज आत्मनिर्भर भारत की सफलता का एक सशक्त व उदाहरण बन चुका है। साथियों, सरकार ने केवल उद्योगों को ही अवसर नहीं दिया है, उन्हें बाजार भी दिया है और फ्रिजन पोर्टल के माध्यम से जो हमारे DPSUs और सेनाओं द्वारा उपयोग किए जाने वाले इंपोर्टेड आइटम्स की सूची उद्योगों के लिए उपलब्ध कराई गई है। परिणाम स्वरूप हजारों रक्षा उपकरणों का इंडिजिनाइजेशन तेजी के साथ हो रहा है। सृजन डीप के माध्यम से 40,000 से अधिक मैन्युफैक्चरर्स एंड सेलर्स के साथ लाखों प्रोडक्ट्स का राष्ट्रीय डिजिटल डेटाबेस भी तैयार कर लिया गया है। इससे भारत की डिफेंस सप्लाई चेन पहले से कहीं अधिक मजबूत भी हुई है और संगठित भी बनी है। साथियों, एक और महत्वपूर्ण रिफॉर्म जो हमने किया है, जिसकी चर्चा मैं देखता हूं बहुत ही कम होती है, वह है हमारी ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री बोर्ड्स OFBs का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन। हमने देखा कि जो हमारी ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज हैं वे उस पुरानी व्यवस्था में भी अच्छा काम कर रही थीं, लेकिन नए समय को देखते हुए, नई ज़रूरतों को भी देखते हुए हमने ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन किया है ताकि वह और ज़्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी फ्रेंडली बन सकें, वह और ज़्यादा आउटपुट दे सकें, उनकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी बढ़ सके। और ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने बिना सोचे समझे उनका कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन किया है। हमने उनके एम्प्लॉइज़ के हितों का भी ध्यान रखा है और इसके साथ साथ राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का भी हमने ध्यान रखा है। नतीजा आज हमारे सामने है। आज हमारी ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज अपने नए स्वरूप में बहुत ही अच्छा काम कर रही हैं और लॉस मेकिंग एंटिटीज की जगह प्रॉफिट मेकिंग यूनिट्स आज बन चुकी हैं। यह बताते हुए मुझे प्रसन्नता हो रही है और मैं मानता हूं कि 200 साल से अधिक पुराने स्ट्रक्चर को बदलना, लगभग 200 साल से ये ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री जिस देश में चल रही हैं, पुराने स्ट्रक्चर को बदलना इस सदी का मैं मानता हूं कि सबसे बड़ा यह रिफॉर्म है। और इस साल अक्टूबर में ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री बोर्ड कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन को 5 वर्ष पूरे हो जाएंगे और जो परिवर्तन इन 5 वर्षों में आया है वह बेहद सराहनीय है। साथियों, आज भारत केवल अपने रक्षा उपकरण ही नहीं बना रहा है, भारत विश्व का एक क्रेडिबल सिक्योरिटी पार्टनर भी बन रहा है। हिंद महासागर से लेकर इंडो पैसिफिक तक भारत की भूमिका निरंतर मजबूत हो रही है। और साथियों, अभी पिछले सप्ताह प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी इंडोनेशिया, ऑस्ट्रेलिया और न्यूजीलैंड के दौरे पर गए हुए थे। मुझे और हर भारतीय को उस समय गौरव की अनुभूति हुई जब इंडोनेशिया के राष्ट्रपति ने सार्वजनिक मंच से यह कहा कि मोदी जी के द्वारा संचालित कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के शानदार प्रभाव को देखते हुए वे इसे अपने देश में भी कॉपी कर रहे हैं। और उन्होंने पीएम से बहुत ही विनोदपूर्ण लहजे में पूछा कि मोदी जी, कहीं उस पर आपका कोई कॉपीराइट तो नहीं है? प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने हंसते हुए कहा, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, आप इन्हें अपने यहाँ भी लागू कर सकते हैं। साथियों, एक समय था जब भारत अपने विकास के मॉडल को लेकर कभी अमेरिका की कॉपी, कभी यूरोप की कॉपी, कभी रूस की कॉपी करने का प्रयास करता था। मगर आज भारत देश में हालात बदल चुके हैं। आज मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत उस मुकाम तक पहुंचा है कि दूसरे देश अब भारत की नीतियों का अनुसरण कर रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि यह स्थान जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने बनाया है वह अपने आप में एक नए युग की शुरुआत है। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री जी की इस यात्रा ने इंडोनेशिया में ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल डील से लेकर प्रम्बानन मंदिर के जीर्णोद्धार तक, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में यूरेनियम सप्लाई से लेकर न्यूजीलैंड से व्यापार दुगुना करने तक भारत और दुनिया के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में भारत के कूटनीतिक, आर्थिक, सामरिक और सांस्कृतिक संबंधों को एक नई बुलंदी दी है। साथियों, इसी तरह हमारी डिफेंस डिप्लोमेसी अब केवल रणनीतिक सहयोग तक सीमित नहीं है, उसमें टेक्निकल कोऑपरेशन, इंडस्ट्रियल कोलैबोरेशन और ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन का भी एक महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। लेकिन इस पूरी यात्रा की सबसे इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी क्या है? सबसे इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी यह है कि इस परिवर्तन का क्रेडिट किसी एक व्यक्ति को या संस्थान को नहीं जाता है। यह परिवर्तन हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने किया है, यह परिवर्तन हमारे सैनिकों ने किया है, हमारे इंजीनियर्स ने किया है, हमारे स्टार्टअप ने किया है, हमारे एमएसएमईज ने किया है, हमारे उद्योगों ने किया है और सबसे बढ़कर भारत के नौजवानों ने किया है। और यही अमृतकाल का भारत है, और यही अमृतकाल का भारत है, एक ऐसा भारत जो चुनौतियों से घबराता नहीं, अवसरों का निर्माण करता है, और एक ऐसा भारत जो केवल अपनी सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित नहीं करता बल्कि विश्व की शांति और स्थिरता में भी रचनात्मक योगदान देता है। साथियों, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जब भारतवर्ष 2047 में अपनी स्वतंत्रता के 100 वर्ष पूरे करेगा, तब दुनिया भारत को केवल सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र के रूप में नहीं बल्कि सबसे विश्वसनीय, सबसे आधुनिक और सबसे आत्मनिर्भर रक्षा शक्ति के रूप में देखेगी, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार ने एक ऐसे आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है जो सशक्त भी हो, सुरक्षित भी हो, जहां हमारे सैनिकों के हाथों में इंडिजिनस टेक्नोलॉजीज भी हों, स्वदेशी तकनीक हों और हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के पास नए नए अवसर हों, हमारे नौजवानों के पास इनोवेशन की ताकत हो, हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज के पास ग्लोबली compete करने की क्षमता हो। यही नए भारत का संकल्प है और यही विकसित भारत 2047 का मार्ग भी है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबको धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं अपना निवेदन यहीं समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I request the Honourable Minister to please remain on stage, and I invite Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network, Arnab Goswami, to felicitate Honourable Raksha Mantri on stage as a token of gratitude for taking out precious time and addressing the Republic Media Network's Annual Defence Summit, the Forces First Conclave, Bharat, the Defence Powerhouse. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Raksha Mantri ji, for the powerful and comprehensive address on Bharat's defence journey. Thank you so much. I request all of you to please settle down as the Honourable Minister exits.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Technology is the foundation in many ways of strategic power in today's context. And strategic autonomy, which India aspires for, is increasingly defined by our nation's capacity to design, develop, manufacture, and sustain critical defense technologies through its own scientific and its industrial strength. As many of these speakers would have noted, India's defense ecosystem has undergone a fundamental transformation over the last 12 years or so. From an importer, we are becoming an exporter. And in that backdrop, I do want to cover today's speech on 4 broad categories. 1, the policy reforms that have strengthened our industrial base. 2, the rise of indigenous innovation and Indian-designed technologies. 3, the remarkable growth in our defense exports. And finally, the role of research and development in shaping the capabilities of tomorrow. India's emergence as a defense manufacturing nation is a result of well-calibrated policy reforms that have progressively strengthened our defense industrial ecosystem. Essentially, we've tried to create an environment where indigenous capability is encouraged, innovation is rewarded, and industry is empowered. In more specific terms, in a market which is by its very nature a monopsony, where the government is the sole buyer unless you can add some exports to your production figures, what the private sector always sought has been given to them in the form of a level playing field and visibility in terms of orders on the demand side, and over time improving ease of doing business on the supply side. The union budget of 26-27, which the Honorable Raksha Mantri also alluded to, in that we have secured the highest ever allocation of 7.85 lakh crores, out of which a very significant figure of 2.19 lakh crores is reserved for capital expenditure. And for defense research and development, the budget has increased to 29,100 crores. This, combined with the fact that we've tried to ensure that in our procurement process, global buys or imports become an exception rather than the norm. The fact that we have reserved 75% of this same capex only for domestic procurement and domestic contracts, this combination has ensured that the boom that you see in domestic defense production is in a sense triggered by this reorientation of our capex towards indigenous production. While doing this indigenous procurement, you will have this challenge of whether you can achieve end-to-end indigenization immediately. Obviously, you can't. There will be areas where you will start perhaps only with an MRO, and thereafter, over time, you build up an ecosystem where you gradually increase your indigenous content. As was mentioned by Arnab, in a way, the ultimate goal can never be that you can achieve 100% indigenization. What you can achieve is technological sovereignty in terms of design, in terms of software. And that is exemplified by the simple example of the Sukhoi 30s that we produce under license, and the Tejas, which we produce based on indigenous design. Both have, incidentally, roughly similar local content. In fact, the Sukhoi may be a little higher. The difference between the two, however, is that this is our own design, it's our own software, we can integrate our own weapons, we can upgrade it unilaterally, we don't have to look towards anybody. And that ultimately is what we can aspire to. At the same time, let's be clear, end-to-end indigenization is not going to happen anywhere. It hasn't happened even in China. You will have to start, it's a journey, and in that journey you will have to do assembly at some stage, develop an ecosystem, increase the indigenous content, hopefully, ultimately, rely increasingly on your own software and on your own design. And the best example of that sequencing is also shown outside in the industrial sector, and, for example, in the assembly of Apple's iPhones in India. That is one product where the indigenous content after several years is about 18–19%. There's a lot of criticism also that we are paying so much as a production-linked incentive to that company in order to bring that, what essentially is a contract manufacturing assembly process into India. But what it is also giving you is employment. It is giving you a tremendous upsurge in your exports to the extent that it has become our largest export item. And over time, it is helping you build a larger ecosystem of manufacturing, where Apple's industrial partners, even in China, are looking to India to set up bases. So that, as I mentioned, indigenization will be a journey, and it's not going to be end-to-end right away. But over time, we have to aspire towards, as I mentioned, technological and design sovereignty. I'm not going to get into details of the positive indigenization lists, etc., which the Honorable Raksha Mantri has so eloquently covered already. I do want to say that India's industrial base has really become wide and diversified today. We have 16 DPSUs, about 500 licensed defense companies, nearly 17,000 MSMEs. And the number of industrial licenses issued in this ecosystem in the recent past, from 2015 onwards, the number of industrial licenses has almost quadrupled. It's gone up from 258 to 834, reflecting the growing investor interest and confidence in the defense industrial space in this country. The defense industrial corridors are attracting large commitments already, some of it already grounded. And as a result, you have today a situation where our defense production has reached an all-time high of 1.78 lakh crores. 76% of that production is contributed to by our PSUs, 24% by the private sector. Over time, the Raksha Mantri has also mentioned that we do want to see this become a more hybrid, diversified production base with a roughly 50-50 split between the private and the public sector. That would be a balanced way of developing a hybrid, large industrial base in this country. As I mentioned earlier, for decades, our defense manufacturing ecosystem was built around licensed production models of different types. Increasingly today, we are able to develop indigenous platforms and systems. And we have evolved from technology absorption phase to a technology creation phase today. Examples like the light combat aircraft that I mentioned earlier, or the ATAGS, the Advanced Towed Artillery Gun System, which our sponsor, Bharat Forge, is currently fulfilling the order for, the Pinaka multi-barrel rocket launcher, the BrahMos and Akash missiles, various other things, our INS Vikrant, our indigenously designed and constructed aircraft carrier. These are all examples of technology creation and not just absorption. And besides these flagship platforms, Indian industry is now developing ASA radars, electronic warfare systems, AI-enabled systems, autonomous drone and counter-drone systems, many others. And some of them have found markets outside our borders, particularly things like the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, for which we've recently signed a deal with the Indonesians after having earlier formed up deals with Philippines and thereafter with Vietnam, as well as the Akash air defense system, the Pinaka, the Dornier aircraft. These are some of the sort of stellar examples of platforms that have found acceptability globally. Increasingly, India is contributing design capability, engineering excellence, and intellectual property in this contested area. We've reached a milestone in defense exports recently from 686 crores in the FY 2013-14 to a record 38,000 odd crores in 25-26. And the target set before us by Raksha Mantri of achieving 50,000 crores by 2030 is well within our reach, and we should be able to not only achieve but overachieve this figure. Today, 145 Indian defense companies are exporting defense products compared to 128 exporters in the previous financial year. And the public sector has increasingly also emerged as an equal partner in this surge in our exports. Let me turn to a little bit about DRDO, which I always find it a little strange when I'm introduced as the chairman DRDO, because I hope this is going to be a temporary assignment. But I do want to say that DRDO is increasingly playing the role of ensuring that this large defense industrial ecosystem that has developed is provided the technology, the design, the testing facilities that it needs. There is no other agency in government or in the private sector which does R&D. The fact is that DRDO is the only, more or less, I wouldn't call it a monopoly, but it is de facto monopolistic in the sense that they are the only ones doing serious R&D in this sector. What they've now increasingly done, however, and this model I do want to spend a couple of minutes on, which is the DCPP model, a development cum production partner model. Under that model, many companies, many private sector companies as well, including companies like Bharat Forge, have secured significant technology transfers. And these technology transfers are not just on paper. Today, we've now reached a stage where these have been converted into actual contracts from the Indian Army and from the other services through a very demanding process of testing. And as you know, our procurement procedure is fairly difficult. Having qualified through that, having secured large contract orders, particularly for the ATAGs, for the Pinakas, for the close quarter carbine, which is a small arm system, all of these show that we are now, DRDO in a sense has contributed to the defense industry in this country reaching a critical mass, and also support the private sector through the fruits of its research and development. It is also now increasingly through its 15 industry academia centers of excellence covering 82 critical technology domains, increasingly enabling Indian industry to manufacture advanced defense systems. This contribution of DRDO, which has led, according to the figure that I saw last, almost 7 lakh crores cumulatively in orders and production over the last few decades, it shows that increasingly our technologies that DRDO is developing is no longer confined to the laboratories. It is finding its place in our defense industrial production as well. I think I'm going to end here. Let me end by saying that our defense transformation is ultimately a story of confidence, the confidence in our scientists, our own innovators, and our industry, and above all, in our ability to shape our own strategic future. This government under Prime Minister Modi does not distinguish between the private and the public sector. Every Indian company will be supported equally, whether on the supply side through improved faster licensing procedures and improved ease of doing business, and on the demand side, equal opportunities when it comes to defense procurements in, as I mentioned, a single buyer market. Not only that, and this is not a mere, something that I'm talking about. We are walking the talk. We've ensured that, for example, for the AMCA program, as you would have noted, there are our leading public sector aerospace company, for technical reasons, could not qualify for that tender. We have one pure private sector company and 2 private-public consortia that are now left in that race. And we intend to, this is a leap of faith in many ways for us, in our faith in the private sector also delivering these complex systems. And I'm sure that they will live up to that faith, not only with that platform, but with many others. And in future, as I've mentioned in other public fora, from the DRDO side, we will open up at least the tactical types of missiles, the conventional missiles also increasingly to the private sector, to ensure that these long-range precision standoff weapons that are increasingly required in large numbers in today's warfare, they are provided, made available to our armed forces. As we move towards Viksit Bharat 247, our ambition is clear that the defense vision of India centers around Atmanirbharta, for preserving our strategic autonomy and making India a global leader in defense technology, innovation, and advanced manufacturing. This will demand sustained investment in research, continuous innovation, deeper collaboration between government, the armed forces, and academia, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. India has embarked upon that journey with purpose, and that is why today we are able to refer to Bharat as a defense powerhouse. Let us build an India that is innovative in thought, self-reliant in capability, and globally trusted in defense technology, a Bharat that truly stands as a defense powerhouse. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Mr. Singh, to please stay on this stage, and I invite Republic Media Network Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami and Mr. Baba Kalyani, Chairperson and MD Bharat Forge Limited, to please come on to the stage and felicitate the Defense Secretary, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh Ji. We appreciate you taking out time for this keynote address and sharing your view of the journey and what is in store for the future of defense manufacturing and India's role with Atmanirbharta at the center.
स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wound, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any further terror strikes against India. To the contrary, absolutely to the contrary, what we are concerned about is the start of a new information warfare narrative by Pakistan's ISI in collusion with its American CIA partners, which is trying to create justification for another mass casualty Pakistani strike, this time possibly directed against the water resources of India. The Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed have been
रिपब्लिक टीवी द्वारा आयोजित ये फोर्सेस फर्स्ट कॉन्क्लेव भारत के सुरक्षा चक्र से जुड़े पहलुओं और पक्षों को समझने और समझाने की दृष्टि से की गई एक इसे मैं शानदार पहल मानता हूँ। इसके लिए मैं अर्णव गोस्वामी और उनकी पूरी टीम को अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ। यह इस कॉन्क्लेव का 3rd एडिशन है, मगर ऐसा मेरा इसमें फर्स्ट अपीयरेंस है। पहले 2 कॉन्क्लेव्स में व्यस्तताओं के कारण मेरा आना संभव नहीं हो पाया था, मगर इस बार जब अर्णव जी ने मुझे आमंत्रित करने आए तो मैंने तय कर लिया था कि इस बार मैं ज़रूर जाऊंगा, और आज आप सबके बीच यहाँ मैं मौजूद हूँ। साथियों, जब भी भारत की रक्षा शक्ति की चर्चा होती है तो हमारे मन में सबसे पहले भारत के रक्षा कर रहे वीर सैनिकों की छवि स्वाभाविक रूप से उभरती है।
With Baba Kalyani, a person I respect tremendously because of his commitment to this area. There are many companies for whom defense is one of the things they do, but for Baba Kalyani, he has done what generations of policymakers had said was impossible, which is build a world-class private defense artillery industry from a auto-forging base. This requires commitment. And today, Kalyani Strategic Systems Limited, KSSL, has co-developed the ATACMS howitzer with DRDO, won the largest share of India's first major artillery buy since Bofors in 1987, and is now exporting Indian guns to Europe, exporting Indian guns to the US supply chain and West Asia. And ladies and gentlemen, therefore, Baba Kalyani and Kalyani embodies the private sector's arrival at the heart of Atmanirbhar Bharat. For that, I congratulate you, sir. Let's have a round of applause for that alone, please, because this is truly incredible. Good work you've done, sir. I want to start by asking you to respond a little bit to the First comments we saw from the Secretary Defense, who also wears the DRDO cap, and the Raksha Mantri. I saw in their introductory comments a clear commitment towards Atmanirbharta. It was not an embellishment. It was a strategic goal. Your thoughts on what you heard from them at the start?
You know, first of all, I think we have to recognize the fact and give credit to our government, Prime Minister Modi, for setting up this whole Make in India and Atmanirbhar mission after 2014, the Ministry of Defense, and Sri Rajnath Singh ji, who has been spearheading this for many years now, along with the Defense Secretary, the Defense Secretary Production, who is present here. There has been tremendous change, as the Defense Minister himself said in his talk, in terms of the mindset, in terms of how business, industry, both private and public, perceive this whole Atmanirbhar concept. I think it's a journey, as you said, but for people like me, and there are many in this country, who have a feeling for India to become a superpower, the nationalist feeling that we need to be somebody who is recognized, put in efforts in this direction to do things. And what Arnab just talked about in terms of the ATAGs or in terms of whatever other things that we are doing is, I think, a step in that direction.
Now, in 2011, nobody could have ever believed. We must be a little candid about what has changed here, because the big issue is, trust. We have always had this belief that it's easier to buy than to build, and why take the trouble? And then there are all these qualitative dimensions which are brought in. And that's why we've lost a lot of time. Nobody in 2011-10 could believe that a private forging company like yours will be supplying, and you had zero defense pedigree. Sorry to point that out, but it's the reality. You had zero defense pedigree, but he had intention, and I think a spirit of nationalism, that you could build artillery for the Indian Army. Now you are 14, 15, 16 years later, you are exporting guns to Europe and the US supply chain, right? And our own army is about to, I hope, going to place you a firm order. What is the gap? Why is it that you have global validation, right? And what is it about domestic trust that we need to address? You see, do we need global validation before domestic trust? Do we? No, it's an issue we have. It's a thing we have. Do we need global validation before trust in India?
This is Vikram 1, India's first privately developed orbital class rocket. Successful launch as of now. Let's go to the audio that we must be having from the source. Let's listen in.
That's very true, Suyash and Akhil. I am awestruck at the sheer power that Stage 1 is producing. With this, we have two of our major prime mission objectives completed, which was successful ignition and safe tower clearance.
That's right, and we're coming up on max Q now, which is the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure, where the vehicle faces its largest aerodynamic loads as it flies through this zone at Mach 1.5 at an altitude of nearly 9 kilometers.
विक्रम 1 ने सफलतापूर्वक मैक्स क्षेत्र पार कर लिया है और दल काफी उत्साहित है इस समय, और विक्रम 1 प्रथम चरण के आगे बढ़ रहा है और हमें श्रीहरिकोटा व पोर्ट ब्लेयर पृथ्वी स्टेशन से मजबूत दूर संकेत मिल रहे हैं, जो बहुत ही अच्छी खबर है.
That's right. We are at a downrange distance of 22 kilometers with an altitude of 34 kilometers. And on your screens right now are excellent onboard camera views from the vehicle.
And we can also see quite nominal chamber pressure values on the MCC screen.
The vehicle is currently at an altitude of 50 kilometers.
और यहाँ पे प्रथम चरण का प्रतिकरण हो चुका है और द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन भी प्रारंभ हो चुका है.
This is quite a major achievement for the nation, with the vehicle successfully separating stage 1 and the ignition of stage 2 as well.
द्वितीय चरण अपना सफलतापूर्वक कार्य पूरा कर रहा है और प्रथम चरण का दहन अथवा प्रतिकरण समाप्त हो चुका है.
The vehicle is at an altitude of 89 kilometers, traveling at 2.6 kilometers per second. Of course, our target velocity for today is 7.6.
S2 performance normal.
We've just heard call out that the S2 performance or the stage 2 performance is nominal.
ये एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण है पूरे भारत और निजी अंतरिक्ष यात्रा का.
This vehicle has crossed 100 kilometers of altitude, which is the notion of edge of space, and we have reached space, guys.
Congratulations, Vikram 1 is in space.
हमारा यान अंतरिक्ष तक पहुंच चुका है.
And we've had callouts of separation of the payload fairing. We have successful payload fairing separation.
It's nearly at an altitude of 120 kilometers, and the protective fairing is no longer required and has been cleanly separated from the launch vehicle.
और यहाँ पे द्वितीय चरण का भी प्रतिकरण संपन्न हो चुका है और तृतीय चरण का प्रज्वलन भी प्रारंभ हो चुका है.
That's right, Akhil. We've had successful ignition of stage 3. The vehicle is currently at 157 kilometers above the Earth's surface. It is 355 kilometers downrange, traveling at nearly 4 kilometers per second. Now, the telemetry will switch over from Shar to Port Blair and further to Bogor.
अब यान अपनी अंतरिक्ष यात्रा पर निकल चुका है. तृतीय चरण का प्रज्वलन चालू है और उस
+4 minutes
की प्रतिक्रिया नियमित रूप से चल रही है.
And as you can see on your screens, we have near exact following of the intended trajectory. The two lines on your screen essentially indicate the current performance of the vehicle, and it closely matches with prediction. This is on your screen on board from stage 3. What you see is the rocket plume and the nozzle, and Earth, our home.
What a beautiful view. क्या सुंदर दृश्य है हमारी पृथ्वी का.
S3 performance normal.
और तृतीय चरण का परफॉर्मेंस अब नॉर्मल है, या कि सामान्य रूप से तृतीय चरण का संचालन प्रारंभ हो चुका है और चल रहा है.
That's right. We've had call out that the stage 3 performance is nominal.
+5 minutes.
So stage 3 has a propellant loading of 2.5 tons, and we've had burnout of the stage 3 motor as planned at T plus 5 minutes. Yes, we've gotten confirmation that S3 has burnt out, and now we're entering a planned coast period, something that lasts for 140 seconds, in which it's called as combined
coasting is normal.
Right, so we've got call out that the combined coast is nominal. This will last for roughly 140 seconds, where stage 3 is not producing thrust, but it's connected to the vehicle and it's going to coast as a single body. All of this is done to manage the altitude of the vehicle and also control where the stage will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere before splashing in international waters in a safe and planned manner. And jubilant views from the Launch Control Center, where the teams are extremely elated and excited.
और मिशन नियंत्रण केंद्र और लॉन्च नियंत्रण केंद्र से आपको दृश्य दिखाई दे रहे हैं. सभी यान परीक्षण दल अत्यंत ही प्रसन्न हैं और यहाँ पर जो प्रसंग है वो एक उत्सव का प्रसंग बन चुका है. एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण भारत के निजी अंतरिक्ष उड़ान का. विक्रम 1 यान अब अंतरिक्ष में स्थापित हो चुका है. तृतीय चरण अब अपने कोस्ट फेज पे है और ये कोस्ट फेज अभी आप कैमरा व्यूज देख सकते हैं अपने प्रक्षेपण पर्दों या मोबाइल स्क्रीन्स पर, जहां पे आपको धरती का एक सुंदर दृश्य दिखाई दे रहा है.
As we can see on our screens right now, it's really amazing to see that Vikram 1 as of now is going along its intended trajectory exactly as expected. Our plots are really overlapping. The predicted velocities and the current flight velocities are exactly matching. And aren't you guys speechless right now?
I mean, yeah, मेरे पास शब्द ही नहीं है. मतलब ये मैं निशब्द हो चुका हूँ.
That's right. We are approaching another point wherein S3 will separate.
S3 is separated.
और तृतीय चरण का प्रतिकरण भी हो चुका है.
And you see wonderful views of S3 separating. And now we have combined coasting has ended, and stage 4 will now coast on its own for the next 130 seconds. So stage 4 will now fly on its own, essentially, and
the control thrusters on the OM will be continuously turning on and off to maintain the attitude of the stage, making sure that it is pointing the right way. This also ensures that the antennas can maintain connection with the ground station and the satellite can be pointing in the right direction.
That's right. So one unique thing that has been done during separation is we've essentially fired all 4 of our Raman mini thrusters to sort of push stage 4 away from stage 3. And that just sort of guarantees that there is some minimum separation between the two.
अब आने वाला जो चरण है वो द्रव्य प्रणोदन पर आधारित होगा, जिसको हम कक्षा स्थापन या समायोजन खंड ऑर्बिट एडजस्टमेंट मॉड्यूल के नाम से भी जानते हैं, जिसमें द्रव्य प्रणोदन की अवस्थाओं से संचालन होगा जो मोनोमिथाइल हाइड्रोजीन और डाइनाइट्रोजन टाइट्राऑक्साइड पर आधारित है. उसके साथ यान के घूर्णी नियंत्रण के लिए, जिसे कंट्रोल थ्रस्टर्स कहते हैं हम लोग, उन रामन मिनी 50 न्यूटन, वो भी मोनोमिथाइल हाइड्रोजीन और डाइनाइट्रोजन टेट्रा ऑक्साइड पर ही आधारित है. उसके अंतर्गत हमारे पास छोटे कोल्ड गैस थ्रस्टर्स जो कि नाइट्रोजन गैस पर आधारित हैं, वो भी कक्षा समायोजन खंड पे स्थित हैं.
S4 ignited.
And we've heard call out that S4 or stage 4 has ignited successfully.
और चतुर्थ और अंतिम चरण का भी प्रज्वलन हो चुका है.
The liquid engine has come alive over 400 kilometers above the earth, beginning a burn that will last for more than 6 minutes. During this phase, the vehicle will steadily accelerate from about 6.68 kilometers per second to nearly 7.64 kilometers per second, delivering the precise velocity needed to achieve its planned 450 by 450 kilometers circular low Earth orbit at a 60-degree inclination.
और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि प्रक्षेपण नियंत्रण केंद्र में उत्साह का एक प्रसंग आ चुका है, और आपके ऑन बोर्ड प्रक्षेपक पर्दों पर हम देख सकते हैं कि पेलोड्स या जो उपग्रह हैं उनका एक चित्र. यहाँ पे सारे उपग्रह अपने स्थान पर स्थित हैं.
That's right, Akhil. We've also had seamless transition from the
S4 performance normal
to the Bogor station, and now we are receiving strong telemetry from the Bogor as well as the Yatharga stations in Indonesia and Australia respectively. The current altitude of the vehicle is 426 kilometers. Our target is near 450. We're traveling at 6.5 kilometers per second. And like we said earlier, OAM is essentially going to fire its Raman 2 engine for a cumulative burn time of nearly 6+ minutes. So this is the longest burning. It's the smallest in thrust, but it burns for the longest period of time. And it's all given to us by Raman 2, our main engine for this mission.
So yes, it must be a really amazing feeling, right? I mean, you and your team worked on this engine to get it going, and it is finally taking us to space.
Yeah, it's a feeling that's really hard to describe. Me and my team, we worked on this engine to get it going, and it's finally taking us to space. This engine wasn't an easy design. Raman 2 generates 1500 newtons of thrust, and it employs 3 different types of cooling. As if one wasn't enough, we had to put in 3. So we have regenerative cooling, then we have radiative cooling, and we have film cooling. And all 3 of these need to work seamlessly in sync to deliver this phenomenal outcome. So I'm kind of glued to the screens right now. You might just see me peeking over to try to see what the chamber pressure, what the thrust, and what the temperatures are like. But I think I might have to hold for a bit and look at that data in a little while. So while I was talking about Raman 2 and how difficult it was to essentially design an engine this small, like I said, it's a relatively small engine, and the cooling design on this was exceptionally difficult to manage because the engine has to generate a lot of heat during combustion, and the temperatures can reach up to 2700 degrees. That's pretty hard for any metal or any material to sustain. In fact, many metals would just vaporize into thin air at those temperatures. So to make all of this work, we employ something known as regenerative cooling.
S4 performance normal.
Yeah, and we've gotten call out that the S4 performance is nominal. And so I was mentioning about the regenerative cooling, and the best way to understand this type of cooling is to imagine
14 minutes.
Joined side by
All right,
side.
viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because this is the successful liftoff of Vikram 1. Coming up next, all details on that.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. they did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? What we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other
I am privileged to formally announce that the first ever Indian private sector launch has been successfully completed. Not only did Vikram 1 meet its mission objective, which was simply to clear the tower. It went all the way up to 453-kilometer orbit, successfully completed all the tasks, and something that is way beyond expectation for the very first orbital launch ever taken by an Indian private company. There is not much more that I want to say on this occasion. I would like to invite Pawan and Bharat to talk about their journey and how they feel today, this momentous milestone that Indian private sector space initiatives have had. And I would like to thank everyone involved in this. Of course, the Skyroot team. The Skyroot team has worked day and night to make this day happen, ably supported by the team from SAR, from Extended ISRO, and from InSpace. So thank you, everyone, for giving India this proud moment. Thank you.
पीएम साहब को लाइन दे रहा हूँ, आप लाइन पर हैं?
हेलो
हेलो सर।
हेलो नमस्ते, कौन बोल रहे हैं?
हेलो, वी आर पवन एंड भरत फ्रॉम स्काई रूट।
कौन बोल रहे हैं?
सर, we are very privileged to hear you. First, your voice after the success.
पवन, भारत और पूरी टीम, सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी। और मुझे ये सफलता के लिए तो आनंद होना ही होना था, लेकिन आप लोगों ने जिस कमिटमेंट के साथ मेहनत की, और मैं जब आपके इंफिनिटी कैंपस के उद्घाटन के लिए आपके साथ जुड़ा था, मेरे को मन करता था मैं पहुंचूं, लेकिन पहुंच नहीं पाया, लेकिन आपके साथ वीडियो से जुड़ा था। और आज भी मैं इस पूरे लॉन्चिंग कार्यक्रम को देख रहा था। कब से मेरा ध्यान जो गया, आपकी पूरी टीम 25-30 साल की दिखती है, ये मुझे और खुशी दे रही थी। शुरू में आपके चेहरे पर चिंता भी नजर आती थी, लेकिन फिर मैं देख रहा था कि खुशियों से माहौल भर गया। मैं आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को इस महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय के लिए और महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। जब हम स्पेस को प्राइवेटाइज करना चाहते थे, तब मेरे सामने कई सारी आशंकाएं रखी गई थी। ये तो हो नहीं सकता, कैसे करोगे, वैसे करोगे, लेकिन मैं इसको आगे बढ़ता ही गया। अब आपके कारण मेरे उस निर्णय को ताकत मिल गई है। अब मेरी टीम भी स्वीकार करेगी, यहां देश के नौजवानों पर भरोसा करना चाहिए, उनको काम देना चाहिए, और वो करके दिखाते हैं। आपने काम करके दिखाया है। मैं आपकी और आपकी टीम को फिर से एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Hello, sir. Thanks a lot for your wishes. And our team, entire team of Skyroad, more than 1,000 people are here in Sriharikota and listening to you. Our hearts are swelling with pride, and this means a lot to us.
देखिए, ये मिशन आगमन है। अब आगमन को तो और आगे बढ़ते ही जाना है।
Sure, sir. और सर, आपका कार्ड जो आप भेजे थे, that has successfully reached space, and you have written Vande Mataram. So Vande Mataram is in orbit.
देखिए, मेरे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। जब आपने ये सुझाव भेजा, तो मेरे मन में कई विचार आए थे, लेकिन आखिर जब मैंने सोचा मैं सिर्फ वंदे मातरम लिखूंगा। उसके दो कारण थे। इस बार हमारा देश वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष मना रहा है, तो मैं चाहता था कि इसको एक नए तरीके से मनाएं, और वंदे मातरम ही था जिससे देश के नौजवानों को हमेशा देश के लिए जीने मरने की प्रेरणा दी थी। और आज वंदे मातरम हमें देश के लिए जीने की ताकत देता है, और आप लोगों ने जी करके दिखाया है। आपका जो कुछ भी मिशन है, मैं इसको एक प्रकार से वंदे मातरम मिशन ही देखता हूं कि भारत मां की गरिमा को नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाना, नई पीढ़ी को टेक्नोलॉजी को लाभ देना, और नई पीढ़ी को टेक्नोलॉजी में आने के लिए प्रेरित करना, हर प्रकार से। और उसमें से मेरे मन में विचार आया कि लंबा कुछ ना लिखूं, सिर्फ वंदे मातरम मेरे भाव व्यक्त करूं। और मुझे खुशी है कि कल आपने उस बात को मीडिया से भी शेयर किया और आज इस सफलता के साथ वंदे मातरम का भाव भी नई ऊंचाइयों को पार कर रहा है।
थैंक यू सर।
मैं आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और जल्द से जल्द आपको मिलने के लिए निमंत्रण भी देता हूं।
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. We are privileged to hear you. I'm privileged to have your blessings. Entire team of Skyroad, entire India is really proud of your initiative to start the space program, open it up to private sector, and now we see historically, first time probably a private company have built and successfully reached an orbit in the first attempt. Thanks a lot. It's happening from India, and this is a 100% designed in India rocket, 100% manufactured in India, and I think thanks to entire team Skyroot, whose average age is just 28 years.
देखिए, समय था जब मैं आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करता था तो ना समझी में कुछ लोग उसकी मजाक उड़ाते थे, लेकिन आज आपने सिद्ध कर दिया कि हम इस क्षेत्र में भी आत्मनिर्भर बनने में समर्थ हैं और आपने उस समर्थ को दिखाया है। और मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि अब सबूत हमारे सामने है, साक्ष्य हमारे सामने है और ये आपकी टीम ने करके दिखाया है।
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
आज तो आपकी टीम खुशियां मनाने में लग रहेगी।
जरूर सर। एंड इनफैक्ट हम जब 2018 में स्काईरूट स्टार्ट किया था, उस टाइम पॉलिसी नहीं थे, देयर वाज नो फंडिंग एनवायरनमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में टैलेंट भी नहीं था, और हम फिर से हमारा जॉब्स छोड़ के स्काईरूट चालू किया था। एंड नाउ वी आर वेरी प्राउड दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज enabled us and opened up the sector to private players, and now we stand as India's first private company which have launched a rocket to orbit and also created a global milestone, all from India, with a fully Indian team, 100% built in India. Thanks a lot for enabling this journey and also setting a vision, big vision for 50 launches in 2030. Definitely, I don't see it as a challenge, sir. Thanks a lot for your encouragement and looking forward to meet you, sir, in person.
All right, viewers, so that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking.
We are very proud that
Thank you, sir.
the government is enabled us, thanks a lot, sir, and opened up the sector to private players, and now we stand as India's first private company which have launched a rocket to orbit and also created a global milestone, all from India, with a fully Indian team, 100% built in India. Thanks a lot for enabling this journey and also setting a vision, big vision for 50 launches in 2030. Definitely, I don't see it as a challenge, sir. Thanks a lot for your thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, and looking forward to meet you, sir, in person. Thank you, sir.
आप आगे बढ़िए, मैं पूरी तरह आपके साथ हूं। आपको आगे बढ़िए नहीं कहना चाहिए, मुझे कहना चाहिए और ऊपर उड़िए।
Thank you, sir. जरूर सर, thank you, thanks a lot, sir.
चलिए, बहुत अभी आपको कुछ न कुछ काम होगा, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरा आपकी टीम को सचमुच में मुझे देखकर तो खुशी हो रही थी।
Absolutely no words. Absolutely no words.
बहुत बधाई और बहुत शुभकामनाएं। आपने जो टारगेट तय किया है वो समय से पहले
So heartening to hear the Honorable Prime Minister thank you, sir. So highly about thanks a lot. हम जरूर Skyroot, कोशिश करेंगे. So highly about India's youth. Thank you. I think this is a historic moment, not just for Skyroot, for India, and also entire global space sector. In the first attempt reaching orbit, I never thought it was possible, and Skyroot team made it possible. Big shout out to this phenomenal team which made it happen. Absolutely no words. Absolutely no words. And in fact, this launch was nothing short of a suspense movie. We all experienced the highs, and never have we seen heartening to hear such suspense. And I think it's all worth it at the end. Skyroot. And I think we're really happy today, and that we have achieved something not just for very rare, for India, and also entire of India's talent, global space sector. In the first attempt, in fact, reaching orbit, I never thought it was possible. And Skyroot team made it possible. We are very proud to launch Vikram 1. Big versatile shout out to in the world. This and phenomenal team which made it happen. ISRO for enabling this. And more importantly, and in fact, this launch and also like thanking short of a entire in space team, we all experienced the efficiently authorized this launch. Never have we seen. In fact, I've seen countries, I think it's all waiting for launch authorization for so much time. Really happy India has proved it that government is very rare, very unique. Is the most efficient. And in fact, they enabled this launch in record time. There was zero delay in authorizing India's first.
All right, viewers, so this is Team Skyroots, and they were congratulated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He called them. For enabling this, and more importantly, I would like to appreciate and also thank entire in-space team which has efficiently authorized this launch. And in fact, I've seen countries, companies waiting for launch authorization for so much time, and India has proved it that government is the most efficient. And in fact, they enabled this launch in record time. There was zero delay in authorizing India's first private orbital launch. And like I was telling the Honorable Prime Minister with pride, this is a 100% designed in India rocket, 100% made in India rocket, built by 100% Indian people, for India, for the world. So in fact, I've written a speech, but I'm just out of words. And I'm so happy today, and really, this journey is only possible because first, Team Skyroot, of course, the government, the Honorable Prime Minister for his vision. All right, so this was Skyroots, Team Skyroots, and indeed celebrations in the Space Launch Center, in the Command Center. As you can see, these are the visuals coming in after the successful liftoff. And these are visuals coming in from Sriharikota, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your television screens. And even Prime Minister Narendra Modi called and congratulated the team, that is the Skyroots team. And the celebrations are indeed on. And these are also the visuals of the present trajectory of the successfully launched Vikram 1, which is now live in space with the message of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the space. These are the visuals coming in from space, ladies and gentlemen. And also, we are also being joined Dr. S. Venkateshwara Sharma, former Deputy Director, ISRO, who's joining us live. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining with us. I would like to get your first response on the successful launch and the trajectory that we are getting, the visuals of which, and how it's indeed a time for celebration for everybody who is interested in space, and especially it's a big leap for India in terms of space flight, sir.
Thank you, and the millions of viewers of Republic. I always have a first love for Republic, and that's how I had been. Congratulations to the entire team of Skyroot who made this Vikram possible. Really a great achievement. It's not easy to make a 4-stage rocket of 45 ton with 3 solid state and 1 liquid stage, and having 78 payloads and successfully deploying all of them is something really for the first time is something which we have to really appreciate. We have to congratulate the entire team, which is only average of 28 years. And also, I should congratulate the entire 140 crore people of this country who stood behind these type of startups, where the present government dispensation has started this, creating the ecosystem from the year 2017-18, and now about 78 years, it has created hundreds and thousands of startups who are making the rockets, satellites, and giving various services for this nation. This is a really great moment, and really heartfelt congratulations to the entire team and the entire country, and also the dispensation at various the capitals which they made it happen. And I am sure the way even the Prime Minister Modi spoke today and encouraged the youngsters and the team of Skyroot, as well as the team of the country who are in the startup and who are into this making the satellites and the rockets. I think it is really a wonderful time, and I think India is on the right path. As of now, it's only 2% of the global market what is being covered by ISRO. Billions of dollars are available as a market in the space sector, and our aim is to increase it to at least 10 to 15% and take it to 20%. With my 40 years of experience, I can tell you that we took 46 years. If you remember, the SLV we started 46 years back, and we launched 100 kg satellites after 3 attempts, and then right now, after 46 years, we are able to make LVM-3, the cryogenic engine, and we are moving towards semi-cryogenic engine with the capability to lift 18,000 kg into low Earth orbit and also Gaganyaan, etc. And this 46 years, I wish that the startups, the ecosystem what has been created in the country, this startup culture and the private private agencies getting involved in the space activities, I wish and pray, and also I'm confident that what has been achieved in 46 years will be exponentially reduced to maybe 4.5 years to achieve what had been achieved in all these years. And I really wish that the private players come up in much larger numbers, because the country needs hundreds and thousands of rockets to be launched and hundreds and thousands of satellites to be launched. And you can see, not to compare or anything like that, the countries which are adjacent to us, the way they are launching, the way they are growing, etc. I think we necessarily need to pick up the pace, and even though we have achieved a lot by Chandrayaan-1, Mars mission, landing on the moon, etc., still there is a lot to do for this country in the space sector, in terms of developing ecosystems, in terms of infrastructure, space infrastructure. You would have seen about 2-3 days back also, 1,500 satellites are being made by one of the private agencies in the country. I think there is a huge market which the country needs itself, and also the world is expecting this country to deliver. I'm sure that the way we are moving, the way we are planning, the way we are marching forward, I think we must necessarily move into the next orbit of creating an ecosystem for developing thousands of rockets and satellites, and also the private players and the startups.
And it's a big leap indeed, a private player, and a successful launch in the first attempt. That's a big deal, sir. Thanks a lot for joining us, Dr. S. Venkateshwara Sharma, former Deputy Director, ISRO, who joined. And also, we have A.E. Muthunayagam, former ISRO Director, also joining with us. Sir, now, you must have experience. All right, Jiten.
Prime Minister Modi opened up the sector. From a modest space economy, today we are close to $9 billion and hope to go up almost 40-45 billion in less than a decade. From a single-digit space startup, we are more than 400 space startups and one unicorn, Skyroot. Skyroot, the star of the day. And today's successful launch is a reiteration of India's entry as a global player in the highly competitive arena of space economy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for India, sky is no longer the limit. May India rise higher and higher. Congratulations once again.
All right, so this was Jitendra Singh, Minister of State in the Department of Atomic Energy of India, and now his address also to the media personnel. And now let's go across to an esteemed guest that has joined us, who has joined us on a phone line. A.E. Muthunayagan joins us on the phone line, former ISRO director. First of all, sir, thanks a lot, and congratulations to you too. What will be your first reaction on the successful launch of Vikram 1? We all know how the heart begins to race with anticipation with every stage after the launch of a rocket, sir. Over to you.
It's a great technical capability of Indian technologists. And I congratulate everyone who contributed to this, the leadership, and also every individual who contributed to the development. Congratulations once again. Thank you. Another rocket to success. Another rocket to success.
Sir, how difficult such kind of mission is, and how do you think they were able to achieve success in the very first attempt? And they were a very young team, which was highlighted even by the Prime Minister. In this case, he went on a call with them, he congratulated them, and the average age of the scientists at Skyroots, it's merely 28. Are we looking at a company that will be recognized very soon globally, sir? What do you think? All right, we'll try to reconnect. I think we lost the connection with A.E. Muthunayagan. But these are the visuals of the successful launch, and this is the trajectory of the Vikram 1, which has been successfully put into orbit right now. Visuals on your screens of the successful launch, and each stage was successful indeed. We are getting the visuals of all the stages, which is presently the visuals are of stage 3 on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and these are the visuals of the space, from the space of the successful launch, and all stages were successful, and this is indeed a very big day for all the space enthusiasts. All right, we have another esteemed guest joining us for an interaction. We have K. Sivan, former ISRO chairman, joining us on the phone line. Sir, if you can highlight the fact, being successful in a space flight, in a space mission in the first attempt, how big of an achievement is this, sir? First of all, congratulations to you too, Mr. Sivan.
First of all, let me say, this is a historical day in the Indian space ecosystem, and this is the first time that a private launch is wonderful. That is first attempt itself. They got a precise orbit, and this what I could say is this is the fruit we have today we have seen the space sector reform initiated by our Honorable Prime Minister. And in 2020, now we are able to see very quickly this fruit. It's a very, very heartening, and I am proud to be Indian. And at the same time, this particular launch is a special significance. As I am my point of view in the sense that this will give a very good inspiration and motivation for the startups working in the other area. Because when we are able to launch very high-tech rockets. So definitely that every area that is the startups ecosystem is going to flourish, and it is going to have a global impact both in the space economy as well as with other startup ecosystem. That way I would say that I would congratulate the entire young team for doing a wonderful job. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sivan, because a lot of research goes into this, a lot of investment goes into it. How has India grown comparatively? If you can do a short comparative analysis, and how are we faring right now? How much have we grown when we talk about space technology and the achievements that we have made, Mr. Sivan, sir?
Really, especially that I could see that a lot of that advanced technologies, this Skyroot has implemented in this particular first time itself that it is launched. And the type of precision with which they are able to make it the first launch itself, this is really heartening. It's a very, 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 very proud moment for the entire India when compared to the other space agencies there. So that way, it is going to be have a global level. It is going to be a historical day, I would say. Every Indian can be proud, and all the youngsters now that they can take the industry forward with this type of launches and with this effort. Technologically, it's a very, very advanced vehicle, and also it is a very low-cost vehicle. That way, it is going to be globally competitive. That's what, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kesavan, thanks a lot. It was indeed a pleasure to have an interaction with you. And once again, a very big congratulations to you and all the space fraternity. All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll bring you more visuals and more updates because this is a successful launch of Vikram 1. Coming up next, after the break, all details on that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा मसाला प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसर
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wound, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any further terror strikes against India. To the contrary, absolutely to the contrary, what we are concerned about is the start of a new information warfare narrative by Pakistan's ISI in collusion with its American CIA partners.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. It's a big news coming in, and Shivam, my colleague, is joining us. Shivam, it's a very proud moment for every Indian because it is India's first successful orbital mission by a privately developed rocket has just launched. And this is very similar to what happened with SpaceX. This is a big parallel that we can draw here. It's a huge moment for India.
We're looking at a company which can expand globally, and it has been successful in the first liftoff, in the first launch, which is indeed a very big achievement. And even the Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulated them, spoke on a phone call and said that this indeed is a very big achievement. We'll get you all the details on this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh addresses Republic's forces' first conclave.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भी हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने पूरी दुनिया के सामने अपने बदले हुए नजरिए को स्पष्ट किया है। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध जीरो टॉलरेंस हमारे लिए केवल एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं है, बल्कि लाइन ऑफ एक्शन है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम दरवाजे पर नहीं, बल्कि घर में घुसकर मारेंगे।
And Republic's first conclave, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh delivers stern message on terrorism, says zero tolerance against terrorism is not just a statement but a line of action.
यह जो पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप का मॉडल हमने अपनाया है, उसने डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक क्लोज इन्वायरमेंट से निकालकर जन आंदोलन बना दिया है। और मुझे कहते हुए खुशी होती है कि हमारी सेनाओं की तैयारी हमेशा अप टू डेट, अप टू मार्क एंड अप टू स्टैंडर्ड रहती है। और इसके सबसे बड़े उदाहरण के रूप में तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ही हमारे सामने है।
Rajnath Singh at the First Conclave says Operation Sindoor was an example of modern warfare.
ट्वेंटी 13-14 में भारत से होने वाला जो डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट केवल 686 करोड़ था, 686 करोड़ था, वह आज 25-26 में बढ़कर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 39,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक हो गया है।
Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, in his address at Republic Forces First Conclave, said that 75% of the defense budget is reserved for Indian firms. And the budget has significantly increased compared to the pre-2014 era.
के आधुनिकीकरण के लिए निर्धारित बजट का 75% भाग भारतीय उद्योगों से खरीद के लिए सुरक्षित किया गया।
Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, in his address at Republic Forces First Conclave, said that 75% of the defense budget is reserved for Indian firms.
3, 2, 1, 0.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1 in.
And India's first privately developed orbital rocket Vikram 1 lifts off.
भारत और पूरी टीम, सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई।
PM Modi speaks to Skyroot team after successful launch of Vikram 1, hails Atmanirbharta push. It's a very big leap for India. India's first private orbital class rocket Vikram 1, carrying multiple technology demonstrations, payloads and a postcard from Prime Minister Modi, lifted off from this spaceport. Named Mission Agaman, means arrival. The test flight's launch marks a historic milestone for the country's commercial space sector. Executed by Hyderabad-based Skyroot Aerospace. Those are the pictures that have come. And Shivam, I'm getting you in here. This is huge coming for India. This is a historic mission for India, Shiva.
It's definitely a historic mission and a successful historic mission. And indeed, Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulated the Skyroot's team, and he called and they spoke with Pawan. Let's listen in.
हेलो हेलो सर।
हेलो, नमस्ते, कौन बोल रहे हैं?
हेलो, we are Pawan and Bharat from Skyroot.
कौन बोल रहे हैं?
Sir, we are very privileged to hear you. First, your voice after the success.
पवन, भारत और पूरी टीम, सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने 2 काम किए हैं। एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं, और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी। और मुझे ये सफलता के लिए तो आनंद होना ही होना था, लेकिन आप लोगों ने जिस कमिटमेंट के साथ मेहनत की, और मैं जब आपके इन्फिनिटी कैंपस के उद्घाटन के लिए आपके साथ जुड़ा था, मेरे तो मन करता था मैं पहुंचूं, लेकिन पहुंच नहीं पाया, लेकिन आपके साथ वीडियो से जुड़ा था। और आज भी मैं
इस पूरे लॉन्चिंग कार्यक्रम को देख रहा था, कब से मेरा ध्यान जो गया, आपकी पूरी टीम 25-30 साल की दिखती है। ये मुझे और खुशी दे रही थी। शुरू में आपके चेहरे पर चिंता भी नजर आती थी, लेकिन फिर मैं देख रहा था कि खुशियों से माहौल भर गया। मैं आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को इस महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय के लिए और महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। जब हम स्पेस को प्राइवेटाइज करना चाहते थे, तब मेरे सामने कई सारी आशंकाएं रखी गई थी। ये तो हो नहीं सकता, कैसे करोगे, वैसे करोगे। लेकिन मैं इसको आगे बढ़ता ही गया। अब आपके कारण मेरे उस निर्णय को ताकत मिल गई है। अब मेरी टीम भी स्वीकार करेगी, यहां देश के नौजवानों पर भरोसा करना चाहिए, उनको काम देना चाहिए, और वो करके दिखाते हैं। आपने काम करके दिखाया है। मैं आपकी और आपकी टीम को फिर से एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Hello, sir. Thanks a lot for your wishes. And our team, entire team of Skyroad, more than 1,000 people are here in Sriharikota and listening to you. Our hearts are swelling with pride, and this means a lot to us.
देखिए, ये मिशन आगमन है। अब आगमन को तो और आगे बढ़ते ही जाना है।
Sure, sir. और सर, आपका कार्ड जो आप भेजे थे, that has successfully reached space, and you have written Vande Mataram. So Vande Mataram is in orbit.
देखिए, मेरे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। जब आपने ये सुझाव भेजा तो मेरे मन में कई विचार आए थे, लेकिन आखिर जब मैंने सोचा मैं सिर्फ वंदे मातरम लिखूंगा। उसके दो कारण थे। इस बार हमारा देश वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष मना रहा है, तो मैं चाहता था कि इसको एक नए तरीके से मनाएं, और वंदे मातरम ही था जिससे देश के नौजवानों को हमेशा देश के लिए जीने मरने की प्रेरणा दी थी। और आज वंदे मातरम हमें देश के लिए जीने की ताकत देता है, और आप लोगों ने जी करके दिखाया है। आपका जो कुछ भी मिशन है, मैं इसको एक प्रकार से वंदे मातरम मिशन ही देखता हूं कि भारत मां की गरिमा को नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाना, नई पीढ़ी को टेक्नोलॉजी को लाभ देना, और नई पीढ़ी को टेक्नोलॉजी में आने के लिए प्रेरित करना, हर प्रकार से। और उसमें से मेरे मन में विचार आया कि लंबा कुछ ना लिखूं, सिर्फ वंदे मातरम मेरे भाव व्यक्त करूं। और मुझे खुशी है कि कल आपने उस बात को मीडिया से भी शेयर किया, और आज इस सफलता के साथ वंदे मातरम का भाव भी नई ऊंचाइयों को पार कर रहा है।
Thank you, sir.
मैं आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, और जल्द से जल्द आपको मिलने के लिए निमंत्रण भी देता हूं।
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. We are privileged to hear you. I'm privileged to have your blessings. Entire team of Skyroad, entire India is really proud of your initiative to start the space program, open it up to private sector, and now we see historically, first time probably a private company have built and successfully reached an orbit in the first attempt. Thanks a lot. It's happening from India, and this is a 100% designed in India rocket, 100% manufactured in India, and I think thanks to entire team Skyroot, whose average age is just 28 years.
देखिए, समय था जब मैं आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करता था, तो ना समझी में कुछ लोग उसकी मजाक उड़ाते थे, लेकिन आज आपने सिद्ध कर दिया कि हम इस क्षेत्र में भी आत्मनिर्भर बनने में समर्थ हैं और आपने उस समर्थन को दिखाया है और मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि अब सबूत हमारे सामने है, साक्ष्य हमारे सामने है और ये आपकी टीम ने करके दिखाया है।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
आज तो आपकी टीम खुशियां मनाने में लग रहेगी।
जरूर सर। एंड इनफैक्ट हम जब 2018 में स्काई रूट स्टार्ट किया था उस टाइम पॉलिसी नहीं थे, देयर वाज नो फंडिंग एनवायरनमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में टैलेंट भी नहीं था और हम फिर से हमारा जॉब्स छोड़ के स्काई रूट चालू किया था। एंड नाउ वी आर वेरी प्राउड दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज enabled us and opened up the sector to private players, and now we stand as India's first private company which have launched a rocket to orbit and also created a global milestone, all from India with a fully Indian team, 100% built in India. Thanks a lot for enabling this journey and also setting a big vision for 50 launches in 2030. Definitely I don't see it as a challenge, sir. Thanks a lot for your encouragement and looking forward to meet you, sir, in person.
Right, we have an esteemed guest with us. We have Dr. B.R. Guruprasad, the former ISRO scientist, joining us. Thanks a lot for joining. And indeed, Shivangi?
Yes, well, Doctor, we are very, very proud here. Not just us in Republic, we saw it live, but every Indian is proud. And like PM Modi was saying, that the world did not believe that India could also have its own SpaceX moment, that India could also compete with the biggest space players all over the world. And today, India has proved itself, sir.
Yeah, namaskar. And what prophetic words Honorable Prime Minister spoke. He spoke about one thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, please carry on, sir.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry. The Prime Minister spoke prophetically. His prophetic words were, yes, Agaman has happened. Isse aage badhna hai, he told. Still, we have to go still further, still higher. So those are the kind of words which are very much at this time when there is euphoria. Because of course, we have got every reason, Indians, Bharatiyas, wherever they are, you see, they have to celebrate. Because, it is not easy to launch a rocket. It has become a cliche nowadays when we talk of some certain technologies or even accomplishments, we say, after all, it is not rocket science. That itself signifies how difficult it is to master rocket technology. And through Atmanirbharta, India has done that. All these years it was at the same time, today we have come a long way, and a private company with full of youngsters. Pawan Kumar Chandana just now told that the average age is 28 years. If you were to look at them, some of them, I thought they were freshers from college. Okay, those people have built a rocket capable of carrying satellites to orbit. Means, what is the capability of India today? Really, you think of it. Of course, this has happened thanks to the hand-holding from ISRO, no doubt about it. ISRO is a great organization. I was very much privileged to serve it for 37 years. It was my privilege. Okay? All said and done, it has enabled a private company to do this, in fact. So, it is yet another addition, yet another feather in the cap of India, no doubt about it. And let me tell you about July 18th. I've been telling this because since I'm very much interested in the history of the Indian space program, exactly 46 years back, a rocket called SLV-3, which was India's first satellite launch vehicle, was launched on this very day, 46 years back, July 18th, 1980, and it successfully launched a Rohini satellite into orbit. And on that day, India became the 7th country to launch its own satellite, in fact. after 6 other countries. Today, you see, we have come such a long way after that, and today a private company with full of youngsters that has launched a rocket in its very first attempt. It has been able to successfully launch the rocket and take the satellites to the required orbit and put all of them into orbit.
But Dr. Veer Prasad, there has been a lot of homework, a lot of research that goes behind this successful launch. Many hours, many days spent behind to make this successful. And this is not magic. This is pure hard work, dedication, entrepreneurship. And the fact that you very much highlighted is the average age, that is 28. We need that youth, that energy for such missions in this case now. But also he highlighted the fact that when this started, there were issues related to funding, and it was not as streamlined. There was no set of guidelines or rules. How challenging it is for new entrants to enter the space technology sector. And coming successful is another part of it. There's success, there's failure. But coming entry point into a space technology sector, being a player, a new entrant, how difficult it is.
Yeah. As I told you, after all, it is not rocket science. And space is not for the faint-hearted, let me tell you. Successes and failures, both are part of the game, in fact. But what is India's mantra in this regard? What is ISRO's mantra in this regard? Failure is not seen as a failure as such. Failure is seen as an opportunity to learn very complex, basic insights into the functioning of a complex system. So that is the mantra on which ISRO has practiced Atmanirbharta, and today a private company had entered the fray very, very, very successfully. Globally also, this is a very important event, I would say, very important milestone. Yes, in 2018, Pawan Kumar Chandana told that there was no, the ecosystem as such did not have the things as it is there today. But see the government's thinking in 2020, it invited the private sector on a large scale into the Indian space ecosystem.
Yes,
so,
Dr. Guru Prasad, I wanted to hold on. I'm also being joined by Dr. Srijan Pal Singh, scientist and founder. I will come back to both our guests. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi has now gone ahead and congratulated the team at Skyroot Aerospace on the successful launch of Vikram 1 in a post on X. The Prime Minister called it a defining moment in India's space journey, Shiva.
Yeah. Now, he said that this is about the growing participation. The growing participation of the private sector is opening new frontiers and accelerating innovation. Prime Minister added that this achievement will encourage countless youngsters to dream bigger and innovate fearlessly. And the message comes as Skyroot's Vikram 1 test flight carries both scientific payloads and symbolic messages, including a handwritten Vande Mataram postcard from the Honorable Prime Minister himself. Now, this is indeed a very big achievement, a big leap when we talk about space technology, and a private player entering in the space technology sector and being successful in the first attempt is indeed a very big achievement. We have our esteemed guests live with us. We have Dr. B.R. Guru Prasad, former ISRO scientist, and also we have Dr. Srijan Pal Singh, scientist and founder, Kalam Center. I would like to go to Dr. Srijan Pal Singh. Sir, I would need your initial reaction on this achievement, this wonderful achievement. And also, Dr. Guru Prasad highlighted the fact, as stated by the Skyroot's team, that the average age is merely 28. So age is no bar now. And there will be more competition for ISRO and other players who want to enter, and even SpaceX, I would like to mention that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a monumentous moment for India. And all Indian youngsters, especially those Gen Zs, you know, often we say the Gen Zs are not focusing enough, not doing this, that. But look at the Gen Zs. They have done this. So all credit to them. So it's a great thing. And when a 28-year-old median company is able to do that, age group is able to do, imagine the runway which these people have ahead of them, a good 20, 30 years of runway ahead of them. So you can imagine these companies, not just Skyroot, but many others will be inspired by this support and this success. The kind of things which India will achieve in space, not just through ISRO, but also through its own private sector. Prime Minister was very right to say that it will encourage a lot of young people to join the space mission, to take up difficult missions. And as Dr. Kalam the person to whom I would say, the solid state, the 3 solid states rockets were dedicated to. Dr. Kalam used to say the ignited mind of the youth is the most powerful resource on the earth, above the earth and under the earth. So this is the ignited mind of the youth of the nation who's achieving these great things deep in space.
Yeah.
One thing I want to also see encouragement is Indian investors to start putting money on Indian startups which are dealing with space. Now, even if you look at Skyroutes, 160 million has been raised, out of which 145 billion is through foreign funding and only 15 billion is domestic funding. I wish to see that now Indian investors start trusting our space acumen, our skills in space, and investing in our young boys and girls to take even deeper jumps into space. One interesting thing is we are focusing on Skyroot, but also the payload which is carrying. Look at one payload is very interesting, which is Embrace. It's another Hyderabad-based company. I think it's called Cosmoserve or something. And this Embrace is basically a robot which goes into space and is going to do a prototype modeling of how to clean space debris, the 30,000 space debris around the Earth. And this is going to catch them like a robotic arm and throw them and thereby burn it. This is a space cleaning mission. So Prime Minister used to talk about Swachh Bharat, and the youngsters of this nation are doing Swachh Antariksh. So that is something very interesting, I thought, India's first private mission in space. Just like ISRO started with helping the farmers and helping the fishermen back in 1980 when Dr. Kalam launched it on the same day in 1980, as Sir was telling as well. When the Indian youngsters, inspired by people like Dr. Kalam, have launched themselves into space, their first mission is to clean up space. So it's just interesting, shows the Indian ethos. No matter how high and how great we become, the idea of helping humanity is always behind all our core scientific missions.
Dr. Singh and Dr. Guru Prasad, we will discuss this further. I'll take a very short break. And like both our guests are telling us, the important part that our viewers should understand that until now, all launches, satellite launches were launched from Indian soil and were carried out exclusively by ISRO. But this is the first time India's first privately developed orbital rocket, Vikram 1, had lifted off a short while back. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? What we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wood, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water.
Appreciation, gratitude, whatever adjective you want to use, to the Skyroot team for making all of us proud. And you would have probably heard Honorable Prime Minister give a call immediately after the launch completed and had a long conversation with Pawan and Bharat, appreciating again what they have done and congratulating the team. So I would now request Pawan and Bharat to say a few words, and after that Chairman Isro, Secretary Doss to say a few words, and then we'll open up for questions.
Thank you, Pawan sir. And sorry to keep you all waiting. So the honorable sequence, like Bharat sir said, you had a small initially which gradually started again, sorted it out, and our heartbeats were rising, and it went smooth the moment we started, solved the problem, and then we took off, and I think it's a historic takeoff. First time a private company in India built an orbital rocket, brought to the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big historic moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector, because the world needs more access to space, and the world has a new launch vehicle, and now this time the launch vehicle came from India. And we also, in fact, very, very happy that this has been so well authorized by Space, which is the authorizing and voting agency, the regulator for space in India, which Dr. Govinda represents, and it's a phenomenal job of enabling the sector like no other thing. We have the best regulator in the world for space, and today is actually the result of that, and we're very proud that we were able to achieve this. And in fact, the lot, in fact, also credit goes to our team, Skyroot, a team whose average age is just 28 years, has built this India's first private orbital rocket and successfully launched to orbit in the very first round. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also really proud moment personally for me and Bharat. And so we took off at around 4 o'clock, and we had a great flight. We improved several new technologies. In fact, the rocket is completely built with carbon composite. First time in India, very light material. And we were able to do it fully qualified in actual flight. And then we have used 3D engine, which is the final engine, which actually put the satellites on orbit. And we separated the 2 satellites successfully. Graha Space, our customer, and Skyroot's our own satellite. This is the first time an orbital rocket belongs to Skyroot, and then satellite was launched successfully. Belongs to Skyroot, and the deployer with the satellite was launched also belongs to Skyroot. I think this is a very important capability proof for Skyroot and also for Indian space. And then all credit goes to our team, suppliers, the 400 plus suppliers across India who have supplied various critical systems to become a rocket. And very important backbone our investors who have worked with us in thick and thin, and who have done Skyroot from 8 years ago till now. And also all exceptional set of advisors when Skyroot on all critical issues. All the crew which made this happen. Also, I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister Modi, who opened up the sector project and set a very strong action. And then ISRO, the spaceport area today, is one of the best spaceports in the world. And the launch pad which we launched today, the first launch pad, is the most versatile launch pad in the world. And we were able to work very closely with the ISRO team, exceptional set of engineers who enabled this mission. And thank ISRO chairman, Narayan sir, for enabling this entire journey, seamless support given by all ISRO teams from SHAR, from Vice Space Center, and ISRAC, and other centers who supported this mission board. And with that, I think it's really a great landmark moment for Indian space. I'm proud that it happened in India and not here today, and is enabled by space and supported by ISRO. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think more to add, honestly, we are out of words personally, and just wanted to give a technical update in the 3. We targeted an ultimate goal, diploma goal for this mission was to actually reach orbit, and we did that. We targeted for 50 kilometer altitude, 60-degree inclination orbit, and most precisely we reached that, and we will be updating on the exact orbital parameters we achieved soon after the analysis. And this is, as Paul mentioned, a significant milestone. And to put it well, India has become the 3rd country where a private, with the private orbital class launch vehicle capability with this success. And one of the very few, one of the rarest moments where a private sector developed orbital rocket has been succeeded in its very first attempt. And this is a moment of great pride, not just for Skyroot, and all of India, I must say, and we hope to take it to such
a dear friends, very good afternoon to all of you. Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector, and we have to really thank our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, for his visionary leadership and direction for taking the space program to much greater heights. That is demonstrated today's launch. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country. Specifically, the space community is so proud on this great achievement. Surely, you all will agree with me, the Indian space ecosystem is growing under the leadership of our Prime Minister of India, and surely we all are contributing for the Viksit Bharat 2047. And first of all, let us thank our Skyroad team. Just the average age of 28 years, youngsters, our own brothers and sisters contributing for this great milestone. And of course, Mr. Pawan Goenka ji, as the InSpace chairman, also deserves high level of appreciation for his role as the InSpace chairman. Also, the ISRO centers and units for their role in hand-holding and supporting, enabling this great activity. And you all are part of us. We have so much time you have waited. And then let me also thank each and every one of you who are here on this momentous occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, yeah.
Congratulations, Pawan and Bharat. Indeed a big day, and congratulations on making the history. The first question is, what was going on your mind during that hiccup moment, and when the Vikram 1, achieved the orbit? If you could please tell us about that.
Yeah. So, like, if you mentioned about the whole we achieved, whole we encoded the automated launch sequence, that's automated launch sequences are built to actually hold the launch. The entire purpose of building an automated launch sequence is to check each and every tiny parameter, software, hardware, all sensor parameters. Every value is right and good to go for launch. Even a tiny hiccup, it should drive good, and post manual analysis only we should click here for the
one year. And this year's theme, Bharat, the defense powerhouse, captures precisely where the nation stands today, at the threshold of turning capacity into capability and capability into strength. When the organizers left the choice of subject to me, I didn't have to look far. A powerhouse is not measured by what it produces today, but what it is ready to produce for tomorrow. And in the profession of arms, tomorrow is coming far, far faster than ever before. And that's why I chose to speak on future military capability, preparing for tomorrow's warfare. Because every person in this hall is a stakeholder in the answer to that one question. When tomorrow's war comes, will Bharat meet it with capacities and capabilities which are its own? And what do we need to do to prepare for that tomorrow? But before I begin with that, let me endeavor to visualize the world in which tomorrow's war will be fought, as the world is transforming right before us. The traditional binary, as some of us feel and see, is no longer existing. It has given way to a war or a state which is far more blurred. Conflict today is dispersed, diffused, and pervasive. It's no longer confined to the clear front lines in the combat zone. Evidence of this blurred realities reach us daily. Away from the traditional conflict zone, we are witnessing or learning words of strike, not only in the conflict zone, but sometimes in the cyber domain and sometimes in narratives. And we realize that whether it's the conflict zone or otherwise, the domains of warfare have expanded. Away from the land, sea, air, and space, or including them, they've also transcended into the cyber, EW, and IW, that is the information warfare domains. But all this is not unprecedented. Decades ago, B.H. Littleheart had distilled it into a single line, and I quote, "The profoundest truth of war is that its forms are never constant," unquote. War is doing what it has always done, that is, changing form. So what is the changing character of war that we are witnessing today? What does it tell us? To understand tomorrow, let's look at what we are witnessing today on the battlefields. And I must say, today's battlefields are an open book. The recent and ongoing wars offer a window into how the future wars will be waged. And the wisest thing we can do is to watch, learn, and adapt, and of course, prepare. The battlefields of Ukraine and Iran are a living laboratory, illuminating lessons directly relevant to our own long and sensitive borders. Across these conflicts, we observe remarkable shifts. Let me say a few of them, which are the big ones. One, what we call precise mass. Low cost, attributable, autonomous capabilities fighting alongside traditional forces, multiplying the scale and accuracy of surveillance and strike. Two, gap-free ISR and electronic warfare now dominate the battlefield together. Satellites, drones, and network sensors have turned it transparent. If you can see something, you can hit it. And today, you can see almost everything. We need, in the armed forces, those eyes to be able to see, and also measures to avoid being seen by the adversary. Next, commercial technology with few modifications. Proliferated satellites, small airborne drones, cloud computing have stormed the battlefield. The results? Drones now stalk armor columns. Algorithms and autonomous systems jam radios and communications. The detection to strike gap has reduced from hours to a bare few minutes. Fourth, boots today share space with bots. Soldiers rub shoulders with citizen warriors, private armies, machines, and merchants, all operating thousands of kilometers away. And information campaigns amplified with technology shape outcomes before the first round has even been fired, at least they attempt to do so. Fifth is, of course, the duration of war. This long duration now tests the depth of national resources, because victory today, more than ever before, demands a whole-of-nation approach. Diplomatic, international, military, and economic, bound together by technology. Taken together, these shifts are rewarding the very forms or redrawing these very forms of warfare. On the one side is non-contact warfare, influencing and engaging the adversary through stronger standoff strikes, cyber measures, and information campaigns. It played its role in Operation Sindoor, and we saw the results of it, and it will continue in conflicts to come. Yet, this does not render the old and the conventional ground obsolete. Territories are still held or recaptured only by smarter boots on ground. Ukraine, Gaza, Nagorno-Karabakh have all reaffirmed the decisiveness of combat warfare, and therefore, the enduring primacy of land will remain. The verdict for today's or from today's battlefield is unambiguous. We must prepare for both forms. And if we have to master both forms, the question follows naturally, what must the Indian Armed Forces build, and where does each one of us here fit in? And here lies the unique reality. The Indian Army doesn't fight in one era of a war at a time. It fights the entire timeline of warfare along multiple front lines. From the bayonet to the bite, every generation of warfare demands our attention simultaneously. It's a vast canvas on which every industry, large and small, has a space to paint. But it's only that the space of this painting is setting out across our borders. The pace is considerably fast. Consider what's being built across our frontiers. We're seeing a rapid change in pace of missile technology and missiles. Developments are taking place at such pace with armed robos firing weapons on the battlefield. There are armed wolves which have been armed as an army, and they are now trying to carry out assaults along with the soldiers and the infantry on the ground. Truck-mounted microwaves are being prepared, capable enough to blind low Earth orbit satellites. The tempo is the takeaway. Now, hearing about robotic wolves or dogs, whatever you call them, and hypersonic missiles, there's a school of thought that the drone has retired the tank. I'd like to correct this fashionable misreading at the outset. The drone has not retired the tank. Disruptive technologies have joined the battlefield. They have not evicted the conventional ones from the battlefield. They instead are reinventing the conventional platforms. There is a constant need to upgrade the conventional warfare capabilities to be able to fight effectively with this disruptive technology which is emerging in our frontiers. At home, the light tank Zorawar, the K9 Vajra, they're conventional steel, which are being infused with new age sensors, with increased protection and lethality, balancing and integrating both the disruptive and the technological conventional ones. That remains the need of the hour. And this exactly is what is the balance reflected in our capabilities that we seek. On the conventional front, armored fighting vehicles, artillery, air defense guns, radars, surveillance, secure communication systems, personal protective gear for the soldier, and precision ammunition of every type, each reborn with technology infusion. Infusion to enhance their lethality, capability, and the ability to function and communicate seamlessly in a dense EW environment. And on the disruptive edge, let me be deliberately specific. When I spoke of robotic wolves, when I spoke of humanoid armed attempt soldiers firing on the battlefield, we need to prepare to manufacture these as also to counter these. Towards this, the possible answer lies in directed energy weapons, high-power microwaves, and electromagnetic pulses. Counter UGV, ladies and gentlemen, remains a field in infancy worldwide. With our brains, with our R&D, and efforts to develop it, I think India is open to take the lead in this sphere. Our drones, moving ahead, our drones must fly through jam spectrums, fiber optic guidance, or on autonomous modes, homing on with little or no guidance so that they can hit the mark. And on this mark, I turn my eyes to the Iran war, where we witnessed multi-billion-dollar THAAD weapon systems, radars being destroyed by drones. What do we learn? Should we only hunt the weapon, or is it better or a cheaper and a more effective method to hunt the sensor? We need vectors, cheap enough to be expended in large numbers, smart enough to find a radar which has gone silent, and autonomous enough to work through a jamming environment. Each is a niche, and each to be delivered at the adversary's tempo. Our very approach to building this has transformed. Earlier, the weapon shaped the organization. Today, the organization shapes and seeks the weapons. New structures developed, the Rudra All-Arms Brigade, Bhairav battalions, Ashni platoons, Divyastra batteries, all have been raised and more are under raising. We seek the support of the industry to further empower these structures that we've done so that they can be empowered to give us victory on the battlefield. And that's where every stakeholder in this hall has a role. The word stakeholder is where I now turn my eyes to. The history of warfare shows that while ideas may be conceived within the military, their realities extend way beyond it. The Honorable Prime Minister had encapsulated this spirit in the mantra of Jai, where jointness integrates with effort, Atmanirbharta empowers our capability, and innovation transforms ideas into actions. Inspired by this, the Chief of Army Staff recently has given us a call of Jai Se Vijay. So what is that enduring essential that translates Jai into Vijay? Incredible warfighting capabilities. First, and foremost possibly is research and development. The evolution of such industry which must invest in emerging technologies. Artificial intelligence, cyber, quantum, unmanned and autonomous systems, counter-autonomous systems, space, and advanced materials, not only to meet our future operational needs, but to power India's manufacturing growth and defense exports. We're looking at autonomous weapon systems and manned, unmanned teams. Second is strategic partnerships. They are the bridge of opportunity. R&D builds what we can create. Partnerships expand what we can access. In this complex world of threats, no nation stands secure alone. Shared defense innovation is the strongest shield. Certain technologies will never come to us on a platter, and we must continue to collaborate on terms of shared benefit, yet with local control. The BrahMos is a shining example. What began as a partnership abroad today stands as a capability at home. That must remain one of our templates. Partner for access today to be sovereign in capability tomorrow. Third, military-civil fusion. I call it the trioca of transformation. If partnerships reflect collaboration abroad, military-civil fusion must anchor it at home. In this, the trioca of academia, industry, and the military must achieve deep cross-domain synergy. We in the Army have shed our inhibitions, and I'd like to assure the House we are increasingly sharing our concepts, reaching out through coordination agencies, onboarding national technology missions, opening our equipment and our ranges for the industry, and of course, funding startups. And finally, I'd say is the passion. Between imagination and implementation lies the passion, the force that gives life to ideas. We are on a mission mode. No rest till we reach there. 10 or 15 years doesn't matter, but we will reach there. And we will put in what it makes to build in a resident architecture, the ability to think ahead, pioneer concepts, and possess the means to test and field them on the battlefield. And so I urge my friends and captains of the industry here, please discover, develop, and deliver. Let's create 360-degree linkages. To our policymakers, I'd like to only submit this. Technology today is moving ahead at the speed of software. Our processes and procedures have to be aligned with it. We heard the Defense Secretary, the Secretary DP, and from the R&D, Mr. Kaushik, all tell us that there are efforts at good speed to achieve that. Atmanirbharta will need all of that and more. Intent, synergy, joint ventures, and established overseas players to the courage of high-risk investment. I'll conclude now by saying that sometimes the most profound truths and partnerships and shared purposes are captured not in strategy papers or in keynote addresses, but in simple words that stir the soul. Jackie Schroff had made a statement in the famous movie Border when he said, "Chaman में इख्तला के रंग और बू से बात बनती है, हम ही हम हैं तो हम क्या हैं, तुम ही तुम हो तो तुम क्या हो." Though it was spoken for the defense forces, in a sense it reaches far wider. No single arm, no single institution, no single domain can achieve decisive success in isolation. Strength lies in togetherness and power lies in convergence. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thanks so much, sir. And now I request Arnav Goswami to please come onto the stage and felicitate sir for his presence at the Republic Forces First Conclave. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the powerful speech and a token of appreciation and gratitude from Republic Media Network. as we continue to keep our nation first and our forces first. Lieutenant General Puneet Ahuja. Thank you so much, sir.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wood, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh addresses Republic's Forces First Conclave.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भी हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने पूरी दुनिया के सामने अपने बदले हुए नजरिए को स्पष्ट किया है। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध जीरो टॉलरेंस हमारे लिए केवल एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं है, बल्कि लाइन ऑफ एक्शन है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम दरवाजे पर नहीं, बल्कि घर में घुसकर मारेंगे।
Zero tolerance against terror at Republic's Forces First Conclave. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh delivers stern message on terrorism. Says zero tolerance against terrorism is not just a statement, but a line of action.
यह जो पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप का मॉडल हमने अपनाया है, उसने डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक क्लोज इन्वायरमेंट से निकालकर जन आंदोलन बना दिया है। और मुझे कहते हुए खुशी होती है कि हमारी सेनाओं की तैयारी हमेशा अप टू डेट, अप टू मार्क एंड अप टू स्टैंडर्ड रहती है।
Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh at the Forces First Conclave says Operation Sindoor was an example of modern warfare.
ट्वेंटी 13-14 में भारत से होने वाला जो डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट केवल 686 करोड़ था, 686 करोड़ था, वह आज 25-26 में बढ़कर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 39,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक हो गया है।
Raksha Mantri says the defense budget has significantly increased compared to the pre-2014 era.
सेनाओं के आधुनिकीकरण के लिए निर्धारित बजट का 75% भाग भारतीय उद्योगों से खरीद के लिए सुरक्षित किया गया।
Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh in his address at Republic Forces First Conclave said that 75% of the defense budget is reserved for Indian firms.
Two, 1, 0.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1.
India's first privately developed orbital rocket Vikram 1 lifts off successfully.
भारत और पूरी टीम, सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई।
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to Skyroute's team after successful launch of Vikram 1, hails Atmanirbharta push. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the top story that we are tracking. India's first private orbital class rocket, that is Vikram 1, carrying multiple technology demonstration payloads and also, very important, a postcard from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, lifted off from this spaceport named Mission Agaman. Arrival. The test flight's launch marks a historic milestone for the country's commercial space sector, executed by Hyderabad-based Skyroute Aerospace. Now, these are the visuals of the successful liftoff of the Vikram 1, and it is a private player in the aerospace sector, in the space sector, which has been successful in the first attempt. This is Vikram 1 getting launched successfully into the space and completing all the stages successfully. These are the two visuals, one of the successful launch, and also we showed you the trajectory because there were celebrations in the space control room, and the message also from the owner and CEO of Skyroutes also, that the team is a young team with the median age, with the average age of 28 years, and a successful attempt, a very big attempt, and successful in the first attempt. This is Skyroutes, and this is a very big day for the space fraternity also, with the successful launch of Vikram 1, which is a private orbital class rocket carrying multiple technology demonstration payloads, and also a very important postcard from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which lifted off from spaceport. And let's listen into the interaction of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Space Route.
हेलो
हेलो सर।
हेलो, नमस्ते, कौन बोल रहे हैं?
हेलो, वी आर पवन एंड भरत फ्रॉम स्काईरूट।
कौन बोल रहे हैं?
सर, we are very privileged to hear you. First, your voice after the success.
पवन, भारत और पूरी टीम, सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं, और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी। और मुझे ये सफलता के लिए तो आनंद होना ही होना था, लेकिन आप लोगों ने जिस कमिटमेंट के साथ मेहनत की, और मैं जब आपके इंफिनिटी कैंपस के उद्घाटन के लिए आपके साथ जुड़ा था, मेरे को मन करता था मैं पहुंचूं, लेकिन पहुंच नहीं पाया, लेकिन आपके साथ वीडियो से जुड़ा था। और आज भी मैं इस पूरे लॉन्चिंग कार्यक्रम को देख रहा था। कब से मेरा ध्यान जो गया, आपकी पूरी टीम 25-30 साल की दिखती है। ये मुझे और खुशी दे रही थी। शुरू में आपके चेहरे पर चिंता भी नजर आती थी, लेकिन फिर मैं देख रहा था कि खुशियों से माहौल भर गया। मैं आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को इस महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय के लिए और महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। जब हम स्पेस को प्राइवेटाइज करना चाहते थे, तब मेरे सामने कई सारी आशंकाएं रखी गई थी। ये तो हो नहीं सकता, कैसे करोगे, वैसे करोगे। लेकिन मैं इसको आगे बढ़ता ही गया। अब आपके कारण मेरे उस निर्णय को ताकत मिल गई है। अब मेरी टीम भी स्वीकार करेगी कि हाँ, देश के नौजवानों पर भरोसा करना चाहिए, उनको काम देना चाहिए, और वो करके दिखाते हैं। आपने काम करके दिखाया है। मैं आपकी और आपकी टीम को फिर से एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Hello, sir. Thanks a lot for your wishes. And our team, entire team of Skyroot, more than 1,000 people are here in Sriharikota and listening to you. Our hearts are swelling with pride, and this means a lot to us.
देखिए, ये मिशन आगमन है। अब आगमन को तो और आगे बढ़ते ही जाना है।
Sure, sir. और सर, आपका कार्ड जो आप भेजे थे, that has successfully reached space, and you have written Vande Mataram. So Vande Mataram is in orbit.
देखिए, मेरे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। जब आपने सुझाव भेजा तो मेरे मन में कई विचार आए थे, लेकिन आखिर जब मैंने सोचा मैं सिर्फ वंदे मातरम लिखूंगा। उसके दो कारण थे। इस बार हमारा देश वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष मना रहा है, तो मैं चाहता था कि इसको एक नए तरीके से मनाएं, और वंदे मातरम ही था जिसने देश के नौजवानों को हमेशा देश के लिए जीने मरने की प्रेरणा दी थी। और आज वंदे मातरम हमें देश के लिए जीने की ताकत देता है, और आप लोगों ने जी करके दिखाया है। आपका जो कुछ भी मिशन है, मैं इसको एक प्रकार से वंदे मातरम मिशन ही देखता हूं कि भारत मां की गरिमा को नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाना, नई पीढ़ी को टेक्नोलॉजी को लाभ देना, और नई पीढ़ी को टेक्नोलॉजी में आने के लिए प्रेरित करना, हर प्रकार से। और उसमें से मेरे मन में विचार आया कि लंबा कुछ ना लिखूं, सिर्फ वंदे मातरम मेरे भाव व्यक्त करूं। और मुझे खुशी है कि कल आपने उस बात को मीडिया से भी शेयर किया, और आज इस सफलता के साथ वंदे मातरम का भाव भी नई ऊंचाइयों को पार कर रहा है।
Thank you, sir.
मैं आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, और जल्द से जल्द आपको मिलने के लिए निमंत्रण भी देता हूं।
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. We are privileged to hear you. I'm privileged to have your blessings. Entire team of Skyroot, entire India is really proud of your initiative to start the space program, open it up to private sector, and now we see historically, first time probably a private company have built and successfully reached an orbit in the first attempt. Thanks a lot. It's happening from India, and this is a 100% designed in India rocket, 100% manufactured in India, and I think thanks to entire team Skyroot, whose average age is just 28 years.
देखिए, समय था जब मैं आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करता था, तो ना समझी में कुछ लोग उसकी मजाक उड़ाते थे, लेकिन आज आपने सिद्ध कर दिया कि हम इस क्षेत्र में भी आत्मनिर्भर बनने में समर्थ हैं और आपने उस समर्थन को दिखाया है और मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि अब सबूत हमारे सामने है, साक्ष्य हमारे सामने है और ये आपकी टीम ने करके दिखाया है।
Thank you sir, thank you.
आज तो आपकी टीम खुशियां मनाने में लग रहेगी।
जरूर सर, एंड इनफैक्ट हम जब 2018 में स्काई रूट स्टार्ट किया था उस टाइम पॉलिसी नहीं थे, देयर वाज नो फंडिंग एनवायरनमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में टैलेंट भी नहीं था और हम फिर से हमारा जॉब्स छोड़ के स्काई रूट चालू किया था एंड नाउ वी आर वेरी प्राउड दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज enabled us and opened up the sector to private players, and now we stand as India's first private company which have launched a rocket to orbit and also created a global milestone, all from India with a fully Indian team, 100% built in India. Thanks a lot for enabling this journey and also setting a big vision for 50 launches in 2030. Definitely, I don't see it as a challenge, sir. Thanks a lot for your encouragement and looking forward to meet you, sir, in person.
And what a miraculous quantum leap it has been over the last 5 years since Prime Minister Modi opened up the sector. From a modest space economy, today we are close to $9 billion and hope to go up almost 40-45 billion in less than a decade. And today's successful launch is a reiteration of India's entry as a global player in the highly competitive arena of space economy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for India, sky is no longer the limit. May India rise higher and higher. Congratulations once again.
All right, viewers, now Dr. Chandrika Kaushik from DRDO. She's a senior scientist and director general at the organization, joins us on Republic TV. Ma'am, I want to ask you today, India achieved a milestone. We're very proud that first a privately developed rocket, Vikram, was launched by Skyroot Aerospace. How do you see this milestone, ma'am?
I think it's a major milestone and a great victory for the Indian private sector. And it also established our Prime Minister's vision in having that faith our Indian private sector can do it. The opening up of the private sector to the for the space has really brought a huge boost and has kind of, made it leapfrog towards contributing. So many young startups are working in this area, and I look forward to many more such achievements.
Exactly, ma'am. It is about having that faith in the private players, and this is what Raksha Mantri also talked about at Republic's Conclave. He said that it is the public-private collaboration which is driving the defense industrial ecosystem. How do you see this going forward as far as space sector is concerned?
I think it will only keep growing, and it will grow exponentially, with the public sector being the anchor and supporting the private sector, and the agility of the private sector to develop technologies in much shorter time frames. They will keep doing newer innovations, and our public sector, ISRO, NSIL, are supporting them in a big way, helping them with checking their designs, blueprints, helping them with the test facilities. I think sky is the limit. And not only sky, space is the limit.
All right, so this is indeed a successful launch of Vikram 1, and that too by Skyroots, a new entrant and a successful company when it comes to successfully launching Vikram 1, their rocket to the space. And let's go across to Sharda, who's joining us for more details on this successful launch. Sharda, this was indeed viewed by millions of people, and this makes the nation proud. And Sharda, the phone got disconnected. We'll try to reconnect again with Sharda. But this indeed is a very big achievement. This is India's first privately developed orbital rocket, which is Vikram 1, which lifted off from Sriharikota, and it was successful in all stages. And PM Modi also spoke to Skyroot team after the successful launch of Vikram 1, and he hailed Atmanirbharta push in this regard because an Indian company, a successful company when it comes to space technology, and that too a new entrant, and in the first attempt and in coordination with the ISRO was successful. Let's go across to Sharda for all the latest details. Sharda, this is indeed a very big achievement and a big success, and the nation is celebrating as we speak. Sharda, over to you for all the latest updates.
Well, the Vikram 1 was successfully launched and is now in space. While Vikram 1 is first entry step to that is the aerospace company, the Skyroot from Hyderabad, which is the first privatized company which is successful in not just one but 2 times rocket launch. If you remember, back in 2022, it was the first rocket launch that happened with the privatization. Now under Mission Argument, the second project also went to the same company where Vikram 1 was launched, and for the very first time, we have satellites placed by a privatized company in the space. If you remember, back in October, we had another competition with a private company where ISRO had combined with NASA and other US privatized company. But for the very first time, it's just ISRO's intervention is only until the launch pad and technical support, whereas the private company had it all designed, and also the entire plan was done by the Skyroot Aerospace. We also saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi writing a postcard letter saying Vande Mataram and sent it through the Vikram 1 Aerospace now, which is in the space. So apart from that, we can also point out that there is a nano art made out of diamond that has 3 important scientists that includes Abdul Kalam, Vikram Sarabhai, and also the other important part that Vikram 1 carried today was India's Scope 1 satellite that increases the photosensitive visibility all throughout the nation. So it's a very big open up for a privatization in the space arena. And the Vikram 1 is just the beginning for the Skyroot Aerospace, whereas the company is looking forward to do multiple launches in mass numbers, if you speak, because they have a 3D carbonated body, and the dimensions that they have made is a very small rocket that helps. And this is whereas the PSLV, when we compare to ISRO, it has 3 stages, whereas this one has 4, which is 3 solid and 1 liquid, that makes the rocket reach space faster.
All right, Shraddha, thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge, but indeed a very big achievement for the nation. All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. At Republic's Forces First Conclave, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh delivers a stern message on terrorism, says zero tolerance against terrorism is not just a statement, but a line of action.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? What we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency worked to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. President and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest.
नीतियां बदलने के साथ साथ सरकार ने एक और बड़ा निर्णय लिया है, और निर्णय यह है कि भारत की सेना के मॉडर्नाइजेशन का फायदा भारत के उद्योगों को मिले। इसलिए डिफेंस प्रोक्योरमेंट में व्यापक सुधार किए गए और हमने नए डिफेंस प्रोक्योरमेंट मैनुअल भी बनाए। नई डिफेंस एक्विजिशन प्रोसीजर के माध्यम से बाई इंडियन आईडीडीएम जैसी व्यवस्था को भी प्राथमिकता दी गई। सेनाओं के आधुनिकीकरण के लिए निर्धारित बजट का 75% भाग भारतीय उद्योगों से खरीद के लिए सुरक्षित किया गया। वैसे आप लोगों की जानकारी के लिए मैं बता दूं, इस साल हम नया DAP लेकर आ रहे हैं, डिफेंस एक्विजिशन प्रोसीजर लेकर आ रहे हैं, जिसके कारण देश में डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन को एक नई रफ्तार मिलेगी और एक नई ताकत भी मिलेगी। साथियों, मुझे यह देखकर भी खुशी होती है कि इस पूरे परिवर्तन की प्रक्रिया में प्राइवेट सेक्टर और पब्लिक सेक्टर दोनों कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़े हैं। और पिछले 12 वर्षों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमने पब्लिक सेक्टर और प्राइवेट सेक्टर के बीच की खाई को लगभग पाट दिया है। और साथियों, आज हम होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के साथ ही नहीं, बल्कि होल ऑफ कंट्री अप्रोच के साथ चल रहे हैं। और मैं तो कहता हूं कि अब तो हम होल ऑफ द पीपुल अप्रोच तक भी पहुंच गए हैं। चाहे इंडिविजुअल इनोवेटर हों, चाहे बड़ी कंपनी हों, स्टार्टअप हों या MSME हों, हर कोई राष्ट्र की रक्षा के इस महायुद्ध में अपनी नेशन फर्स्ट और फोर्सेस फर्स्ट की भावना से आहुति दे रहा है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that, tens of millions of voters' data.
The government is doing and everything that our forces are doing and everything that all of you in the defense ecosystem are doing to support, mentor, incubate and ensure that young people like him and many companies like him are able to innovate and create for our forces. So thank you for that. First up, I'd like to a lot of people don't know what IDEX does. They want to know more about IDEX. In fact, when I got to know about IDEX and I read more about IDEX, it was fascinating. But I think there are many more things that you can do. There are loopholes you can fix, you can perhaps expand. It's a fantastic idea. Thought about in 2018, but we've come a long way. I'll give time to each one of you to tell us about your initiatives and what you're doing to make sure that Bharat is a defense powerhouse. So I'll start with you, Mr. Vivek Kumar Sharma.
At IDEX, I'm sure most of people know what IDEX does. We are engaged with the co-creation and co-development of the technology which are required by the services. And why we say co-creation, co-development? Because from the starting, we are engaged with the user, we are engaged with the certifying agency, we are engaged with the testing agency, we are also hand-holding the startup. So we at IDEX are at the nodal of the all activities. And from the starting of the challenge launch till the procurement, we are with him. The only initial bottleneck when he becomes a winner, once he is a IDEX winner, then we are with the startup, be it a funding, be it a technological requirement through PI, our partner incubators like IIT Delhi, or the certifying agency. So we at IDEX are having two domains of technology development. One is the supply driven and second is the demand driven. So demand driven are the challenges given by the services where we launch the challenges and we get the responses. But there are certain supply driven challenges also. It are not challenges. The individual innovator or the startup or the MSME can come up with a solution and offer their solution to the technological solution, which we refer to the services for their assessment. And after that, we onboard them for the futuristic technological requirement. In future, IDEX itself will be engaging for the technological landscape in the defense sector, so that there is, when the requirement comes up, we are ready with the solution. So that's how we encourage and motivate and handhold all the startups through IDEX.
So I'd like to now bring in Mr. Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, of course, you directly deal with students and all the ideas, the challenges that are thrown and all the ideas that come back to you. It's fascinating, isn't it? Because today when you think of Operation Sindoor, for example, I remember sitting in the, all of us are journalists and we were in the newsroom when it happened. We were so excited with every video that was coming in. We didn't know the Akash technology that was behind, right? That was stopping all the drones or any of these technologies that are out there. It's fascinating. It took an Operation Sindoor for people to learn about a lot of technologies that we have. Now, when you're looking at challenges, what kind of challenges are you throwing to students and what kind of talent are you seeing out there coming back and giving you solutions to these problems in defense?
So I represent FITT IIT Delhi, which is incubator of IIT Delhi. So one thing which I want to clarify, when it comes to startup, people think that students are doing startup, but not anymore. So average age of startup founder in US is now 43, in UK is 47, and India is touching 40. You can see many of the startups you will meet. Nikunj will agree with me. Many of his colleagues are not students anymore, though of course students of life. So certainly it's a fascinating journey with IDEX. We have been, historically IIT Delhi has been one of the closest ally of defense services for a long time. And we are very proud to say that we are one of the largest partner with IDEX in this journey. We have 107 challenges running by 85 companies. So in fact, that makes us the largest. And many of these technologies are not just incremental changes which is happening. And most of these technologies are fundamental changes that will be coming in.
Can I just pause you there? Can you give us an example of a challenge?
So challenges are quite varied. It could be coming from the Navy, for example, underwater drone. It could be coming, I'm just giving exactly opposite example. Drone, people think that coming from Air Force, but the Navy is also bringing the underwater drones. It could be from the Army about firefighting. It could be from the Defense Space Agency about analysis of the space data. So that kind of technical challenges which people have not heard of. When it comes to challenges, normally people think that, okay, there is a bomb, we have to drop a bomb and everything will be solved. That's not the way it works. Now it's a lot of psychological database war. And before the war actually happens, there is a pre-war and the post-war that happens. And we have seen in the Operation Sindoor as well. Now what happens, you mentioned about Operation Sindoor. What happened, Operation Sindoor was a COVID movement for the way the health community in India has changed after the operations, after COVID. Same thing happened in Operation Sindoor. I remember, in fact, I still can share with you, I remember a few days back before the real thing happened, I received a call from one of the officers. I said that, how many drones we can get? I said, not many. Because most of the startups may not have many drones, because if they have large drones, they will not be startups. So he said, we require drones. So post the Sindoor happened, you will be very proud to know there are more than now 1,500 drone companies in India. And the technology that we are working on, earlier we were mainly importing the technology and we were only doing the assembly here. But now the technology is being developed here, whether in terms of engine manufacturing or whether in terms of flight, whether in terms of payload. And now drones could be of several types. Drones could be, since morning I am hearing the drones, they have explained the drones, they could be swarm drones. Drones could be supply drones, drones could be high altitude drones, it could be desert drones, it could be underwater drones, it could be drones servicing the drones, it could be drones which are stopping the drones. There are 100 side type of technology that will emerge in the future. Now, are we ready to take up those technologies? That is something startup is doing. Now, what the openness which has happened from the defense forces was earlier, the concept was not there to engage with startups because of data security and other issues. Now today you approach any of the senior leader in the defense forces, the first answer is yes, we will be able to do it. Now that's a positive thing we are saying. You also ask certain challenges, which I can highlight one or two challenges. Challenges is that the expectation that startup will have money to do NCNC. No cost. So the startup incurs certain cost. IDEX is supporting, the private industry also supporting, but our request to the government and our request to defense forces is that think of a startup which is bootstrapped, which does not have any money. So how do we create a mechanism so that more innovation can happen and faster procurement can happen? There are speakers before this panel also spoke about procurement challenges. But when the large company has a procurement challenge of for a year or so, imagine in terms of startups. So how do you, maybe Nikunj can throw more light upon the challenges, how the Saga Defense has faced and how this has, overcome those challenges. But when it comes to startup, the opportunity is huge. What I can foresee, the kind of support which is coming in both from the forces side. The another thing what we have started doing is the dual use technologies. The focusing on not only the defense technologies, but also the technology which can be used by the civil sector. So in the peacetime, the technologies can inspire some civilian technologies. So can the space technology working on defense side can solve a medical problem? Can companies working in drone do something for Ganga mission? It could be opposite, but it is possible to do it. Because technology, what today the Vikram 1 has been launched, you have seen some of the fundamental things we are very excited, but some fundamental things that we have missed. It is based on composites. The composites are developed in India. The 3D printed engines which are developed in India, which are printed in India. Now these are fundamental scientific changes which are happening. Now can these composites, which is, you can imagine the rocket is going with high speed and there's a lot of friction, resistance, so it has to be fire safety, it has to be pressure, there are a lot of things which are there. Can I use those same composite for my trucks, which are going to so there's civilian use. Can I use the 3D printing engine for my aircrafts, which we are currently importing from abroad? When we can produce engine for the rocket, why can't we produce the 3D printing for our aircraft? So those kind of different usage we have to think. Then there is a more opportunity for the companies to not only focus on the core, but also look for other opportunities.
We also have Nikunj Prasha sir amongst us, and Nikunj sir is from Saga Defense. And sir, to you, I would ask, from a founder's view, how does IDEX help move from innovation to induction?
Thank you so much, first of all, to have you on this panel. And मैं कविताएं लिखता हूँ, तो मैं 4 लाइनें कविताएं के पहले बोलूँगा कि मैं चला था अकेले अंधेरे में घर से, जिसे घनघोर अंधेरी रात समझ के, कब वो सवेरे का आंचल बन गया, बस पता ही नहीं चला. So in 2014, I came here in India. And that's where Invest India was formed out of Fiki House, in Mandi House railway station there in the Fiki House. And while this journey of getting in, when the DAP and everything was coming in, IDEX came through. And the biggest challenge is when you work in the defense tech, and especially in the defense ecosystem, the country itself do not has the ecosystem as of now, even today. And you would consider me blunt, but even today's time when we are working and when we look at larger programs, larger players, there are a lot of foreign partners. Because as my mentor says, from agricultural age, we went straight away into IT age, and we missed the industrial age in between. I think this change has been brought on by IDEX. We look at this program. And Sagar, when got into the first program of IDEX, we were in a 1200 square feet of office. And today from 1200 square feet of office, we have moved over to 60 acres of land space and acquiring another 400 acres. This was never possible. I would also like to say is the initial journey we went to across 187 investors and almost 2.5 years back. None of the investors were ready to invest even ₹1 crore in you. Today, due to this program, and matter of fact, our investors has an MOU with IDEX, they've invested over 400 crores into us. And we don't need to talk about investments. I'm like, if you see Sagar doesn't talk about investment because raising investment is not success. It's important is on the product lines which you have based. So the challenges also which was thrown across to us, it was very unique. And one of the challenge which was for underwater technology which we developed and which is in the induction phase while we speak, the challenge was that we had to develop a swarm of vessel, and as we felt in the PSQR, we thought we have to build 1 or 2. But when the original document came in after getting the system, we had to build 20 of them. I said, how do we build in 1.5 crore? And we went to IDEX. And I said, I don't have this kind of money of building in 1.5 crore. IDEX went to, and I would say DIO went to one step more ahead, got us a partner, and for the first time a DPSU came on board to do an MOU and invest as a loan grant, and the DPSU said that once you're successful, you pay us this money back. This was done by DIO. So there has been a sea of change. Most important is, I personally believe, as an entrepreneur, we all need to have the integrity. We all need to have the assertiveness and humbleness to go across and approach the customer, approach the DIO organization and talk about them. And that has really helped Sagar to scale. And, since then we have not looked back. We have done programs after programs. We are doing currently programs as we scale up. And the support has been tremendous on that front. Plus, we need to come out of trader mentality. You would also see that you get an IDEX program and you get a foreign partner and collaborator onto it. And then if you execute a product, then it's a challenge for you, especially when you're going to procurement cycle. But moment if the technology is built in-house and you have delivered the first prototype, then it's the scaling of the technology. The NRE cost has already been taken care for. So at times, we also need to understand 13 different file levels have to clear by the time it reaches the IFA. Everybody in the system, you need to understand how IDEX operates, how these challenges operate. And we were somehow in that phase where it was new to everyone. So questions would be asked. And it's in India, right? The corruption matter also is always there in everybody's mind. If somebody is trying to take that risk and he's going to sign that document, it's going to fall back on him also. And we need to take that openly and accept that. But at times as entrepreneurs, we do not accept that. We expect that the results have to be faster because we have worked hard for it. So a contract should be signed in a year's period. It can happen. It could go to 1.5 years. Wait for it. Have that patience. And if you have that patience, I have seen in the country, it has changed. Sagar from 1,200 square feet has gone into 60 acres, setting up 4 factories as of now. That's our journey, right from selling houses, getting heart attacks, getting paralyzed, to be where we are today.
That's fantastic. I think it's a superb journey. I'll tell you, as a journalist, a few years back, I would say from 2010 to 2014, right? It was Arnab sir's team that broke a lot of stories. There was an arms gate. There was some chopper scandal. Augusta West. I wouldn't get into it, but you would hear of, when you speak of defense deals, there would be so much of rot coming out, right? But a lot has changed since then. I mean, now you have this fantastic story, because I was just reading that Sagar Defense has launched India's first indigenous ship-launched tactical spotting multi-copter with autonomous launch, recovery capability from moving platforms, including INS Vikrant. And you've also demonstrated the Varuna heavy-lift cargo drone in Indian Navy shipboard trials to enable the world's first routine cargo transfer between 2 moving warships. Now, this is the stuff of dreams. I mean, I can't think of any situation or a scenario where the problem is thrown at you, you grab the problem, you scale up, and then you get a big contract, right? Now, all of this is great. But obviously, I'm sure there is, if you can come this far, there is so much more that you can do, right? Because we've seen, especially when you speak of autonomous drones as a starting point, we've seen in the Iran war, for example. I mean, even now, these drones are being used by the Americans. I mean, we saw the CENTCOM put out some videos of these drones going and ramming into the Iranian, coast. But good stuff. But what are the challenges? Do you think there is a lot more we can do, a lot more capital that can be put in? Because we are on this platform, people are listening to you. What can we do more to scale this up better?
This is a fantastic question, and again, there is a journey. So I'll talk what I got from my journey. When initially IDEX started, we were allowed to get 2 challenges. I was the first one with this Swavlamban with Navy on stage. I said, if this could be made to 5 challenges, if somebody could get. And by the time I walked out of auditorium, they told me, Nikunj, it has gone up to 5 challenges. We had a prime of 5 crores, which now is backed by 10, and then Aditi of 25 crores. I personally believe it is not about capital. And let me tell you, innovation or invention is not dependent on capital. We did not copy a DARPA model which is there in US where they say, hey, look, we are going to invest only in programs which are 20% chance of success. The technology, when you talk about this basics, physics, chemistry, and maths, when we talk about innovations. In country like us, the way we have, and it's a mindset, we have somehow become traders. We have suborned the word which is called is jugaad. And when you talk about scams, it's not scam. It's actually, if you look, the forces need something to fight a war today. Are we ready for that as an industry? Even the large corporates as an industry, they have also been managing the expectations of the forces because they were in a position to do that. We as entrepreneurs or younger companies and MSMEs which are now coming in, we need to heavily invest into our R&D. What is that percentage of R&D we are actually investing in? That's the certain questions to ask. Second, in that forte also see, India post the Chandigarh lab which got burnt out in late 80s and 90s, our silicon industry got destroyed. And that never came back. Even today when the silicon industry is coming up, what we are doing is spotting on the silicon wafer. When are we going to go very deep into that? Because that is your arsenal. The silicon chip is your arsenal for the next revolution. And that's what I believe would help us, once the silicon comes in, will help us to bring in more capex. The biggest challenge as an investor point of view, and this is what I've kept asking, today there is a FOMO where investor would invest. But I asked this question to myself, was it I was good or am I able to explain my technology much better? I think the customer has been able to understand the technology better. The customer has able to understand that even the COTS equipment, which are non-mill standard, and DQN says non-mill standard equipments can go into a mill standard platform. The customer is ready to accept. So more proactiveness has come from the customer's side, and especially for us as the Navy and the Army, where we work very extensively. That proactiveness has come in, and that has actually helped us to reach where we are. And those are certain obstacles. So it's a change of mindset. And moment when you talk about edge, that means edge computing, autonomy, you cannot have everything in mill standard. In the topmost aircrafts also do not have edge computing because you convert them to a mill standard, that means your performance goes down. Your thermal variations, your chip variations comes in, the performance goes down. That means COTS equipment on the go for the first phase has to be accepted. And then as you keep elevating the technology of mill standards coming in. That we have seen that the acceptance at the customer level has happened, and this is how Sagar has been progressing.
Vivek sir, since IDEX has been running these successful programs, we have seen a lot of development in technology as well. What would you say makes a successful prototype into a successful induction?
As my co-panelist has clearly mentioned that it takes time and patience. They have to be patient enough because the process of from innovation to induction is a lengthy process because ultimately it has to go to the services for the through the user trials, and there are different parameters which has to be met by the technology to be developed by the innovator. So for that there are certain processes which he has to follow. He has to go to testing trial, he has to go to the proof ranges for getting it cleared, and it takes time. We understand. That's why we at IDEX are now empowering the expert in the field of testing and quality checks so that they can handhold the startups, because startups are coming for the first time in this ecosystem. I would like to inform you that the successful winners are the successful winners in the future also, because they know the process and they are comfortable with the process, and they know the requirement, how to prepare the document, how to go about the testing, how to go about the certification. So first timers face problem. If you see the numbers, there are total 560 contracts which we have signed, and out of 560, there are 350 plus unique winners, which tells that there are repetitive winners from the same company because they are aware of the process. So we are engaging the expert, we are reaching to the new startup so that they are comfortable. If I want to inform each and everyone in the hall that IDEX has started general outreach program from July itself. 6th of July we have started, and there will be around 10 sessions before the new challenge is launched, so that the people, the startup MSME who are not aware about the IDEX process, IDEX certification, they can be encouraged and they can be onboarded for the future challenges.
Okay, if I can take the last question with Dr. Agarwal. Dr. Agarwal, your mandate, I'm assuming, is to bridge research from IIT Delhi with real-world deployment, right? Taking forward what the Sagar Defense has said, that R&D is the problem, and it is. I mean, we all acknowledge it. How much of India's best defense-relevant deep tech is stuck in academic journals, right? And what does it take to get it out?
That's an excellent question. So I'll take a step back and make you understand that how Indian academic research has progressed over the period of time. Unfortunately, in India, we had a challenge of a mindset in earlier times that the professor should do teaching and research, he should not do a startup. That was earlier times. In the last 5-6 years, many IITs have taken this step and created a faculty entrepreneurship policy. And in fact, we are encouraging professors to form their own companies. Out of 85 defense companies we have, you will be very glad to know 22 of them are professor-led companies. That means professor of electrical or professor of artificial intelligence is the major shareholder in that company. So now what does it mean? It means that there is a research happening for many years. He has done his PhD, there are PhD scholars under him, there are MTech scholars under him. And for many years, he has done some research, and now he's translating that research into commercially viable product. Not only commercial viable product, but also it can be replicated multiple times. Now, there are many such examples exist. Now, the second step is that one part is that like epitome, the professor comes in, he is not only bringing the research acumen, the depth, but also bringing the entrepreneurship ability to take the startup forward, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, that makes the best scenario for the defense deep tech ecosystem. Now, the second best scenario is what we call technology transfer. Now, historically, if we see, government is not being miser in providing money. Government always provides the money for research purpose. But what happens, the mechanism of translating that research from lab to market was not there. Even an institution like us, we have not a very glorious track record of transferring the technology. Technology-wise, they are fantastic. The publication will go in the top-tier journal. Everybody prays about it. But adoption by the industry is minuscule. Now, there is a focused approach which is happening that we are welcoming industry to partner with us so that this technology can be translated or given to them. Today in IIT Delhi, we have more than 800 technologies, not exclusively to defense, but other areas also, which are ready to be given to the industry. And we are not looking at a huge amount of license cost. We are saying that you come forward, whether if you are able to pay something is good, but there is some usage. So we are inviting industry, we are hosting roundtables, we are hosting discussions across the country and asking the companies to come forward. And not only Indian companies, even international companies. Now that is something, if these technologies are able to find market in the company, then company can develop an OEM structure and then take them forward. That is what we call lab to market. So the deep tech can only happen when there is a acceptance from the industry. That is something what we are encouraging.
Fantastic. Okay, so I mean, fantastic conversation. We can go on and on. Yes, please.
One last point I want to make.
Go ahead.
I am not able to resist, but yesterday evening I saw Christopher Nolan Odyssey. So Indian defense journey, I just want to make this point, is Indian defense startup journey is like a Odyssey where the Odysseus take 10 years to reach home.
Yeah.
But I think he's about to reach home.
Yeah, fantastic. No, we have a few speakers.
With the support of organization like IDEX and company like Saga Defense and institution like IIT Delhi, we are about to reach home. So it will be another epic in making that how India being the largest importer, in next few years' time, we become one of the major exporter of defense equipment in the world.
Absolutely. In fact, I was about to say that we have some young men who will be on stage in some time from now. They're competing with the Shaheeds of Iran. It's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, and Sagar, just give me a number. How much of a contract do you have with the government? What's the number? Okay. But I'm just saying this is the stuff of dreams. So fantastic. Thank you for all the good work you're doing at IDEX and for supporting the young startups. Sure, sir.
I mentioned about the contract, not for Sagar, but IDEX winner has got almost 3,000 plus procurement contract.
3,000 government contract, 3,000 crore.
And AON is around 5,000 crores.
Amazing.
And so this is the number IDEX as a whole.
Amazing, sir. Thank you for that, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vivek Sharma, Dr. Agarwal, and Nikunj. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wound, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any further terror strikes against India. To the contrary, absolutely to the contrary, what we are concerned about is the start of a new information warfare narrative by Pakistan's ISI in collusion with its American CIA partners, which
to the youngsters of this country who have made the country proud by making the country the only third country in the world which private people have launched. And the first maiden launch, having 4 stages, the 4th stage, all performing as per the predicted trajectories and launching all the satellites. It's a beautiful event to see. I was seeing live on the channel which ISRO has streamed. It was a great movement, and how this is an example actually of my talk, where the government and private industries and particularly startups working very closely together, both the government machinery, the government facilities, the government of India supporting, and then the ISRO supporting fully with all the facilities, the DRDO supporting with all the facilities, the next door to DRDO, Skyroot is there, and all the things happening is a great, great movement. In fact, I was over-thrilled when I was seeing it. It's a maiden launch. All stages, all separation mechanisms, whatnot, control, guidance, everything, the release of the satellites, everything happening is a great moment to see. I think now it is. So much of power is there in our youngsters of the country, and we are actually unveiling that now, and that's what we are seeing in every field, what is happening. And the times have changed, where in the initial stages, where we have been trying to understand each and every element, discovering it, designing it, or understanding the problems, go through the failures and all that, which were taking maybe 8 years, 10 years, 15 years and all that based on the mission. Things have changed now. Today, things have come to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years are the periods which are coming. I see the recent developments. Couple of them I'll narrate. In the military domain, defense domain, the FICV, both tracked and wheeled. In 2 years, it rolled out. In 2 years, and 2 industries. Both the industries have come out. One more great example, the lightweight tank. Mr. Ramchandran is sitting here. L&T and DRDO jointly working, coming out just in about, I think, 22 months. It has rolled out. 22 months, a tank rolling out from design stage, whichever way it is. Critics may say here and there that is imported, this is imported, okay, whatever it is, a tank has been designed, issue meeting all those requirements and everything. A tank has come out and rolled out and then ready for the trials. Great achievement again, the government department and the private agency collaborations working together. And you can see the same thing in many, many areas. What I mean to say is, look at the long-range anti-ship missile, which is a kind of a missile. I feel that's one of the best missiles in the world. Why I'm saying this is, I don't want to mention the numbers, figures of the range and all that, but then it has such a range and traveling all through atmosphere and traveling more than 80% of the period is above Mach 6 at hypersonic speeds. And then at that hypersonic speeds, your seeker gets opened and then look for the ship and locate it and go and hit it and making it a successful thing is a great thing. In fact, it was a fantastic thing that day to watch it because, okay, I can say there was some data loss for some time. But then Indian Navy said, you don't bother about data, the ship is hit and sunk. What else you want? Great thing. So such a great things have happened now with the partnerships, with the level of the industry coming up in this country. See, if you look at about 10, 15 years back, majority of the industries were in BTP mode, build-to-print mode, and trying to take everything and then you only trying to manufacture and again come back to DRDO for integration, assembly, testing and all that. In the last 10 years, starting with Make in India and then getting into Atmanirbhar Bharat, most of them have migrated to build to specifications, BTS, are able to build. In fact, gone beyond that stage, trying to conceive an idea, try to conceive a design and develop the things, many of the people have come out. Many of the subsystems, you take an aircraft, you take a missile today, most of the subsystems are coming from various industries, which earlier probably would have been a BTP stage, now today in a BTS stage. That is how I can say now, Dr. Kotana Harinarayana is here. LCA, if this country has taken 18 years or something like that, now with this type of a ecosystem coming up in the country, the LCA Mark II, within the sanction of the project, probably about 2.5 years. I'm not the program director, but I can roughly say it will be rolling out. AMCA probably should roll out in another 1 year or so. He is nodding his head, so he is sitting there and saying yes. And so imagine aircraft which has taken 18, 20 years in this country. Now we are talking about, it is not that one organization or one agency or something like that. It's the ecosystem's greatness, ecosystem which has evolved in the country. These systems are all available. You ask for the entire Avionics is coming from the industry today, whichever industry, Bangalore you go or Hyderabad you go, most of the industries have got the ecosystem of all these things and trying to develop and give you very quickly mission computer, or you ask any other systems and all that are coming out so fast and quick and trying to give it is what is happening. That's the change which has come. This is the type of integration what we need of all the people in the country. That is what exactly somewhere here it said, the mission mode approach. Mission mode approach by all constituent elements who are present in that, trying to take it forward. And particularly, if you look at the way the startups have gained, in the last, probably I say, definitely 10 years if you look at it, 2016, we had 458 startups in this country. Now we have more than 2 lakh startups in the country. And thousands of them are in the defense and aerospace field, trying to make many of the things, trying to make core propulsion systems. And talking about electric propulsion, green propulsion, plasma-based propulsion, and talking about, I don't have any doubt, probably in the next couple of years, a private or industry or slash a startup may come out with a rotating detonation engine-based missile in this country, completely in the private side. That sort of a capabilities which have come up. Look at today, the drone sector. Completely it is by the industry. It is not, I think, contributions of the government organizations and all that, except the technologies, background, something and all that. Everything is coming from the private industry today. 95% of them are, by 90% of them are startups which are providing these drones today. Look at other side. In the space segment, which is the fourth dimension of warfare today, is again most of those industries which are working, startups which are working, are from outside the government, which are coming out with the various varieties of payloads, what we have been talking about, hyperspectral payload, or synthetic aperture radar-based, SAR-based things, or otherwise other payloads, even ELINT payloads, SIGINT payloads, so many things coming. And all these payloads actually you are able to put it on a drones also, trying to give it and all that, is what is happening. So much. And the timelines have changed, quicker timelines. So thanks to, in this, somebody was mentioning in the panel discussion now, the various schemes which have come up in the government of India. But particularly 2 schemes we need to mention which have actually promoted the startups and MSMEs in a big way. One is IDEX. More than about 683 startups have been engaged for about 543 systems design development. That is the contracts. 543 contracts over 683 industries. Such a large number of startups which have been engaged by this, and then you have so much of mechanisms created in the DAP, trying to, the moment you make a prototype and you are able to test, automatically it is taken in the route and getting into the acquisition mode of the military. Is one thing. Second one is the technology development funding. On one hand, IDEX gives up to 25 crores. The technology development fund gives up to 50 crores, more than 100 such MSMEs. Is all for more for startups and MSMEs. Both the schemes which have been designed have come out. And so getting engaged, you are understanding what are the problems, problem statements. Thanks to the complete military domain people of the country who are able to give so many problems. That means you have given 583 problems that you come out with the solutions for this. See, we were talking about earlier positive indigenization list of list 1, list 2, list 3 to come out of the spare parts and imports of from outside the country, and then trying to make all that in the country. We have made so many lists and made out close to 5,000 things, and then majority of them, almost about 4,000, have been indigenized in the country. That was the situation where we are talking about an item, existing item, we are trying to indigenize. Whereas we are talking about ab initio new solutions, which are, you are coming out to your imagination of putting into picture, and then people are coming out with the solutions. That is what has happened. This is what is it. Lab to production, lab to getting into manufacturing. The way the manufacturing sector has changed. See, you have seen, last financial year, 1.78 lakh crores is the indigenous production. And crossing the 75%, which is being allocated in the defense capital acquisition, the things have crossed. And then, as I said, Honorable Prime Minister, when he gave Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, then the third call, clarion call, what he gave is Make for the World. We were the largest importer of defense equipment, one of the largest, 1 and 2, 3, we have been standing in that. And now you see the last financial year, 24-25, it was 23,666 crores exports, and this year it has crossed 38,454. Almost 1 year just jump of 15,000, and so you are making the dream, Make for the World, a reality. In fact, Honorable Raksha Mantri, that time what he gave, 50,000 crores is the target, you are almost nearby. You will cross much more that by next financial year. So that is the type of a change people are seeing. What a proud moment for this nation. Another nation which has got its Republic Day parade, and in that Republic Day parade, you have 3 Indian items were put in that parade. What else we can think of? A great moment. In one parade, you have 3 of Indian items have been showcased. This is the level change which we have come. I was seeing so many yesterday, only 2 startups yesterday I was talking in Bangalore. Both were, one was going to Japan, one was going to London. Why? They're getting each 500 crores orders from them for their very specific item. I said one is for propulsion system, another is for space-based surveillance. This is the type of a thing world is recognizing thing. And I think with the today's event, it will be much more. The entire world knows that what is Indian talent, and we should go to the Indian talent in a much, much bigger way. This is what we need to look at. But then, there are many more stronger mechanisms which need to come. Yes, recently, DAP is going through lots of changes and continuously trying to improve the situations. Low-cost acquisition, 75 crores. Special provisions have been created. If TRL levels are high, let's say 7 or 8, then you need not go for multiple trials and things like that, and you should be able to acquire it faster and things like that. That is again one more thing which has been created. There are the DCPP of the DRDO, Development Come Production Partner, has helped in a big way many people to understand. It used to be earlier that you completely do everything in the DRDO, and then you do your trials, and then go to the industry, and then the industry produces it, and again industry goes for one more trial. It is a sequence of so many events, and then everything in nothing less than 12 saal. 12 years it used to happen. Now you see, everything is parallel, concurrent. You are one team. There is a industry team sitting, the designers of DRDO sitting, and as a PMT, the armed forces are sitting together, and all 3 are together working. And now you design, the first prototype comes from the industry, and the trials are happening on the unit which is coming from the industry with the support of the armed forces people who are sitting there. So that is how you are seeing things have come down to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, which used to be taking about 10 years, 12 years because of the sequential process, what has happened. The procedures have helped in a big way to overcome these issues and things like that. But still, I feel a lot more we need to do, particularly to develop many more complex things which we think we need to develop in the country, which our youngsters, our industries, and R&D labs in the government are still able to do. Like a couple of things, I'll just mention about it. I used to think, can we make a quantum sensor in this country? It is a reality today. A quantum sensor is made. The quantum magnetometer is made. Quantum gravimeter is made. There are multiple companies which have come up in the country which are actually made quantum key distribution in the country possible and making it. I used to think whether we'll be able to make very high pulse lasers. Again, there is an industry which has come up and trying to make very high narrow pulse, very high pulse, very high power pulse, which is required for very long range applications. We have been making a continuous wave laser of 30 kilowatts, 50 kilowatts, 100 kilowatts, whatnot and all that, and that is what is made as an anti-drone system and all that. But what you need is quantum-based technology. The quantum-based electronic warfare, electronic sensitivity. Whatever we are talking about, minus 110, minus 80 dB sensitivity, we need to look at the sensitivities much, much beyond at least another 20, 30 dB down. And that can come out of the quantum technologies. That is where we should not be lagging. Many people have been talking about we should not be lagging behind. We have been, all said and done, we have been, I was just thinking when the panel discussion was going on also. We always have been triggered by somebody else's development, till now. Somebody develops, we also say, and we keep talking about it. We see now Armenian thing or somewhere around things, or Ukraine war, or talk about Iran war, what they have used, Shahid drone, or this drone, that drone, and we need to develop all those things and all that. That is not the thing. Let us have ab initio thinking. Come out with ab initio technologies, which are, that is what actually makes you first of its kind. Anyone, in a war, what is required? You need to have the surprise element. Surprise element comes out with the surprise technology. That is what we have seen historically, thousands of years history, if you look at it, any war, who had a surprise element, who had a technological edge, he is the man, who is the hero, he is the one who won the war. And we need to look at it. That, it doesn't make you happy by saying that he has developed, now I also have developed it. I have developed it, the world is following me. This is what is the approach, what we need to look at it. We need to look at multiple such technologies what are required, what we need to see. Somebody again was talking about academic institutes. This is where academic institutes scenario has changed. When I joined DRDO, I think we used to have 2-3, Jadavpur University, Indian Institute of Science and IIT Kanpur is the 3 or 4 people who are working with us. And today, we have so many things, so many professors are working. In fact, DRDO has got 15 centers of excellence at various academic institutes with a budget of more than 1,200 crores. Working on that is various problems. And that is where we need to get into the deep-rooted research into these and convert into. That is how actually I feel IIT Delhi, the lightest bulletproof jacket, less than 8 kgs, has come out and got transferred to the industry directly from the DRDO IIT Center, DIA, DRDO Industry Academia Center, and got transferred and went into industry. Industry is producing now. These are the things, models which we need to get. There is a deep-rooted research in academia should happen. The applied research to translation research should happen in the laboratories. And then the translation, design, development, everything, and manufacturing and production, everything should go in the industry. These are the things. And innovation should come in the industry. We need to facilitate that. In this, one of the things what I feel, which probably many of us agree here, whether the subsystems or systems. If an Indian entity, Indian organization, whether it's startups or MSME or anyone, has made, we should not look at any foreign thing or foreign collaboration. This is the fundamental thing. There are many, many startups which I know, like somebody was talking about electro-optical seeker, or electro-optical payload. Work made, struggled for 8 years, then he has to compete with somebody who has collaborated with a foreign company, and then he is also fielding it and he has to compete it. Is it possible? This 8 years of hardship, what he has gone through, putting his sweat, putting his entire funding, how does he do it? So this is where we need to look at that if there is, yes, there is nothing but to go outside. If you don't have any technology, if you don't have a product in the country, yes, we should not be lagging behind our adversaries or anybody. We need to go and we should have a collaboration. But if the country is doing so extremely well in missiles, so extremely, you have almost made most of the missiles which are available in the world and you are able to make or you are making the process. If you have made a scramjet engine which has run for first time in the world, no one else has done more than 1,000 seconds of scramjet engine in this country. Do we need to collaborate with a foreign company for making an air-to-air missile or air-to-ground missile and then make it here in this country? No. Leave aside DRDO. I'm talking about, it is a government organization. A private industry works on a subsystem or a technology and makes it. I was wondering about it. Actually, when somebody was working on quantum-based navigation, somebody came from Australia saying that we have similar technology and we want to make it here. Now, if somebody collaborates it here and says that I'm indigenous and I'm making here, what happens to this man who has worked from scratch in quantum physics and came out of the technology? This is what we need to look at. And second, we need to look at it, what is indigenous product also. One is 50%. Indigenous product is, I strongly feel, not on paper, we are the real design development owners of it. We are the real design and development. It is not based on the subsystems, what are there in that or not. I am free to use any subsystem from anywhere, and because my whole system is mine. Except the critical systems which somebody can stop and I should not be jeopardized later, that is a separate issue. I should be the owner of it, not just IP right on the paper. These two should come. That will protect our industries, protect our startups in the country. Third, to move ahead, procedures still need to be simpler. Whether the procedures or the mindset of the people. Mindset of the people to go ahead, to move forward. A file, my aim is to move the file forward, not to hold back the file. This mindset also has to come. Unless this mindset comes, no project will go through. Any one fellow can create a problem and the whole project can get jeopardized. This is one more thing what we need to look at. And fourth, the test facilities, infrastructure in the country are not sufficient for the scale of manufacturing or scale of development what is to happen in the country. Absolutely insufficient. People keep fighting for that facility. This we need to create across the country. Need not be central government alone. In fact, a couple of state governments talked to me, why not we pull up all these things and we create a central facility and all of them can use this central facility sort of a thing. Is a very, very, very important thing today. Otherwise, you have one small facility and everybody, right from DPSUs, DRDO, private industry, everybody fights for it and tries to get it, is not sufficient. So I feel, when you want to take from lab to this, one more thing I wanted to say. We should be a much simpler procedure, mechanism, and wholeheartedness. If someone wants to get it developed in collaboration or some R&D needs to be done in a place, whether it is in the government, in DRDO or DPSU or private sector and bigger industries, we should be more and more open to it and it should happen as a welcome approach. Then only the new ideas. What are our youngsters doing? They're all thinking with coming out with new fantastic ideas. We need to see that ideas are getting converted into a product. Unless we provide these hand-holding, guidance, or facilities which are there in the thing, freely available as if they are his facilities, things will not move. This is one more thing what we need to do. So if these happen, lab to production will happen very quick and very fast. Today, what is the need of the hour is, what you make is not important. How quickly you're made is the most important thing. Things are changing so fast. And so, let us make all these things happen in this forum. And I am sure that Republic TV will be able to come out with the recommendations of the discussions, of the presentations what I have got, and will be able to present, and will be able to see that these things happen, not just in the government, everywhere. Things happen, and so that a integrated ecosystem, which is of world-class, world's first ecosystem happens. This is what I remember. We also heard Vikram, a great launch, and third in the country, third in the world. So let us make first in the world many. This is what Dr. Kalam used to dream. Make first of its kind systems. And that is what innovations. Absolutely no doubts. We have the capabilities, we have the brain and everything to do. Our youngsters can do all those things. And we can definitely do. We should enable that. And these are the forums where opinions are built and opinions are carried and then they get implemented. So, again, with a great note of the successful launch of Vikram, I congratulate, thank, and regard Republic TV team and Mr. Arnab for conducting such a great event here and bringing everyone together, and everyone sit in one hall throughout the day, not going into parallel sessions and everything, listen to everything, observe everything, and come out. I'm sure your team or the experts here in the military will come out with recommendations and make that this has an impact. And I'm sure, I believe in you that you also look for impact, and let us bring that impact. My best wishes to all of you. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reddy.
Today on Legends, we bring you an extraordinary conversation with one of Indian cinema's most celebrated icons, the dream girl herself, Hema Malini, a celebrated Bharatnatyam dancer, actor and one of Indian cinema's biggest stars. Hema Malini has entertained generations with her memorable films and timeless songs. In conversation with our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, she shares stories from her remarkable journey on and off the screen. This is Legends with Hema Malini. Don't miss it, today only on Republic TV. And coming up on the other side, at Republic's Forces First Conclave, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh delivers stern message on terrorism, says zero tolerance against terrorism is not just a statement, but a line of action.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
are pure.
Napoleon back when we were in second year. Our second year just ended. But the story goes a lot more behind this. So we started off, I personally started off robotics when I was in class 5th. So please raise your hands if any one of you have actually disassembled a car when you were a kid, or you might have seen your kids doing the same. How many of you are there? Okay. Okay, so a lot of people are there. I actually started with the same way. So back when I was in 5th grade, I used to take out these motors and was wondering how things actually worked. Back when I used to use these motors, I used to put some propellers and see how these motors are running. Till class 8, I started using Arduino boards. I started making little more complex, either drones or the smart glasses as well. In 11th grade, I won nationals in IIT Delhi, but there was one thing which was missing. So I was not getting a lot of cake building just these robots. So I kind of started selling these as well. While I was doing this, there was Shaurya who was into UAVs since he was in class 5th. He was into aero modeling and flying UAVs as well. When I came to BITS Pilani Hyderabad campus, I'm in 4th year right now. I met Shaurya Chaudhary when we were in first year. So on the first day itself when we have met, it just took us 2 days to make our first UAV. Since then, we have been participating in international drone racing leagues. We have been participating in multiple robo-wars as well. So we took a break after that. We started our own defense tech society, which was named Team Vidrohi, which means rebel. So we did that because back when we were in first year, the defense or the robotics societies were not doing really great. They were very slow in building something. So for something to be done in 6 months, they would take 3 to 4 years to build the complete system. Whereas when we started building stuff, We used to make everything which any other club was also making, whether it is a robot dog, whether it is a railgun, whether it is a hovercraft. We used to do that in weeks. So after doing all of this, we participated in international drone racing leagues as well, where we sort of challenged ourselves that we'll make India's fastest drone. And this was back in second year, 2025. We made India's fastest drone that was doing 300 kilometers per hour. And we thought, what's next? And during that time itself, Operation Sindoor happened. So we thought, let's pitch this to the Indian Army. And I still remember the date. It was 21st May 2025, when we got our first NCNC demo. And how I got this demo was, I used to work in a lot of startups before. I was doing cold calling for them. So I learned how cold calling actually works. I used to mail hundreds of people and then few of them replied. The same way I started reaching out to hundreds of retired colonels on the LinkedIn, and then one actually replied back to me. So if I can quote SRK to be more relevant to this situation, if किसी चीज़ को तुम शिद्दत से चाहो, पूरी कायनात उसको तुमसे मिलाने की साजिश करती है. So that's how we started. The retired colonel then connected us to a serving lieutenant colonel in Chandi Mandir. So we went to the Chandi Mandir. We just had 3 drones with us, the India's fastest drone that we called Ahuti. We had a bomb dropper, and then we had an FPV drone that we used to race with internationally. It was just a one-day demo. We reached there on 20th of May. Our demo was in the morning at 6 a.m. On 21st of May in front of the unit commander that we were going to. We had a successful demo because it is one thing to say that our drones can do 300 kilometers per hour on presentation versus actually showing someone on top of their heads that, okay, this can actually do 300 kilometers per hour. So the bars actually increase. The commander really liked our products. He then called people from Ambala, Chandi Mandir. There were multiple different units in Chandigarh itself. So they called multiple people. Even Brigadier Sir was also present the next day. So they told us that, okay, we can book our flights back to our hostels later on. We stood there for 10 more days. The bars kept on increasing. So we started off with just deploying our system, just showing them the speeds that we could do. We had a payload dropper as well. In the starting, we were first dropping logs. So because that's what we had back then. So in front of the Brigadier Sir, we were with an engineer regiment. So they had explosives with them as well. So with proper supervision, we then carried out explosive dropping with our drones back when we were just in second year. This also went successful. Now they asked us to go to Ambala. There they asked us to showcase our drone in front of some jammers as well. Us being naive, we didn't know anything how frequency hopping actually worked or how jammers are actually what are they gonna do with our drones. But we were just very enthusiastic. Us being in second year in college, we wanted to see how defense jammers looked like. So we took the chance. Me and Shaurya were very sure that our drones are gonna fall just from the air. But we still took the chance and we went in front of the jammers to demonstrate our drones. For our own surprise as well, our drones didn't fall. The reason being, we used to participate in international drone racing leagues, where we used to use something called as ELRS, which is being used in Ukrainian wars as well, which does basic FHSs, frequency hopping, which was around 400 hops per second. So while we were doing this, the army got amazed as well. So then they asked us to go to Babina to do our drone tests in front of even bigger jammers. So one by one, we were able to fly our drones in front of 4 jammers. The 5th one took us down. It was Paris Defense, which took us down. So we thought, okay, we are not going to get any order. We are going to go back to our hostels. We'll be happy. We'll put it in our story, okay, that we have demonstrated our drones in front of the jammers. That was the biggest thing for us. And then when we went back to the unit to tell the commander that how the demo went, we thought they won't be okay with that because we like our drones fall, like, you know, it fell. But to our surprise, they gave us our first order, which was the thermal FPV drone, which was doing very fast maneuvers as well. So we got our first order in July 2025. And since then, this has been a very good thing about the Indian Army, that is, they are very well connected. And then we started getting a lot of referrals from multiple different units. So while we were doing 300 kilometers per hour, while we were assembling drones, because back then there was nothing really that we were doing differently other than the aerodynamics part of it. So we have supplied our drones to multiple different regiments, multiple different units and brigades as well. It was including Jammu, Kashmir, Panagarh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, all of these places. We then realized that what we are doing is we are just selling a commodity. Drones in today's world is just a commodity. We are just assembling stuff and we are just deploying it. There were 500 different startups as well, which were doing the same when we started. What really helped us was getting into the market at the right time. What we are now doing differently is, with all the experience that we have gauged in the last 6-7 months, our company just turned 1 year old. We recently got connected to really good people. So we just raised funds from Tonbo Imaging, who have been there in this market since last 17-18 years. We can say we have done a paid market survey. And what we are doing right now is we completely stopped selling drones. We are working on jet propel systems, which Shaurya would now explain.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible? Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm extremely grateful to have the opportunity to have this discussion with such an august gathering. It is a known fact that warfare today has boiled down to economics. So let me take a step back and, start off by talking about how war used to look maybe 10-15 years ago. So back then it was predominantly based on this conception that quality is, the ruling factor, that whoever has the most advanced, most expensive systems, they will be the one who will get to triumph. But now, after looking at how warfare has, turned out in the Middle East recently, in Ukraine, in Armenia, Azerbaijan, it's becoming increasingly apparent that quantity has a quality of its own. So let's look at the math. Historically, advanced militaries have, relied on expensive systems that very often relied on human lives. So manned aircraft, each of which set you back about 70 million to over 100 million per unit. Now we figured out that we can counter manned aircraft with surface-to-air missiles. Let's take an example of the Patriot. Each unit will set you back about $1.5 million apiece. Now the game has changed as of late. So you can have loitering munitions or kamikaze drones such as the Shaheed, where each piece costs around barely $50,000 or a little more. So now let's say if you are the defender and I'm the aggressor, and I am sending 100 or 1,000 of these Shaheeds at you. There you can have the most advanced, most accurate, most precise surface-to-air missiles possible. But at the end of the day, it is still possible to bleed the defender until they no longer have any resources left. Warfare today is becoming increasingly dependent on attritable mass, on cheap systems that can die for you. And as a nation, we have to ensure that we are not caught flat-footed in the race of developing this very capability of having attritable mass and the ability to defend against it as well. So ladies and gentlemen, 7,000 to 9,000 systems. Can anyone tell me what I'm hinting at by referring to this figure? 7,000 to 9,000 systems are the number of unmanned systems, the number of drones, which are destroyed each day in the battlefields of Ukraine. Now, when you are fighting a full-scale warfare in today's era, when drones are so extensively used, you will have to burn through hundreds and thousands, and eventually hundreds of thousands of these drones within a very short period of time. Now, one question I want to ask, it's essentially a rhetorical question. Ladies and gentlemen, would it be right to rely solely on the major centers deep inland when we have to replenish the supplies of drones on our front lines? It is indeed a very difficult task when you look at the fact that during harsh winters, our roads will be blocked. Logistics will be increasingly difficult. During heavy monsoons, there will be flooding, damage to infrastructure. And when we have to fight a war in such a scenario, we will require a way to ensure the absolute reliability of our supply chains up front. Now, different kinds of vehicles, different kinds of machines of war have transformed warfare as times have changed. There was a time when trenches were the law and the tank came, and now there was a vehicle that could take the hail of enemy machine gun fire and still go forward without stopping. The introduction of warplanes introduced a completely new theater to warfare itself. We now have tanks which fulfill a certain kind of role. We have APCs fulfilling another role. We have warplanes, we have helicopters, we have a myriad of other vehicles. However, ladies and gentlemen, one issue on the ground right now is that despite drone warfare having become so utterly fundamental to how war is fought, we do not have a dedicated platform yet that is designed to support this very kind of warfare. We are trying to integrate drones with other conventional means of warfare and not actually building a platform that is used to deploy, to replenish this capability up in the front lines. Therefore, I wish to propose a mobile drone command and capability center, which would allow the forces to deploy these drones at the front lines, to repair, replenish them when damaged, and also to defend against enemy drones as well at the same time. A consolidated platform which can fulfill all of these tasks, which is dedicated from scratch to project drone power up in the front lines. At Apollyon Dynamics, we have already deployed one of the first of its kind in Jammu, where it is our pilot project. Ladies and gentlemen, doctrine keeps evolving. We do not know how war shall be fought 10 years later. 10 years ago, we did not know how exactly war would be fought today. But one thing that will never change, 10 years from now or a century from now, is the necessity to train our personnel in the various ways to combat the threat. Everyone today is interested in flashy and lethal strike systems. It is what we all talk about. The cruise missiles, the loitering munitions, the artillery, the advanced artillery, systems of destruction. We also talk about defensive systems which can allow us to defend the surface-to-air missiles, the likes of the S-400s and the Akash and the Bharat. But what very often gets neglected, a domain that unfortunately is severely neglected in discourse, is the systems required to train our defenses. I'm not talking about the defenses themselves. I'm talking about what is required to train our defenses, our personnel, to be able to tackle these threats. Now, India in this day and age is unfortunately still heavily reliant on imported target systems, on imported high-speed expendable aerial targets for training our air defenses. And when there is a time when we require very heavy training, we require extensive training of our operators without foreign support to be able to take down the threats coming from outside, we will require two things. First of all, we will require systems that can emulate the threat almost as effectively as though it is the threat itself. And we will also need to build it here in India. We at Apollyon Dynamics, we are working on the Nightshade class of jet UAVs. And our long-term goal here is to build super maneuverable aerial targets. To build aerial targets that can both emulate what enemy manned aircraft would look like on the radar, and also to build something that can do the maneuvers that these enemy aircraft can do. So with this, I would like to conclude my discussion. Once again, I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity, and thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked.
Is with an American engine, with an Israeli radar, with an Brit ejection seat, but we still call indigenous. And it drops weapons, air to air, air to ground. But what is going to make a difference is something which I'm going to cover in next about 15 odd minutes, where you people sitting behind, all young minds, are going to make a difference. The next revolution, as history always tells us, every generation of air power has been defined by technological revolution. Now, the way the technology is evolving, and with the advent of technology seeping at each and every stage, even the air power is undergoing a massive change. The next revolution will not be about building better aircraft. It will be about building better network embedded combat aircraft. For over a century, military aviation advanced through faster aircraft, long-range weapons, both air-to-air and air-to-ground, and sharper sensor. But the decisive advantage of the future will not belong to the force with the most advanced platform, but will belong to the force that can connect every sensor, every shooter, and every decision maker into one intelligent combat system. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the essence of aerial networked warfare. Every major modern conflict from Ukraine to West Asia, and even the recently concluded Operation Sindoor, has reinforced one important lesson. Air power is moving from being platform-centric to being information-centric, with the aircraft becoming nodes in a larger combat cloud. In the modern aerial warfare, victory belongs to the air power, which can transform information into decisive action faster than what its adversary can do. The evolution of air power mirrors the evolution of warfare, which can be broadly sliced into 3 eras. The first era was platform-centric, when the combat capability of each platform in terms of performance, maneuverability, and firepower determined the outcome of any aerial conflict. The second era was a network-centric warfare, with the AVAX, secure data link, precision-guided long-range air vectors, and satellite navigation turned aircraft from being isolated platform into connected combat elements of a very, very lethal kill chain. Now we are already entered the third era, which is the one defined by information dominance, artificial intelligence, and autonomous system. The center of gravity is no more the platform. It is the information. War used to be won in the air. The next one will be won in the network. The Air Force or the air power that connects, collects, possesses, distributes, and exploits information faster than its adversary will win the next aerial conflict even before the first weapon is fired in the air. Air superiority will increasingly depend on decision superiority, and present day, the decision of speed is becoming more important than the speed of the aircraft. Aerial network warfare is far more than just connecting aircraft to the secure data links. It is a seamless integration of air, land, maritime, space, and cyber capability into one coherent combat ecosystem. It is a seamless integration of all these, which include every fighter aircraft, every AVAX, every enabler, every UAV, every ground radar, every SAM battery, every command and control center, and every satellite. Each of this becomes an intelligent node in a common network, where information gathered by one sensor is essentially available to every authorized operator across the battle space. Over this layer, the artificial intelligence fuses thousands of data points into a single operational picture that lets the air battle manager decide faster than the adversary can react. Today, the fighter that sees first no longer wins. It is the air power that connects first, understands first, decides first, and acts together would win the next aerial battle. Equally significant is the rise of manned-unmanned teaming. The fighter aircraft tomorrow will command autonomous wingmen, surveillance drones, and electronic warfare platforms, each performing a specialized role within one integrated mission. Future air operations will therefore be collaborative rather than platform-centric, distributed rather than concentrated, and parallelly intelligent rather than sequential. If one node sees, every node knows, and then the whole force acts, thereby making a kill web around the target. If this is the future, India's strategic imperative is very, very clear. Self-reliance can no longer be measured by the number of aircraft manufactured in our country. True strategic autonomy lies in mastering the technologies that make network warfare possible. The main one being software-defined radios, moving on to and feeding into cognitive radios, mission computers with modular open system architecture, artificial intelligence, electronic warfare, autonomous system, combat cloud architecture, and resilient communication networks. Individually, they may be just technology, but together they turn 100 separate platform and weapon system into one combat system. That collective layer is where the real capability will reside now onwards. In modern warfare, networks create combat mass, while platforms merely delivers it. Future combat capability will increasingly be determined by software as much as hardware. And this is where all you bright minds are going to make a difference. An aircraft may remain in service for 40 to 50 years, but its software, mission system, artificial intelligence capability must evolve continuously throughout the entire lifetime of this platform. Building this sovereign ecosystem is not merely a technological aspiration. It is now an operational necessity. No single organization can build this future alone. It demands an integrated national effort from the services, DRDO, DPSUs, private industries, MSMEs, startups, and academia, each playing a very distinctly important role. Industry now has to move beyond manufacturing components towards developing complete operational capabilities. Innovation cycles have to be thus shortened, and the open architectures must allow emerging cutting technologies to be integrated rapidly, not retrofitted after years. Each stakeholder has its own advantage. Startups bring agility, risk, and disruptive thinking. Academia brings cutting-edge research, DRDO matures critical technologies, industries scales up or ramps up this production, and the services must stay engaged throughout the design, development, validation, so that operational requirements remain at the very heart of every operational capability that we build in future. Only through this kind of partnership can India build a globally competitive aerospace technology while strengthening national security and staying ahead of the curve. Our ecosystem has to move up the value chain from manufacturing components to owning sovereign technologies. We shouldn't be content assembling someone else's system in our land for their war. Artificial intelligence, software, networking, autonomy, EW, and secure communication. Whoever builds these builds the capability that defines the next generation of air power. The next aerospace revolution will be written as much as in software as it is built in metal. India's global leadership in software engineering, AI, and digital innovation provides a unique strategic advantage of future air power. If we combine the software excellence with indigenous aerospace platforms, secure mission computers, and open mission architecture, India can move from being a buyer of the combat capability to a creator of software-defined air power. The future battlefield will reward those who can upgrade algorithms faster than adversaries can upgrade their platforms. And that is the race India is uniquely positioned to win. In the coming decades, software will become more decisive as steel and algorithm as critical as the airframes. Air power in the future will be defined not by the aircraft it flies, but by the ecosystem it would be a part of, where artificial intelligence assists human decision-making, manned and unmanned system acts as one lethal team. Every platform and sensor feeds into a common operational picture. Onboard software continuously enhancing combat capability, and secure indigenous networks guarantee resilience under the most contested airspace. It is not simply about digitizing the force, it is about transforming how we think, operate, and innovate. Any contemporary air power must transform swiftly and continuously to new technologies, new operational concepts, and ever-emerging and changing threats. Future conflicts will reward those who can orchestrate these effects across every domain simultaneously and in shortest possible times. As India advances towards becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047, our vision for air power must match that ambition. We should aspire not merely to manufacture world-class aircraft, but aspire to build a world-class combat ecosystem where indigenous aircraft, drones, satellite, radars, communication, precision weapons operate seamlessly as one single integrated force. India needs an ecosystem that is trusted, resilient, and adaptable, and export-worthy. This vision demands sustained investment in R&D, long-term partnership with the industry, continuity of policy, and above all, close collaboration between user, designer, and manufacturer. The future of air power belongs to nations that innovate faster, integrate better, and adapt continuously. India has this talent and the industrial base and the strategic vision to be one of those nations. Today, industry is no longer a supplier. It is a war-fighting partner by the national air power. 2047 will not wait for us to catch up. We must arrive there before it comes. For decades, we measured air power by the number of aircraft we possessed. Time now has come that we measure it by the intelligence of the network that contains them. Future will not belong to the nation that builds the best fighter aircraft. It will belong to the nation that builds the smartest combat ecosystem. Networked warfare, in the end, is not about connecting aircraft. It is about connecting sensors, shooters, and decision makers. Man and machine into one intelligent combat system. We all have to work in sync to build an Atmanirbhar, intelligent, and network air power capable of safeguarding our national interest. True measure of India's air power in 2047 will not be number of aircraft, but on the intelligence system it connects and unite them. And with this, our country will be able to touch the sky with glory. Jai Hind, and thank you.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure. But I am afraid if you open this raw wood, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty.
How you guys are managing it? I'll start with Kiran.
Yeah, so I think we have learned so much from Op Sindoor to today. I would say Op Sindoor is a time when we were still focused on ISM band jamming as the primary technology to stop drones. But I think today we have literally multi-layer autonomous systems which we have deployed for the Navy. Which not just to do like a cyber takeover layer, jamming, navigational spoofing, and hard kill interceptors, plus RCWS. So you have a multi-layer stack of systems because I think Op Sindoor and the recent conflicts have made it clear that drones are getting smarter and resilient, as I would like to say that and pass it on to Sunil maybe, yeah.
It's been 3 years you are in the business, and Sunil, it's been 7 years you are in the business. You guys are making sure that, the enemy drone we are not just intercepting them. We are making sure कि हम एक ऐसा सिस्टम तैयार कर रहे हैं कि उनके ड्रोन्स जो हैं वो बहुत मात्रा में अगर हमारे देश में आ जाते हैं तो हम उनका पूरा का पूरा सिस्टम जो है उसी को बिगाड़ दें। पहले सिर्फ हमारा जो पूरा का पूरा सिस्टम होता था कि आप एक ड्रोन को ख़राब करेंगे, उसको इंटरसेप्ट करेंगे, लेकिन अब पूरे के पूरे सिस्टम को ही कहीं ना कहीं हराने की कोशिश हो रही है। सुनील।
Yes, future has a very different outlook in terms of drone technology because number of drones that will be flying together will be increasing. The amount of autonomy on the drones will be increasing. And then more and more drones will rely on satellite links. All this is going to make very hard to intercept them, to stop them from attacking us whenever they want. And this is where it's a cat and mouse game of how do we develop technology to stop the drones from taking and carrying on with missions whenever they want. And this is a challenge where it's a challenge of both sides because we just don't have to stop them, but we also have to operate ourselves. We have to surveil our borders. We have to have counter attacks ready. And those counter attacks might also fail if we have technology on our side that is jamming, that is stopping the adversary drones. So we need to build hand in hand technologies that stop them, but also allow us to operate in an environment in which we are stopping them and they are stopping us.
If I talk about anti-jamming system, where do we stand, Kiran?
In terms of anti-jamming systems, is it?
Like, if we really have to, jam the entire system of enemy drones, or like if they are planning to attack us, where do we stand?
I mean, like I said, like I Okay, there are two sides of operations, right? Let me share a little bit of what we are seeing currently. One is defense systems, which are during a wartime scenario. Second is right now we also help border security. For example, I would say today on a daily basis there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 drone incursions that are crossing the border on a daily basis, right? You go to one place in Amritsar, you're probably we did a 6-day operation and we were able to catch 40 drones that are carrying contraband or small weapons across the border. There is no, in anti-drone at least, there is no one size fixes all, right? There are defense systems and there are paramilitary systems, there are critical infrastructure capable systems, airport security, and eventually city-wide security. So there's a whole range of anti-drone systems. And when we come to only the Shahid class or something that is going to come during wartime, jamming will definitely not be the only technology that will stop it, because most of the drones are resilient reasonably against jamming, and we will have to look at interceptors plus in today's day and age, I would say. And if we are looking at something at the end of the year, that is going to change. So it's really changing that rapidly. It's like 3 months, the whole technology changes, so we have to adapt and improve. So it's a cat and mouse game, right? So
Sunil, what's your thoughts on this?
I mean, definitely what Kiran said, soft kill is not going to be the only way we can stop the enemy drones. We might make it hard for them, but we have to really be able to fight against them, especially autonomous drones. We have to have hard kill methods. And hard kill methods, there is a suite of methods. It's not just one. Interceptor is one type. You've got lasers, you've got EMP. So the thing is, like, you have to have layers of all different types of anti-drone technologies. At the same time, we also have to do one more thing, is like, we have to make it very hard for our adversary to deny our operations. We want to be able to go and see and do whatever we want. So that also requires that हम उनके लिए इतना hard कर दें, हमारे को रोकना. So what that means is कि उनके लिए जो infrastructure चाहिए उनको border पे हमारे operations को रोकने के लिए उस पे बहुत पैसा लगाना पड़े, बहुत infrastructure लगाना पड़े, or we make it very hard for them. And that's one of the things that we are doing, together.
But you know what? Few years back, ना इंद्रजाल था, ना ही फ्लीट आरएफ था. पर जैसे जैसे हम देख रहे हैं कि डिफेंस के सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर भारत आगे बढ़ते जा रहा है और इस तरह के स्टार्टअप जो हैं उसको कहीं ना कहीं एक बहुत बड़ा पुश मिल रहा है. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि अगले 5 साल में अगर इस तरह की परिस्थिति आती है जैसी अभी थी, हम कितने तैयार हैं?
5 years from now, if I imagine what the war would be like, I would focus on, as India, at least at Indrajal and India, we are focused on 3 things. One is unification of military and civil airspace in the low altitude airspace, because it's crucial. Because if you are deploying autonomous systems, that means that the Navy system might fight with the BSF system, which might fight with the the Air Force, and so on, all the different players who are protecting our airspace. So we don't want those kind of fights. We want that to be unified. Step one. I think step 2 is autonomy is going to play a key role, because I think we have to think in thousands and waves of hit, right? It is not something, and the second is autonomy, like I said, and the third most important is economics. Can we use autonomy to reduce the economics of a hit? So the best example for that is, if something that is coming is a cardboard drone, can I use electronic warfare to stop it? Right? I should not launch an interceptor. I should not even use probably laser weapon or RCWS, because the cost economics is what is crucial. So I would say these 3-step process is what we are applying to improve our systems on a monthly basis, right? So unification is key. I would say autonomy and then economics. These are the 3 pillars on which these systems are built. So yeah, that's what I would expect in 5 years.
Sunil, you?
Yeah, I'm going to add to what Kiran said by saying that supply chain would be a very important role into this. When I say supply chain, it's not just like supply chain of us providing drones and anti-drones to the military, but also like, earlier there was a conversation about semiconductors, and how, like semiconductors, we still rely on international players, and even China in some ways, for a lot of the semiconductors that go on the drone.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिर्फ
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities.
When I saw Dharamji, I was completely flabbergasted. And then he also smiled and said, "Ye badi changi kudi hai." And then I always thought if I marry, I must marry somebody like him.
Is it true that you completely fell in love with him when you saw him dance to that?
Completely fell in love क्या होता है?
I don't know. I don't know.
Love तो love होता है ना?
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information.
Get on top of the ceiling fan yourself? Or?
Yeah. आपको उसमें बैठना है. रमेश जी बोल रहे हैं उधर ऊपर कैसे चले गए भाई? I said first you go and sit and show me.
Ramesh Sippy sat on the fan.
Yeah, he sat in the fan and showed me. Before coming here, I watched Sapno Ka Saudagar, so that if you ask some question, I must be ready to answer. Same director who rejected me, he called me for another film.
You met him afterwards?
Met him.
Huh?
Met him.
Did you remind him?
No, I didn't say anything. My mother also said, keep quiet, be nice to him. I said, yes.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wound, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf.
I देखा मुझे अच्छा, and then he said, just follow me, okay? Turned me my back. Then I had to look back at the camera, and then आप ये dialogue ऐसा बोलो, ये बोल के पीछे चले गए. You are ready? Yes, ready. Shot start किया. I turned, and then I spoke my line, and then बोला pack up. तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं कि क्या है करके. He was calling everybody, all his friends. Then he saying the star is born. ये लड़की वो बहुत दूर जाएगी, बहुत नाम बनाएगी.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
the Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wound, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any further terror strikes against India. To the contrary, absolutely to the contrary, what we are concerned about is the start of a new
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDS का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मत।
Their hobby and passion into an enterprise to a level where they are today helping the Indian Army in drone warfare, right? So that's what we are looking at. That's what we are celebrating. In fact, it's coincidental but so apt that our defense conclave is happening on a day when Skyroot, right? Skyroot has launched India's first private rocket in space, and successfully so. It's a moment of pride for us. And on that note, let's begin this conversation, sharp, crisp, 20 minutes, and we'll capture the mood of not just the defense industry, but perhaps of the nation also. If I could begin with you, Mr. Ram Chandani, as president of the SIDM and as heading the defense vertical of a behemoth like L&T, what's the scale of the industry in the private sector? Like, till about a decade or so back, we would not hear about private sector in defense or of any consequence, in the defense sector so far as private sector is concerned. But now suddenly we are talking about, of all the defense production in the country, almost 50% coming in from the private sector, defense exports also majorly by the private sector. So how come this invention or reinvention of the private sector has happened in the defense space?
So, of course, as you know, the defense sector has been a controlled sector, and it is only in 2001 that the sector opened up. And, it still remains a licensed sector. You cannot build whatever you want. You need defense industrial licenses to do that. That said, as the Honorable RM said today, that defense production in India has reached, in FY26, the domestic defense production was 1,78,000 crores. So now let me correct you that out of that 1,78,000 crores, the private sector contribution is close to 25%. So it's still only 25% of the entire defense production. And that said, the defense export is more private driven. There's up to 50%, and at some point in time, private sector actually led defense exports. So the private sector does have a role to play, and today it's a growing ecosystem. As you have seen through the day, there are so many companies that want to be part of the defense ecosystem. There's a whole rush of innovators who want to, say that we can do things and demonstrate that we can do things. And
that would reflect in the membership of SIDM?
Oh, sure. So today we have 900 members. And as a society, from something that started as Mr. Parikar's idea to have an industry chamber which was focused on defense, to where we are today and playing a key role in connecting and the industry with the defense sector, driving policy reforms, enabling ease of doing business, looking at bringing capital to the sector in terms of for the innovators or for the medium and small scale industry. So that's a lot which is going on today in the sector. It's a growing sector. Those who want to participate, who want to serve the nation, who have dreams of doing something different, I think the sector opens up. There is, of course, the dark side and the challenges, and we'll talk about it, maybe during the conversation.
Yeah, so let me take this to Punit now. Punit, you're both in defense, but as I said, L&T is a behemoth with the brick and mortar business also. But you are a sunrise industry sector enterprise, and you are essentially in the new industry, new sector, new age domain, right? So what's the size of the drone industry, for example? And what's the India play in that?
So just thank you so much for having me. First of all, thanks to Republic TV, thanks to Arnab having us part of the event today. And I think Republic TV is doing a great service to the nation, I think, by actually doing such events along with SIDM. SIDM is an integral part of our defense industry. And Mr. Ramchandani is here and he just explained what SIDM is doing. Coming to Samtel, we are a company which is actually 50 years old. We are not a startup in that sense. I am a next generation entrepreneur, which basically means that this group is more than 50 years old. It was started by my father, who's at Padam Shri. His name is Mr. Satish Kaura. A lot of people in SIDM know him very well. And this is actually Samtel 2.0. Now, what we do in Samtel 2.0 is basically develop technologies which are essential for the country, cutting-edge technologies, and take India to the world. I think this is our real mantra. And as I look at the kind of areas that we are operating in, and you called the areas high-tech, absolutely correct. I think we started off our journey with cockpit displays for fighter jets. We are now almost on most of the fighters and helicopters that are flying in the country. We have a joint venture, a very successful joint venture with HAL, which services these armed forces through the products that are built by the joint venture. We are also now working with multiple other global players to take this technology and make it global. I think that's the mantra that's been given to the industry. As we just heard from Mr. Ramchandani, this industry opened up to private sector in 2001. So it's a sunrise sector, but it's still a new sector. And it's evolving very fast. We are in 5 areas. Besides the avionics and avionic displays, we are in optronics. We are in now getting into satellites. And drones is one more area which we are exploring in terms of developing some technologies over there. But most important thing that we do is we innovate and we develop the technologies within the country. So we actually focus on that, and all the products that are in the market are developed by us.
You very casually mentioned satellites. Like what kind of satellites, what scale of satellite making?
So we are right now in a early stage, can't disclose too much, but we are looking at both low Earth orbit and medium Earth orbit. We are looking at multiple needs that our country would have in terms of requirements. There are a lot of gaps. We've been talking to our armed forces at what are the real needs. There are companies that have been approaching India, but India wants indigenous solutions, and that is where our company would come in. Of course, a lot of our solutions would again be used by global players. So we are looking at low Earth orbit and medium Earth orbit. All innovation would be done within the country, that's for sure.
Mr. Ramchandani, we had the Defense Secretary mention, the Raksha Mantri mention about a new mindset under the present government, and we had Defense Secretary say that what this government has done is bring in a level playing field. And that brings me to the second question, which is connected with the first one that I asked of you, which is that change visible and palpable on the ground, that there is a level playing field, that the government is actually acting as an enabler for the private sector defense ecosystem?
So the government is clearly enabling the private sector. I think that is undeniable. The public sector are the incumbents and they've been around a long time, that it is that much easier to have a contract on the public sector, that many of the program integrators today are established public sector entities. That happens, but the field is opening up. There are, there are no biases. The nominations to public sectors are virtually done away with. So to that extent, there does exist a level playing field. I think what this does also is give an opportunity for innovators to break in and break the traditional grounds. So that is happening as well.
Now, these young Avionics boys just coming out of their teens, so they just said that, tanks have limited role now because of the drone warfare. And you are making a tank, a light tank, Zorawar. We are incidentally sitting in Zorawar auditorium. You think that that affects your business in any manner?
The contours of warfare will change. And if you look at it today, what is happening, say, in Ukraine, Russia, or in West Asia, it's not as if you are not seeing artillery shells firing. It's not as if tank warfare is irrelevant. It's just that these equipment have to evolve with the changing scenario. And looking at the length and scale of wars, I think any country that is looking at defending itself needs a spectrum of equipment and technology in the war. So if you talk to an armored corps guy, he will tell you the tank is never going to die, and maybe he's right. For example, in the light tank, we have drone systems integrated for better surveillance and better situational awareness. So each of these platforms also have to evolve to the changing technology environment of war. And whatever we build, we are, cognizant. The good thing is that today we are not licensed producing these equipment. We are actually developing and building them, which means that we can adapt them to whatever the changing landscape is. And I think that's the power that we enjoy today. So I'm not worried about, getting out of tank business, but we are here for defense and security business. We are incorporating contemporary technologies, and we will move with the times.
You're also making this howitzer K9 Vajra. We had Mr. Baba Kalyani, in many ways the grandfather of India's private sector defense industry. He said that a lot of things are happening, but not happening at the pace that they should happen. Do you also share that sentiment?
So, yes, in the sense that, for an industry to operate at scale and for an industry to sustain itself, for an industry to plow back its earnings into R&D and into development, I think the process of procurement, the process of long-term planning, these things need to be constantly made more modern. The mindsets need to shift. They are happening, but when it comes to buying big platforms, we still are circumspect. It does take time. Large spends. There are many questions and checks and balances. And really, if you have to build a thriving industry, a growing ecosystem, a self-sustaining ecosystem, speed is required. So, yes, there is a need for change in public procurement policies. Buying defense goods is quite different from buying, standard equipment that the government buys. And we can't look at it, both of them, through the same lens. And to that extent, any reforms which speed up procurement, which ensure sustainability of the demand cycle, is critical for the sustenance and growth of the industry.
If you look at the numbers, Mr. Ramchandani, in the domestic defense production, the share of private sector is 25%, you said. But in terms of exports, is 85%. The PSU sector is only exporting 15% of the total value. So does that sort of indicate, as Mr. Baba Kalyani was also indicating too, that it's easier to sell outside than to your Indian customers?
So
I am trying to pull in some news point, you see.
No, you're welcome. See, first of all, let's get the statistics a little correct. Okay. Which way the defense, the share shifts actually depends on what is procured in that particular year, right? So if you're looking at supply of equipment, subsystems, etc., the private industry is far more nimble. We are able to reach out to different countries. We are able to sell, and we are able to integrate with the global supply chain. So,
but those who are buying, they are also nimble.
No, of course they are nimble. And I'm not saying the rest, but the point is that, let's say India goes and sells a BrahMos system, then the public sector share in the export suddenly rises, right? Because when you're selling large platforms and system, probably the involvement of the public sector will be bigger. You sell a BrahMos system outside. So these numbers could shift. The point is that the private sector, of course, does bring nimbleness. It does have an ability to reach markets much more effectively. But defense procurement itself, all over the world, is complex. It's a geopolitical procurement, And so I wouldn't generalize as easily as this.
Understand. Absolutely, because the government and you need to work in tandem even for the export sector. Okay, Punit. Yeah.
Just to lean back on your previous question also, that I think today it's not a question of public versus private. It's a question of how we can make these sectors work together. So public-private partnerships, leveraging what the government has created over the years,
obviously,
to be relevant, I think is more what is the question that we should be asking today.
Naturally. I mean, that's what the government calls the whole of the nation approach, where, so for example, if the Navy is building or commissioning one warship a month, there are a tremendous amount of n number of MSMEs that are contributing as vendors to the making of those warships. Punit, coming to you, you're getting into, you said, getting into space, getting into low Earth orbit satellites and whatnot as Samtel 2.0, Avionics 2.0. What's the ambition like? What's the scale like? Is it for India or is it make in India for the world?
I kind of answered that in my earlier response, but just to add to what your earlier question was, if you look at the global market of defense, it's about a 550 to 700 billion in that range. I think it's more like $700 billion market. When you talk about India's share in that, we just talked about we did 23,000 crores or something like that, maybe that 30 exports. 39,000 crores. So about $4 billion out of $700 billion market. So that's a long way to go to make a mark. I think the other thing is, if you look at the top 10 global companies, the 10th in the size is about $20 billion. HAL, which is one of the largest in India, is about 30,000 crores. So that's the flip side of it. But the reality is we are growing very fast. We are an economy which is consuming a lot of what we want to do in terms of indigenization, as we just talked about. And I think from our perspective, when I look at the global market, there is obviously a lot of potential. Most of our products are products which are either in small boxes or systems which can be exported very easily. And I am feeling the need of our products in the global market as a very strong urge to replace it with the current suppliers that are available. And the reason for that is not only that the products are cheaper, but also the re-engineering of the products during the life cycle makes the life cycle cost of the product much cheaper if you go to players who can kind of be much more cost effective, and those players can be available in India. That is where I think the Indian industry will make a difference when it comes to the global defense industry. And that is where I feel we need to go in terms of innovation, in terms of when you look at the life cycle of the program and life cycle cost of the program. That's where we will make a difference, because generally, whatever you start supplying, you need to support your platforms of the customer 20, 30, 40 years. It's a very long-term gestation. And I think from that perspective, we feel that we are absolutely at the right place with the right products.
Great. So, you know, since today is also the day when India's first private sector space launch has happened, I was reading somewhere that while NASA's annual budget is of the order of about $30 billion, ISRO works at sub $2 billion. So that frugality is something which is so ingrained in Indian mindset at approaching things. You think that's an advantage for the private sector also when you think in terms of those numbers and scale that you were talking about in the global market?
It's an advantage from the perspective of there is so much to catch up to. There is so much to catch up to. There's so much, there is so much available to kind of grab. And I think from that perspective, the timing of our industry evolving at this point, especially what happened last year with Operation Sindoor, and our products were in demonstration, and the world saw the ability, the agility, the kind of capability that the Indian industry had. And I personally feel that changed the way the world looked at Indian defense industry. And I think from that perspective, as I look at the opportunity, global opportunity, which I just threw some numbers, I think there is a lot to do in terms of becoming global. I personally feel L&T is already there. Samtel is already working on multiple global programs. I certainly feel that the time has come for Indian industry to become global players and have actually very serious big programs as benchmarks for the future, and not only in the space of technology in defense, but a lot of the armored vehicle products, of course the aircrafts that we are talking about, drones, of course, and the satellites. We just talked about Skyroot today. So I'm very excited with the future right now.
He's manufacturing tanks, you are manufacturing drones, you're going to manufacture drones. He said that tanks would have drones integrated. Maybe you both can collaborate, But
we are already collaborating, actually.
All right. So I guess in the right direction, at least. But on a lighter note, tell me, you are also in the cockpit displays. Even the simplest of an aircraft cockpit is intimidating. You don't know which button to press and how, unless you are trained, obviously, as a pilot. It's a little intimidating. Is it possible, if someone who only drives an automatic, is it possible to have little simpler cockpits of aircraft?
See, first of all, you must understand that cockpit is basically the eyes of the pilot. So in that sense, we very proudly say that we are like the eagle eyes of the Air Force. We can't fly an aircraft without the cockpit display. And that's how the pilot sees multiple things: navigation, maps, altitude, blah, blah. Can't fly the aircraft without a cockpit display. So that becomes a very important part. I think the technology is, just to answer your question, it's obviously there in multiple different domains. You have, of course, some sort of a cockpit or a display system in an automobile and a car as well. And those are also becoming very fancy now with touch screens and stuff like that. But what's the difference between those and the ones which are flying in the air are the conditions that they go through, the 3G, 4G shocks, the altitude vibrations, the kind of hot and cold environment that we need to kind of have the display accustomed to. That's what makes this product so difficult, but at the same time, very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I had asked on a lighter note, you gave a serious answer. But, and I lost the chain of my thoughts. So let me come to Mr. Ramchandani. I'll come back to you for that. I got the question. So, Punit, the question is to you. This holy grail, when it comes to aircraft making, and we have seen Mr. Kota Harinarayan is there with us in front of us, the holy grail of making our own fighter jets and the engine part of it. The struggle that we are seeing, as someone who's with the industry, do you see us graduating to that level of merit, competence, capacity / capability that in a decade from now we can think of that kind of ambition that we will have our own aircraft with our own engine?
I think it's a very sensitive question, and honestly speaking, the Indian defense establishment, DRDO, and the associated industry around it has been finding a lot of answers, and we are still on our search for many more. I think the engines are one area which obviously is an area of concern, but at the same time, government is giving a lot of attention towards it. We have a very accelerated plan, but obviously that plan has to come to reality on ground. Of course, we need our indigenous engine in totality. We know what's happening on the LCA. It's coming from the top. Prime Minister drives this very, very strongly. Innovation is the heart and the solution. I think there is no escape to that. We've got multiple solutions. We've got some partnership opportunities also which are in discussion. Of course, I think glass half full and half empty, but definitely needs to be addressed. It's an elephant in the room, to be honest with you.
Right. That's a good note to end this conversation with, that the glass is half full. फिराक गोरखपुरी का एक शेर है, जो देखा न था वो देखा तो है, जो सोचा न था वो सोचा तो है. I think a lot of strides there in India's defense sector, and of course private sector participation increasing by leaps and bounds. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramchandani and Mr. Puneet Kaura, for joining us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो वाह वाह मम्मा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say, the cover-up of this colossal security breach.
To speak today. Whilst most of us are aware of shipbuilding and the growth of shipbuilding in our country, the story that I was trying to weave today was what was brought about by Mr. Ramchandani, Baba Kalyani, and Dr. Satish Reddy as to how we build the ecosystem for the public sector and the private sector to work together. And Navy shipbuilding has done it very well over the last 5 to 6 decades, and that is the story I was trying to put together through a small presentation and about 10 to 12 minutes talk. So I'll keep it short and crisp, and let me start with the scale and the pace of shipbuilding resurgence that has happened over the last 10 to 12 years. What you see on the slide is the shipbuilding program of Indian Navy, which is passing through a remarkable phase. Since December 2024, we have built and commissioned 16 warships, which, as they brought out, is almost one warship every 40 days, from what we are building about one warship every 2 years, about 30 years back. The recent commissioning, as shown, is 3 warships in June by the Honorable Prime Minister in Kolkata, and 1 stealth frigate in Vizag by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, 11th of this month. The momentum is expected to continue, and we are going to produce 15 warships in 2026, which is first of its kind. That is, in fact, a warship, more than a warship a month. And this, the larger ambition here is to put together 200 warships by 2035. Now, these are just not numbers, please note. They demonstrate the maturity of India's design base, our shipyards, our project management capability, and our industrial ecosystem. Therefore, just to talk about it, the scope of this presentation will be connecting dots as shown. First, a little bit of historical context to tell you where we started from and how we walked this whole thing together. The ongoing future naval shipbuilding program to tell you about what is coming up in the next 10, 20 years. The wider commercial ecosystem that we have built along with the private and the public sector. And finally, the way forward with the government of India's strategic pillars. The central message in this that I want to convey is that naval capability and commercial capacity can and must reinforce one another. Therefore, the journey begins with our maritime history of a little bit, our tradition which predates the modern state. In the pre-colonial era, the Zamorins, Marathas, and Cholas had used maritime strength to support trade and coastal defense. During the colonial period, the Wadiyas and the Sindhiyas retained significant expertise, but the British restrictive policies limited further growth. That is where we got stunted. At independence, we inherited some legacy vessels, but were completely dependent on foreign designs and technical assistance. After independence, therefore, we had to begin rebuilding this capability systematically. The decisive shift from buying ships to building our own ships started with the acquisition of our shipyards and building them up. Hindustan Shipyard in 1952, Mazgaon Dock and the Garden Reach in the 60s, Goa Shipyard in 1961, and we established the Cochin Shipyard in 1972. Together, they created the industrial foundation that we wanted for shipbuilding. Parallelly, within the Navy, we had to reorganize ourselves so as to create a design and program management capability for going beyond just license production, which Baba Kalyan was talking about in the morning. The institutional journey, therefore, within the Navy began in 1956 with the formation of the Corps of Naval Constructors. We formed a central design office in 1964, and in 1968, we set up a directorate of Leander projects and built our own indigenous frigate, a milestone in itself, way back 1968. The Directorate of Naval Design was formed in 1970, and by 1980, we had formed 3 specialized organizations, one for ship production, one for submarine production.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wood, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any further terror strikes against India. To the contrary, absolutely to the contrary.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wood, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any further terror strikes against India. To the contrary.
Foundation that they treated shipbuilding as a strategic industry. China combined large-scale state support with major investments in technology. South Korea paired government-backed credit with integrated heavy industry groups, and Japan used close government-industry coordination with strong focus on quality and efficiency. The lesson is not to copy any one model for India, but to understand that competitiveness requires perseverance and a whole-of-government approach. India's current policy framework reflects many of these enabling conditions, as shown on the slide. The Government of India has set out a 4-pillar framework backed by commitment of a large amount of money. The first pillar is the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme with 24,700 crores to help address the cost gap. Second is a 25,000 crore Maritime Development Fund to expand access to long-term finance. Third is the 19,000 crore Shipbuilding Development Scheme focused on employment, greenfield clusters, brownfield expansion, and Indian shipbuilding technical centers. The fourth pillar, of course, is reforms in the legal and policy frameworks. Together, these measures address cost, capital, capacity, skills, and the market demand. The initiatives have already shown the desired effect. The national ambition through Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047 lay down our aspirations to be the 5th largest shipbuilders and rise to the 10th position in ownership. The commensurate demands for commercial shipbuilding, therefore, are as flashed in the table, which span across sectors, aggregating an economic churn of 2.2 lakh crores. Converting this pipeline into delivery will require concentrated industrial ecosystem capability, which we are trying to address through maritime clusters. Now, what are maritime clusters? These are places that bring infrastructure, suppliers, skills, and finance together in one industrial geographic expanse. Greenfield clusters provide purpose-built docks, manufacturing setups where brownfield expansion modernize yards. The Indian Shipbuilding Technical Center, supported by cluster-level training, will standardize skills. Just to show you all the clusters that have been already sanctioned, we have 5 shipbuilding clusters on locations as shown. These locations provide coverage across the coastlines. 3 green hydrogen hubs sanctioned at Kandla, Tamil Nadu, and Paradip. Already land allocated as shown for production, storage, and movement of lower carbon marine energy. We have 8 industrial parks and SEZs as shown to form the industrial layer linking the port access with manufacturing, processing, storage, and support services. And 2 ship repair clusters sanctioned at Kochi and Vadinar to complement the shipbuilding clusters by strengthening maintenance and repair. Now, infrastructure alone, however, will not help. Therefore, we had to now focus on human capital and sustained demand. This was addressed through 2 decisive requirements which we took on about 15 years back. First was to distinguish between the engineers from the skilled worker without placing any one above the other. Engineers design the vessel, define systems, solve problems, and manage assurance. The skilled trades people are welders, fabricators, fitters, electricians, and many more. Convert that design into a reliable product, the ship itself. Shipbuilding would have failed if either of the side was weak. So my job or our job or the challenge was therefore to develop, certify, mobilize, and continuously upgrade both groups at scale over the last 5 decades. The second requirement was to maintain a sustained national demand, both naval and commercial. While we achieved the naval demand quite successfully in the last 3 to 4 decades, our commercial demand is still lacking behind. We are aware of that. And therefore, we are expanding our commercial demand to cover merchant marine, offshore vessels, inland waterways, undersea activities, adventure and sports crafts, marine energy generation, etc. Together, skills and demand would create the confidence to invest by more investors and therefore to learn and compete. Now, these priorities lead directly to the course we are now trying to chart ahead. Now that we have proven that we as a country can design and build complex weapon-intensive warships at home, the next task is to translate this into broad commercial capability. The existing naval ecosystem, its infrastructure, design expertise, discipline, and supply networks provide a strong springboard for commercial expansion. This is what we are fighting for. Naval and commercial shipbuilding need to therefore advance together, sharing the facilities, talent, technology, and intent. If we align this with the Maritime Vision of 2030 and the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, it can convert proven self-reliance, which is already there today, into globally competitive markets. India's naval shipbuilding story therefore demonstrates what long-term national commitment, perseverance, and patience, which all of our speakers talked about in this forum today, can actually convert this country into. The opportunity now is to build on that foundation to strengthen maritime security, industrial self-reliance, and India's role in the global maritime economy. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I've come to the end of my talk. Thank you for your time and attention. Jai Hind and Samno Varuna.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? What we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China
upgrades, everything is possible. Second point that you talked about is supply chain resilience. If you are designing yourself, you have actually designed the system in such a fashion that you are never in a position that your supply may be hampered. So resilience is built in. If there is a product that I'm taking normally from a country which is ITAR controlled, or where there is a requirement which you feel in time to come will create a problem, then I will always avoid it. So supply chain resilience comes along with it. Third thing is the export opportunity. Friends, you must realize that when you are talking about defense export, you are talking about product that is yours. Whatever product has been designed in joint development or it has been taken in TOT, actually the TOT provider decides whether you are in a position to export or not, because you have signed the end-use certificate. So if you have your own design, then only you export. So the figures that we talk about, 38,000 crores in the morning of exports, basically these are components. And when we talk about exports of platforms like BrahMos, it is because our technology partner, which is Russia, has allowed us to do the export. So if you are looking at key enablers, for these 3, IP creation is the key enabler.
Mr. Nilesh, if I could come to you on this, just taking forward from the requirement when we talk about, as Mr. Kanodia also tells us, how when we talk about leading now, emerging as a defense exporter, what are the key factors at play according to you? I also want to understand from you, is it because we are becoming better? Are we focusing on a certain areas, or is it that the demand is increasing, that the world is needing more diversification of suppliers?
So firstly, congratulations to Republic Media Network. I think it's fabulous in terms of the conclave that has been put. The fact that on the panel today you have, the industry, the MSME, the academia, and the research labs together, I think it sets the right tone, and probably we'll get to that conversation for sure. See, Mr. Kanodia spoke about exports. The reality in life is, unless you own the IP or technology, you will absolutely have restrictions to do what you want to do. It, of course, takes a lot of effort to put that in. But let me give you some of the backgrounds that have gone in. The whole of India approach that we spoke about in different forms. We spoke about the fact, in terms of how we want to approach to solve a problem. But as I think Mr. Ramchandani spoke a little earlier, it's a geopolitical play. Defense is always a geopolitical instrument. And to play that, you need MOD, MEA, you need your missions to work for you, you need your system to work for you. And I think India has done that one part incredibly well, the way this country has gone about in terms of the whole engagement that has happened, as an image of the country and the engagement with other foreign countries, number one. Number two, the whole play that has happened in terms of the way the products have been designed and created. Creating a platform is one hell of a challenge, and you need to stay invested in doing that, and which is what India today talks about in terms of frontline products. Yes, those have come with collaboration with DRDO in terms of Akash, Pinaka, and the multiple things that have happened. But there has been a lot of work that has happened in the supply chain part as well. So there are Indian companies who have actually done the effort, and are part of the global supply chain of OEMs, so to speak. So from an export, and if you look at the flux that we are in when it comes to geopolitics today, being a reliable partner, the way India has created its image, where one can actually rely and work with India to be there when the requirement is. I think that has been a big change that has happened in the whole process. So being a reliable partner also makes a difference. I mean, today Europe is actually searching. We talked about, a lot of people spoke about the fact of what's happening in Europe. The challenge today is that they are looking at a reliable partner to look at things. So from that perspective, it's not just that India has got better. India certainly has got better. I mean, in the last 10 years, I mean, I don't want to play the statistics back to you, but I think we spoke about everything else in terms of, you know, the number of licenses. I mean, the interesting statistics that nobody spoke about was, there is a what should I say, analyst report which says the earnings per share of the defense companies through 2028 will be almost 32% annually growing. So you can understand the value that is getting created, you know, in addition to the exports that we do, the production that we do, the budgets that we have. So from a play perspective, I think it's a huge play that has happened as a nation, as whole, so to speak.
Dr. Srivastava, I want to come to you. In the role of organization like DRDO that has been, of course, been at the forefront, we've seen that, it is right now working extensively and very much focused on Atmanirbharta. Throughout the past decade, what have you noticed that would be the, I would say, the propelling factors towards this, this sort of focus on, or I would say hyper-focus on Atmanirbharta now? And what are the factors? Also, you can give us your reaction on our two previous answers, the two panelists who have just right now enlightened us upon. So if you could just add to that, and what are the factors in your assessment?
So, as you heard a lot of the speakers in the morning, there was a time when we were doing build to print. That means DRDO was giving the designs and industry was printing that, kind of making that in the workshops and trying to put that system out for the services to evaluate. That situation had changed because DRDO and the industry, they worked together hand in hand through various schemes. And the agility of industry and the technical background of DRDO that has brought about the change from BTP to BTS, build to print to build to specifications. Now, next generation industry is going to be build to idea. The services will say that this is the kind of warfare likely to evolve tomorrow. What kind of systems the country should have? I think that is where the country is going to go for. And we have no doubt that we have the capability to do it. The question is, do we have the capacity? Capacity not in terms of money. Money, as a lot of speakers said, plenty of money is available. The defense budget is increasing every year and the procurements are increasing, so industry has money. The question is, even if the industry creates another production center, do we have people to man it? And that is where I think there is a requirement to upskill, reskill, and initial skill of the people that we have in the country. So a lot of initiatives need to be taken for upskilling and skilling of our people, and then creating large number of facilities, the test equipment, etc. What my co-panelist said, a lot of exports is happening because of components and assemblies and subsystems, which is true. The large-scale export is a few items like ATAX and maybe the BrahMos. There is a possibility that we can do. For example, the Latin American countries and maybe the African countries, they don't require four and a half generation, fifth generation aircraft. Probably they require only fourth generation and below. Now, we have no policy in the country that somebody can be funded for making a lower generation. Whatever our services require, that only can be funded by the government. Export-oriented activity, that has to be taken up as a cause for the country. Then only maybe this kind of things can happen. So I think there are a large number of things that can be done. It is not that we have done everything. And if we need to reach where the RM set the goals, and the industry has set the much higher goals for 2047, if we need to reach there, the new set of reforms, etc., have to be brought in.
Now, Professor Ahuja, I would come to you on this. And now we've seen that how India has been, we've been spending a lot on research also. And when it comes to institutions like IIT, the organizations, they've also spent a lot of time in research. And if you compare it to other countries, sir, where do you find India contributing to research, focusing on research, so that we can bring in this attitude of Atmanirbharta in real time, and even go on to have wartime production also in place?
So thank you. Actually, I'm living for the last 32 years in Sweden. So I see the mindset. First thing is that our mindset, we have to change it actually. So we are still thinking like if academia is doing in their silos, or they are working in their comfort zones actually. So there's not much interaction with the industry, whether it's a private or it's a government. So that's a thing different I see in India and compared to the Europe or like in Sweden. So their industry comes to academia. And they will say that, why I should do R&D? You do R&D for me actually. So they come to you, they give you the problems, they say this is your problem, you have to solve it. And they involve you from the day one. It's not like here, I do here up to TRL level 3 or 4, and then it will go to some startup or industry, then transfer. So you are from the day one, you are a partner of industry. And there I see that if I go to industry, I don't feel any difference between academia or industry actually. We are working in the same kind of environment in academia also, as well as in industry also. So the integration is very easy there. Whereas in India, it's a task, because as I told you that, sometime maybe I can say that maybe industry doesn't trust academia. Could be because the delivery time, because academia has their own timeline, but industry has a timeline, because they cannot wait maybe years for you come up something and then they will start. So we have to think about timeline also, and our faculty in the institution like IITs, they should be open and they should invest their time in the way that they can deliver on time. So in principle, you have to come to out of your comfort zone. And if we change our mindset, and if we can work as a team, that is very important, that we are missing here. I can tell you, when I was there, I never use word I. I always say that we will do it. So we need that kind of mindset to deliver it. If you work in a team, in the morning also, collaboration is important. If you work in a team, we can deliver it. And that kind of mindset we have to change in Indian academia, as well in the industry also, that they should trust more on academia. Thank you.
So collaboration could be the missing link, or the lack of collaboration.
Yeah, that's true actually. So because that's what is a missing part here. That's what I'm saying, that there you are so integrated with academia and industry. I never feel any difference. Actually, I was working big companies there, and they are in contact with me actually. So they say, okay, this is the problem, you deliver it. So that kind of culture we have to bring in Indian academia. Because just only funding will not work. As everybody are saying, funding is enough, but the mindset is not enough. So we have to change the mindset.
Dr. Srivastava, you wanted to come in?
Thought I'll just add to what Professor said. To break that silo, we from DRDO created 15 DRDO Industry Academia Centers of Excellence in 15 IITs, central universities, and other places. This was in 2022. And that time we identified some 65 different subjects or disciplines, and each center was told that you will specialize in this, but you will be consolidating the research in the whole of the country. It is not that if it is in IIT Delhi, they will do only for IIT Delhi. They will do for the whole of the country. The requirement is this 15 numbers to explode, to become 45 today. But that has remained static. If you look at the countries like US, they have FFRDCs, they have UARCs. You look at China, if I remember the figure correct, 269 such centers. We have 15. So I think there is a need to multiply and, as I said, explode those numbers. And Naturally, we will have to have faith on each other, then only we can do it. Otherwise, we cannot do it.
So that is, I think, one takeaway from this discussion. And Mr. Kanodia, if I could come.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, "This is the most secure election in the history of our country."
Now, we have been talking about collateral-free schemes from the government from time to time. SIDBI came out with a scheme of cash defense, a wonderful scheme. It answered all our pleas, and it was collateral-free. They were providing working capital against a defense purchase order. There is no equivalent scheme available in the system that this is. Where do SIDBI gets its money? They get their money from the credit guarantee scheme of the government, where the government is actually taking 90% of the risk. Recently, they have come up with the lines of credit of 2 lakh crores, where the risk they have taken is 100% in view of the current scenario. Now, what does SIDBI do? The SIDBI bankers, they put their bank hat on. The eligibility is like a normal banking, 3 saal ki balance sheet or CIBIL score and everything. And then they come up with 30% FD upfront. Come on. Is that what we were asking for? Is that the reason why the government gave you the money? But borrowing his word, mindset, it is precisely that problem. There is no trust. There is a trust deficit. MSME, high risk. Defense sector, bob. This is like Karela or Neem Chada. It's that bad. So where do we get our money? The funniest point is, when we were having multiple discussions with SIDBI, they said, "Sab, risk thodi high hai." Very good. Let me explain. Now, what is the risk? The Navy is not giving me order just because I happen to they like my face. They don't do that. whatever I am offering, they are testing, General Saab here is testing thoroughly, validating, approving. Do you remember these two kids who came in the morning? I don't know whether you noticed or not the number of NC trials they went through. Remember? He rattled off names. I know all of them. But my advice to them would be, why the hell did you do it? NC, no cost, no commitment. The underlying fact is no commitment. That is what is the reality today. Now coming back to the subject. Our problem is mindset. Now, look at one part of the government, which is providing all kinds of policy instruments for a Viksit Bharat. They are saying that, we needs to be, Atmanirbharta se sovereignty, Samprabhuta. That is what their slogan is. And look at the other side. As if they are completely disjointed. Ye Hindustan, Pakistan hai. Why? And unless this changes, प्रधानमंत्री ने ये मंत्री जी ने कहा था ना ...
Any of you would like to fill in the blanks?
Actually, to add to Mr. Kanodia, and by the way, he's been the biggest voice of MSMEs in India for quite a while now. The interesting aspect is there have been amazing reforms that have been done in the last 10 years. You see multiple programs like IDEX, Aditi, where we've been able to get the technology innovation part going right. The challenge is that we want them to invest equal amount of money that the government invests. So for example, you want to give 1.5 crores, you want them to invest 1.5 crores. They don't have if that capital was available, I don't think they would even look at this story. But let me tell you the positive side of things, the way they've happened now. The biggest change is that we have taken that privileged access part out of the system. Today, you have the armed forces and the entire setup actually coming to you and telling you what the requirement is. Today, interestingly, the Northern Command, when the NORTEC happened, they actually constituted 9 groups where they put a 2-star general to be heading those groups, where the issue of access is over. If you have technology, you have access. You can actually go and test. The second part they did was they put a testing facility there. We spoke a couple of sessions back about EW, jamming, the whole aspect of our drones surviving, jamming the adversary's drones. Where do you test them? And by the way, they're not available just like that as facility. So they created that. And you know what has happening now? The whole issue, we spoke about, NCNC trials and how many times. The whole issue is the technology cycle today is 3 years, which means in 3 years, the technology generation changes.
In drone, it is quarterly days.
Probably weeks, I was told. So the fun part is that here we are with our NCNC trials and process, cutting that entire process down to saying, fail fast. The whole procurement of Indian system is fail safe. When you buy, it meets all my requirements. Today, what we've created is fail fast. You get a feedback, you can go back, do things, come back again. So those few changes that we have done will go a long way in terms of, one, getting the startups to realize their solutions faster, the armed forces to get solutions much faster. And at the end of the day, the technology cycle will play a huge role. And innovation, our IP, our technology, that is what is going to get created. That is the big change that has happened.
Yes, sir, please.
So I can understand him. If in India, who needs more help when it's come to collaboration with the academic institution is MSMEs. Yep. Because they don't have ecosystem or research, that kind of manpower. So we as IITs or any institution, we should help them because they need us. And we don't need the big houses who can afford actually.
So is there a system for that in place or is there a setup for that?
In our IIT, we say that, okay, you come once or twice in a semester, bring your problems. Because sometimes I talk to MSME says that we think this problem is too small, so we feel that why should we go to IIT, and they don't get their problem solved. So we have to be open. And I can make a difference for them actually. And if we have to grow the skilling, what we are talking, the job providers, MSME is the biggest sector which is providing a job. So my responsibility, how I can help MSME and how I can make a difference. Working with them because they are in our need. Other maybe don't need us, but MSME need us. So this is the way we have to grow.
Dr. Srivastava, what could be the practical recommendation for bridging these gaps, especially when we earlier talked about the collaboration between industry and government, and of course the support to the MSMEs in focus of this conversation? So basically I'm just talking about what could be in your understanding, the recommendations from your side and your assessment that could boost this collaboration and bridge these gaps that we're discussing.
So few things actually can be tried between academia and industry. Especially defense industry and defense laboratories especially, the entry is difficult for obvious reasons. And when the academia comes, certain things are not shown to them. When the private industry comes, certain things are not shown to them, and maybe vice versa also. One is that if we can have some joint appointments. For example, IIT professor can be a joint scientist in a laboratory or in an industry, a joint engineer, and there people coming here as a joint professor or whatever designation one can bring out. So this will create kind of kinship or ownership. IIT Ropar, for example, will have ownership with, let us say, a company. So, but for that probably you may need to change some rules and regulations and all that. This is one. Second, on the financing part, what Mr. Kanodia was telling, MSME is still you have 5 years of income tax and GST and all that history. The young entrepreneur, startup, if he goes to bank to ask the loan, he is asked for the guarantee. Which guarantee he can give? Only his parents' property, which is not accepted because it is parents, not his. So we need to create those conditions where the money can easily flow in. Thirdly, the government schemes that we have, various missions that Government of India has provided, all money can go to the industry or startups which are affiliated with one or the other academic institution. If he is totally independent entity, it is next to impossible to get any funding. I think we need to look those subtle things now which will create difference for them. Every entrepreneur doesn't want to share everything, as Mr. Kora also said, I will not be able to share every detail because naturally it's got business sense and also every entrepreneur will not share everything with everybody. But if we can get some kind of a confidence building measures between institutions, between industry, I think that can happen, and then the banking system that can also pump in some money.
So I think confidence building, trust building, and I think a system and an environment, rather, encouraging environment to have that trust, establish that trust, and bring this collaboration in place. Sir, just as a closing note from your side, sir, on privatization. We talk about privatization a lot in recent times. We're talking about the private players in defense sector coming in, be it aviation, be it any sector, and biggest to the, every level we're talking about private sector coming in, sir. What is your view on that? How encouraging has been the response, or are we just talking about it right now? How much of it is happening on ground?
I wished you have not asked this question to me. I'm thinking what to answer because the correct answer, nobody would like it. So, being politically correct.
No, sir, you can be honest, and we want to listen from you. We want to hear from you.
Really?
It's Republic State, sir, yes.
Okay. You know, when a large company goes to the government and he talks to the government, he talks about MSME, he doesn't talk about himself. Why? MSME sells. MSME has that appeal. Startups, MSME, these are the big words. Private sector. You know when private sector was allowed to come in? 2001. अभी तो केवल 25 साल हुए हैं. Only 25 years. And in 25 years, where we have reached? Arun Ramchandani talked about that our share is 25%. He was very generous. In the last 3 years, our percentage remains flat. Volumes have not gone up. Now, why? I will again use the word mindset. On one hand, you want IP creation. On the other hand, you want at least 3 people should come with the same IP product. Then I will start giving orders. If it is single vendor, you see, never in last 30 years of defense meetings, seminars, and I have attended a few, I have ever seen defense finance person sitting. Never. N-E-V-E-R, never. Why? And where is the problem? Their mindset is still, I don't know where. If I have a product, and I'm telling you from personal experience, if it is single vendor, the first question is, अपना bill of material और costing दिखाइए. मेरे दिमाग की कीमत दिखाऊं क्या आपको? If you have created an RFP, have you created without a benchmarking? Didn't you know what you are buying? Didn't you know what the cost of your purchases ought to be? Am I so off that you need to see my costing and why? ये mindset change नहीं होगा ना, तो हम अभी 10 साल और इसी तरह भाषण देते रहेंगे. जो 10 साल पहले मेरा presentation था, आज भी वही है. I was a part of the Kelkar committee when the major reforms took place. I can show you. Presentations are exactly the same. Level playing field आपने कब से सुना है? जब से आप रिपब्लिक में. इसको बोलते बोलते तो बाल सफेद हो गए. लेकिन लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड का वर्ड हम यूज क्यों करते हैं? हम क्यों इस तरह की बात करते हैं? So look, things have to change dramatically. What frustrates me, I'll just take 1 minute. What frustrates me, as I mentioned earlier, देखिए, प्रॉब्लम वहां होती है जहां पॉलिसी ना हो. पॉलिसी बनवाना सरकार से is not a joke. It's an effort. It takes a lot of time. हमारे यहाँ तो वो सिचुएशन है कि पॉलिसी सारी बन गई है. मालूम है 3 प्रॉब्लम क्या है? इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन. बताइए मैं क्या कहूं? That's the issue. Each and every top 500 to 1,000 companies have a design house in India, hiring thousands of engineers. वो हम पे ट्रस्ट करते हैं, लेकिन हमारे फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस डिफेंस के ऑर्डर को ट्रस्ट नहीं करते हैं. वो ये नहीं समझते हैं that I have spent 2 years of my hard work to come to a stage where he has placed an order on me. और वो कहते हैं रिस्क हाई है. They don't understand the system. The mindset is still where? I don't know. If the Pradhan Mantri wants to do something, this is where he needs to do a lot to be. That's the major problem. You know, many parts have already been settled. Why all of a sudden startup culture has come? Have you realized why? All of a sudden platforms are not required anymore. आपने यूक्रेन की लड़ाई में टैंक्स देखे क्या? टैंक्स तो पहले दिन ही उड़ गए थे. By 5,000 rupee drones. हमारे सिंदूर में जहाज को क्रॉस किए. ईरान में क्या हो रहा है? All of a sudden, the requirement is of a completely new type of warfare for which the brains are available with the university. The brains are available with the young. That's the reason things are changing. Lastly, I can't stop myself. We are reactive as a nation, never proactive. Don't we know what is the future like? Don't we know what the Sindhu 2.0 would be? Don't we know who our adversaries are going to be? What are we doing? आपको यदि मिलियन ड्रोन्स चाहिए तो दीजिए ऑर्डर्स, और दिए जा रहे हैं. Look, we have to change quite a lot. Mindset of the defense finance is the first thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And that's why we're having these conversations here on the Republic. And as we have this conversation on the third edition of the Conclave, thank you so much, gentlemen. Really appreciate you joining us, all of you, with your insights and your expertise, of course, really, really is valued. And thank you so much for sharing with us your experience.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wound, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any further terror strikes against India. To the contrary, absolutely to the contrary, what we are concerned about is the start of a new information warfare narrative by Pakistan's ISI in collusion with its American CIA partners, which is trying to create justification for another mass casualty Pakistani strike, this time possibly directed against the water resources of India. The Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Jaisalmer have been carrying out training and rehearsal in the Mangala Dam for carrying out terror attacks through the water medium, whether it is to poison large reservoirs, whether it is to blow up dams or certain water infrastructure, that remains to be seen. But what Pakistan is orchestrating is a deliberate information warfare campaign, a narrative building exercise that India has stopped our waters and we are going to react. We cannot react militarily, it could lead to nuclear war. So our only means of reaction is via asymmetric warfare, terror attacks, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Pakistan is laying out its justification. The Republic television channel has shown you proof positive, visual evidence of Harry Dar, American designated terrorist, also nicknamed engineer, who has been overseeing this water training in the Mangala reservoir and was heard openly mentioning the fact that in the year 2026 the world will witness mass casualty terror strikes against India's water infrastructure, because the justification is our water has been stopped. Firstly, the Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. Why? Because it is a highly unequal treaty that was India was pressurized to sign under American pressure in 1956. India signed it in the hope that Pakistan would bury the hatchet on Kashmir and live like a decent neighbor. Pakistan was given the waters of 4 rivers. Out of 7, 4 rivers which flew through Kashmir were given to Pakistan on the pretext that Kashmir belongs to Pakistan. Therefore, there is no question of water sharing. Priority rights go to Pakistan. This is utterly amazing. On what basis? This is, by its very definition, an unequal treaty.
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that, tens of millions of voters' data.
जब भी भारत की रक्षा शक्ति की चर्चा होती है तो हमारे मन में सबसे पहले भारत के रक्षा कर रहे वीर सैनिकों की छवि स्वाभाविक रूप से उभरती है। सीमाओं पर तैनात हमारे जवान, समुद्र की अथाह गहराइयों में राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा में जुटे हमारे नौसैनिक और आकाश की ऊंचाइयों पर देश की रक्षा करने वाले हमारे वायु योद्धा, ये सभी हमारे राष्ट्रीय गौरव के प्रतीक हैं। जो देश अपने सैनिकों का सम्मान करना नहीं जानता, उसका भविष्य कभी भी सुरक्षित नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए जब हम नेशन फर्स्ट की बात करते हैं तो उसके साथ ही जुड़ा हुआ है फोर्सेज फर्स्ट का भाव।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be
replace all the imported one with the indigenous aircraft. And that is what is important. That is what we need to do that. I just want one slide to show the naval fighters. I think we need to see how to move forward. Navy has a tremendous indigenous interest, but we still have to have a Mark 1 which is flown, but we are not acquired. And Mark 3DBF, we still have to get a clearance to move forward. Thank you very much. This is the kind of infrastructure, what you call ecosystem has been cleared by LCA Mark 1. It's not just an aircraft, technologies, ecosystem, everything. That's how what took 15 years, now taking 5 years. And that is what is required for us to move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wound, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not
You gave that fantastic presentation, great presentation, but just still one question. I want the tough questions to come first. 1985 it started, and we are still struggling. You say over the next 2 decades it would be fine. What gives you that confidence that what has not happened in the last 40 years will happen in the next 20?
We had no ecosystem at all. We had no link between industry, academia, and the R&D labs. What we have created is that integration. Second, the funding that is required was just not available. For example, though in 85 we said government gave 500 crores, you can't make a fighter aircraft in 500 crores. In only 1993 they gave us about 2,000 crores. Of course, 2000, nothing now, but it is a big money at that time. Only when that money was given, and they created a dedicated organization called ADA, whose job is only to develop that aircraft. You think, dream, work only for that, okay? So we were then able to them. There was extraordinary resistance for such an organization to move forward because there are a lot of existing players who are there. But in spite of that, because that is the thing, we are able to get some of the best people, and it took us long. We created technologies, ecosystem, and that link between industry, R&D, and the academia. I think this is what made us, and we made all the hardware, software. We have a problem. Problem is one of engine. It is still a problem. We still work in progress. But my understanding is with effort and with infrastructure, I somehow feel last 30 years, we are only talking about creating a, what you call test facility. It costs about 15,000 crores, but 30 years we are talking. I think now there is a plan that we will establish that. There is no way a country can become a superpower unless we have the infrastructure, includes test facility and costly test facility. These are all not simple. But without that, you can do no. Because of this background work that has been done, and LCA is a known thing, everything is there. With that, to the next step, Mark II, next year, it will roll out and fly, and then AMCA will come, and that the ecosystem is expanding now. All said and done, let us be very clear, not much money is spent by the industry in R&D. They have to spend more money. They have to do that. That we have to push. But with the money that is available for a military program government can support, I think we should be able to do that.
Right, so I really hope and pray that the confidence that you have is actually gets executed on the ground, and our Air Force gets and the Navy gets the 2 fighter aircrafts. But do we really need the fighter aircrafts now? In the present day and age. You did mention 6th generation fighter plane, which is unmanned, but still.
See, all said and done, it has to be a manned-unmanned combination. Okay? Today, some 500 aircraft drones are going. What is the damage? Nothing much. See, you need that kind of a force multiplier. Only when you do that, okay, then the effectiveness will be there. All said and done, you must appreciate some of the major damages are occurring from the deep penetration strike aircraft that are being used today. Okay? So it is this combination which has to be done. I don't think there is an alternative to that.
We had this presentation by the Air Force where the officer, Air Vice Marshal Srivastav, said that the platform is not really important now. It's information, the network of information. Like from the aircraft, we have moved to the networked aircraft part of kill chain to now perhaps autonomous systems getting to the center of gravity.
It's not that earlier.
So, I mean, I'm just asking for the reason is that
question.
people should understand whether we really need that many aircrafts anymore. Or, I mean, we use them as force multipliers, but we can move on to the next generation, which is autonomous systems.
No, one thing is, what he means is, earlier it is the platform which was fighting. Now it is the system that is, it's a net-centric system. But happy to tell you that the net-centric, which consists of 4 or 5 elements, we are talking of fighter aircraft, we are talking about manned vehicles, we are talking about AWACS, we are talking of missiles, we are talking about precision, precision weapons. All of them have been addressed. Okay? Only when you address all of them, then you have this net-centric. Second thing is, earlier, it was more hardware-oriented, but today you have a software. Software, we have to keep in mind, it is the algorithms. Algorithm development is not easy. You have to do a lot of work. But once you have developed, and that is what is connecting you, whole thing. So it is the system which is fighting, not an aircraft. Earlier, an aircraft will go bomb something and come back. Not so today. I think that is what he means by that.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Raja Babu then. Welcome to the conversation. And my question to you is, in the Operation Sindoor, the only one weapon system that the Pakistanis mentioned by name was BrahMos. The terrorists as well as the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Now that's the kind of fear that India's missile BrahMos creates in the minds of the enemy. And that's one weapon system which is being bought by other nations as well. And we had Dr. Reddy just a while back, former DRDO chairman. He said that in terms of missile, we are a superpower. In terms of missile systems, we are a superpower. What made us become this superpower? What is it that succeeded so well in the case of missiles and has failed in the case of aircrafts?
No, I don't say it is a failed case of aircraft. As brought out, it's a long gestation period of R&D. Okay, I'll limit myself to missiles. Basically, the development of missiles started with IGMDP. Till then, we didn't have anything. And missiles is one area where we have to totally rely on ourselves. No one else will support us externally. Today, in the strategic sector missiles, like I'm sure I don't want to mention names. Everyone is aware of, the type of missiles we have. And every 15 days, 1 month, you see articles coming in the newspaper, the type of missiles that are being tested. Today, we have almost 40 types of missiles that can be launched from all platforms, starting from submarines, ships, land, air, and even, we are even looking beyond also. And many of these weapons are in the stage of trials, and some are being inducted, some are inducted, some are being inducted. You will see that under 3-4 years, most of them will be inducted. This has been possible because consistently we've been working, because we worked in a denial regime. we have no option than to develop our own technologies, our own designs. There were occasions where initially we thought we will take support from external agencies, but again, the moment we say, for the missiles, the MTACR and all those control regimes kick in, and then they say absolute denials. So we learned hard way to stand on our own selves, and that really helped. And the second thing is, there is not only complexity in designing the missiles, there is more complexity in even integrating to the platforms. Especially imported platforms, they don't allow us to integrate our weapons because missiles are the expendables are the one through which they make a lot of money on. So our problem is also to integrate our weapons onto the imported platforms, which have succeeded. And you could have seen in the month of May, June, we had almost 20 different missiles being launched. And today, in a strategy sector, we are self-reliant because consistently we worked with industry. And I'm very happy to say that most of our subsystems come from MSMEs and industry. Like today, DRDO, though we are a reasonably big organization, but to the scale of work what we carry out, our manpower is grossly inadequate. So we rely a lot on industry, and not only for production, even for design also. Like we believe in the build-to-spec concept and then rely on industry even for the design of subsystems. And the main integration as a full system, of course, the DRDO takes care. That also with the concept of DCPPs, we hope that coming 3-4 years, this will also change. I can very proudly say that, today we are working on some of the missiles which are contemporary. Unfortunately, we don't know what other industry abroad are developing. We only come to know when, they are tested or when they come in Janes only, okay, they have this capability. But the years of background work they carry out, that we don't know. But, like with the lessons learned all these years, we are also working towards the future. And this year itself, you will see some of the missile launches which will be probably unique, and they will be contemporary to the world systems.
Some curiosity the general viewers would have, and I will ask some fun questions also, it should not be tech heavy. So, you said about 40 various platforms through which we have as many, weapon systems. Recently we had those pictures coming in of, we are testing a missile fired from a moving train. Was it just to psych out the enemy? No, does it actually happen?
No. See, survival of the weapons, of course, I'm getting into the operational domain. Actually, this question should have been asked to the services. See, what happens is, in actual operations, your concealment also of your weapon is also very important. Today, with the type of proactive bombardment that takes place, if our location is known, immediately we become a target. So, one way to conceal ourselves, we be on the move so that, no one can predict where we are, and launch when it is required. It's not just for psyching, it is actual for operational deployment.
Right. One more question, fun question. So as a student of science, one would say that every chemical comes with an expiry date, right? So like explosives are chemicals. Now we are making missiles. So kuch to unka expiry date aayega. So like we have collected something. Should we just get POK, before they expire?
No, I'll not get into the political things, okay. As an individual and with a national spirit, I may have different feelings, but, this is not a forum where, I can
We are a nationalist platform, nation first.
Nation first. But I'll tell you, since you touched this important point about, lifing or, expiry, this is a very, very important point as far as, ammunition or weapons are concerned. Because, like when our OEM sells a weapon, he doesn't just sell a weapon for that cost. He sells it for the life cycle cost. So the expectation is that after 5-6 years, we go back to them for upgradation and again spend equal amount of money. So the dependency continues on the OEM forever. Whereas in case of, indigenous systems, it is the responsibility of industry, responsibility of DRDO. We continue to upgrade and make sure that the weapons remain relevant. For example, today I can say that the Prithvi missile was part of, initial IGMDP. 30 years have passed. The missile is still in service. And we continue to provide the support and upgradation.
But we have not used Prithvi. Let's use it.
No. No, see, is always said that weapons are made to deter, not to use. So, our weapons itself should deter the enemy to take any step towards us.
One more question to you before I go back to him. So we just, I think, a couple of days back had the LR long-range anti-ship missile test, which is in many ways could actually, I don't know, complement or supplement BrahMos, the ship version. That's a big upgrade in terms of our, blue water capacity and to make sure of our coastal security.
See, I would not like to draw a comparison of, between BrahMos and this, because, both the weapons are being used by our armed forces. But I'll talk about a long-range missile which we tested. First, it is a hypersonic missile. Like, it's already there in the media, enough number of articles.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Reddy mentioned about 6 Mach and...
no, not 6 Mach. Actually, it starts from 10 Mach and then comes down to 6 Mach and down. And the range. The report again, the range is also in the media. 1,500 kilometers range, the starting with Mach 10. And the trajectory is not a ballistic trajectory. These three characteristics itself will define this weapon, how it is different from any other weapon of India.
So, I mean, those people who were scared of BrahMos, the next one is coming.
Yeah, this definitely, this weapon would be a much more force multiplier when compared to any other weapon that is there in the arsenal. I'm saying tactical weapons.
I think that's why the Prime Minister said the next opening would be by the Navy. Okay, so coming back to Mr. Kota Harinarayan. So, he mentioned a very important aspect, why we succeeded. I mean, he did not mention about the aircrafts, but for why we succeeded with missiles is because of the MTCR, the Missile Technology Control Regime, and the restrictions that were put in place because of that. So when we had restrictions on missiles, we got our missile systems in place. When we had restrictions on cryogenic engine, cryogenic technology, we got our cryogenic technology in place. Is it just because we don't have restrictions on engine, it's just slow supply that we are not able to get our engine, the holy grail of our aircraft systems?
See, actually this engine story is going on for so many decades. We have to accept one thing.
To be honest, we don't even make car engines. I mean, if you look at it, Maruti engines are Japanese engines. Fiat or Tata engines are Fiat engines.
Yeah.
So engine is the problem.
Uttar Pradesh is no longer just a state of expressways, but the new captain of the country's aviation revolution. The Noida International
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing...
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country.
What was the name of the horse? Dhanno. Gen Z, I'm asking Gen Z. Don't cheat. You made even the horse famous. Everybody knows Dhanno. Is there any actor who has made a dog and a horse as famous as the main actor in the movie? This is amazing. Well done. Hats off for Sholay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajababu and Dr. Kota Harinarayana.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indus Water Treaty itself needs to be renegotiated. It is a highly unequal treaty. India was pressurized to sign under American pressure, but I am afraid if you open this raw wound, then you are asking for deep, deep trouble. Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. After the mass casualty terror strike in Pahalgam, as part of a deterrent action, as part of punitive measures, India had held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Till such time as Pakistan expresses contrition, regret for its actions, and gives us proof positive that it will no longer engage in acts of mass terror, mass casualty terror strikes against India. Till date, it's almost well over a year since Operation Sindoor. Till date, we have not had a word of contrition, of regret, of turning a new leaf, of any assurance that Pakistan will not carry out any further terror strikes against India. To the contrary, absolutely to the contrary, what we are concerned about is the start of a new information warfare narrative by
वेसल्स हैं 48 इन नंबर, फास्ट पेट्रोल वेसल्स हैं जो 33 नॉट्स की स्पीड करते हैं, और 65 इन नंबर 30 मीटर्स दे आर 45 नॉट की स्पीड करते हैं। इसके अलावा 84 शिप्स, एयरक्राफ्ट्स, सो एवरी डे 55 to 60 शिप्स, 10 to 12 एयरक्राफ्ट्स वो हवा में रहते हैं। आपने जो ये क्वेश्चन पूछा, मुझे मतलब में सिमली एक मेरे माइंड में आई है। मतलब ये क्वेश्चन अगर आप किसी 12th जिसने एग्ज़ाम दिया है और CBSE में अगर वो टॉप करता है तो आप उससे पूछेंगे कि भाई आपने क्या मेहनत की, तो उसी तरीके से जितनी मेहनत उसे करनी पड़ती है बचपन से लेकर एक डिसिप्लिन और इतनी मेहनत, उसी तरीके से 55 शिप्स, 50 से 55 जहाज़ रोज़ सी में रखने के लिए उतनी ही लगन और मेहनत की ज़रूरत होती है। उसके लिए मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि द डे वी जॉइन द एकेडमी फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग, द डे वन, वेदर इट्स मैन ऑन बोर्ड और ऑफिसर्स ऑन बोर्ड, तो जो 2 और 2.5 साल की ट्रेनिंग के बाद जब हम आते हैं तो उसमें जो जोश, जो यूनिफॉर्म का एक जो मतलब मन में जो यूनिफॉर्म का जोश रहता है, और उसके अलावा आपका जो एटीट्यूड जो चेंज आता है, दैट मीन्स ये तो होना ही है। तो इन सब चीज़ों को लेकर जब नाविक, ऑफिसर, कोस्ट गार्ड का जब किसी कोस्ट गार्ड शिप में जाता है तो उसका सिर्फ एक ही ऑब्जेक्टिव रहता है, दैट शिप हैज़ टू सेल, शिप हैज़ टू रिमेन ऑपरेशनल। सो आई विल से कंसिस्टेंट प्लानिंग and मतलब meticulous planning, consistent efforts of men behind machine, the logistic support जो हमारे 16 डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर्स हैं,
42 स्टेशंस हैं जो इन शिप्स को एज पर द डोमेन अवेयरनेस ऑपरेट के लिए सी में भेजते हैं। उनका जो सपोर्ट सिस्टम रहता है वो इंश्योर करता है कि शिप हमेशा ऑपरेशनल रहें और जो उनको काम दिया है, जो उनकी मतलब जो भी टारगेट है या मिशन है, उसको पूरा करने में वो सक्षम रहें।
सर, आपका काम इसलिए भी मुश्किल हो जाता है क्योंकि सिर्फ समंदर की सुरक्षा आप नहीं करते हैं। आप देखिए, समंदर में जो मछुआरे होते हैं उनके साथ तालमेल रखना, कहते हैं कि समंदर की जो दुनिया है, समंदर में जो शहर पूरा पूरा बसा हुआ है, उसकी भी देख रेख आप लोग करते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक तरफ आप सुरक्षा को सुनिश्चित भी कर रहे हैं, जो मछुआरे हैं उनकी एक्टिविटी पर भी ध्यान रखना है, जो एनिमी हैं मछुआरे कहीं से आ गए हैं उन पर भी ध्यान रखना है। बहुत सारी चीज़ों पर आप काम करते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं हम देखते हैं कि जब कोस्ट गार्ड की बात आती है तो खबरें हम बहुत चलाते हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें, खासकर मैं आपके विंग की बात करूं, मेंटेनेंस एंड मटेरियल, इस विंग को लेकर अगर आप शेयर करें कि किस तरह से आप लोग एक अलग तरीके से काम करते हैं, इस पर ज़्यादा चर्चा होती नहीं है।
थैंक यू। आपने मटेरियल और मेंटेनेंस बेसिकली साथ में आपने मछुआरों के बारे में भी बताया। तो मछुआरे जो हैं वो कोस्ट गार्ड की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली है। मतलब ऑन ए रेगुलर बेसिस जो है हमारा कम्युनिटी इंटरेक्शन प्रोग्राम उनके साथ चलता रहता है। मैं जस्ट एक डेटा देख रहा था, लास्ट ईयर ही हमने करीब 2000 से ज़्यादा कम्युनिटी इंटरेक्शन प्रोग्राम उनके साथ किए हैं और मछुआरों को ट्रेनिंग देते रहते हैं। और अभी तो हमारा इंटीग्रेशन का प्रोग्राम चलता है जिसमें हम उनको जो है सजेस्ट करते हैं, एडवाइस करते हैं कि उनकी जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है, दे जॉइन कोस्ट गार्ड, दे बिकम पार्ट ऑफ द कोस्ट गार्ड। उनको मोटिवेट करते हैं, उनकी ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, मेडिकल कैंप्स लगाते हैं। मतलब दे आर पार्ट ऑफ अस बिकॉज दे आर अवर ईयर्स एंड आइज एट सी। और उनको अगर कोई सी में एज फार एज मेंटेनेंस इज कंसर्न, कोई मशीनरी में अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो वो आसपास कोस्ट गार्ड शिप देखते हैं। उन्हें पता है कि अगर कोस्ट गार्ड शिप होगा तो हमारा जो जहाज उनका जो है,
हिंदी में कहा जाता है कि चोली दामन का रिश्ता है, तो ऐसा ही रिश्ता आपका मछुआरों के साथ है।
सो एज आई मेंशन एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली है वो। बाकी जो शिप्स हैं ऑपरेट करते हैं, बेसिकली हमारे जितने भी जहाज़ हैं हाई स्पीड फोकस शिप्स हैं। मतलब दे आर फरारीज। मतलब जैसे मैंने आपको बताया 45 नॉट की स्पीड, मतलब 45 इंटू 1.8 जो हम ज़मीन के ऊपर करते हैं, लेकिन 45 नॉट शिप के साथ अगर आप सेल करेंगे, इट्स अ डिफरेंट फीलिंग, इट्स मोर देन दैट। सो मतलब इट्स जस्ट लाइक इन द एयरक्राफ्ट। तो जब 45 नॉट्स और 33 नॉट्स या बड़ा जहाज़ जो 4000 टन का जहाज़ है उसको अगर आपको 25 नॉट की स्पीड में अगर चलाना है तो वेरी हाई इंटेंस मेंटेनेंस की ज़रूरत है। तो इंटेंस मेंटेनेंस में जो शिप के हमारे कर्मचारी हैं, जो मेंटेनेंस टीम ऑन बोर्ड रहती है, वो 24/7 काम करती है। 100 आवर्स दिस इज़ रूटीन, नेक्स्ट 200 आवर्स दिस इज़ रूटीन। तो शिप चलता रहता है और उसकी मेंटेनेंस जो है साथ साथ चलती रहती है। आई थिंक दैट इज़ द क्रक्स। क्योंकि हम मेंटेनेंस ठीक तरीके से कर पाते हैं, शिप्स रिमेन ऑपरेशनल।
सर, कहते हैं ऐसा कोस्ट गार्ड के लिए कि समंदर की लहरों पर ही आपकी भी दिशा जो है वो तय होती है, आप लोगों से हिसाब से चीज़ों को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। लेकिन अब बात करते हैं आने वाले वक्त की। साल 2030 तक ये अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है कि लगभग 200 जहाज़ और 100 से ज़्यादा विमान की ओर आगे कोस्ट गार्ड बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन जैसे जैसे आप आगे बढ़ते हैं चुनौतियाँ भी बढ़ती जाती हैं।
जी हाँ, चुनौतियाँ बढ़ती जाती हैं, लेकिन मैं जस्ट आपको बताना चाहूँगा, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि अभी 155 जहाज़ हमारे बेड़े में हैं। द बेस्ट पार्ट इज़ मतलब सिंस जस्ट वील गो बैक 1977 में पैदा हुए, 78 में जो है एक्ट पारित हुआ, उसके बाद से लेकर आज तक वी हैव इंडक्टेड 225 शिप्स। 225 क्योंकि शिप्स आते हैं, डीकमीशन होते हैं, नए शिप्स आते हैं। तो 225 जहाज़ जो बने हैं, उन 225 जहाज़ में 26 जहाज़ इंपोर्ट हुए। दैट इज़ इन द इनिशियल 10 years ऑफ द सर्विस एंड ACVs जो हमने 2010 में बाहर से लिए थे। अदरवाइज बाकी जितने भी जहाज़ हैं वो सारे के सारे शिप्स सिर्फ इंडिया में, इंडियन शिपयार्ड्स में बने हैं।
मैं इसी सवाल पर आ रही थी कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत और मेक इन इंडिया का जो ध्येय है उसको कोस्ट गार्ड किस तरफ बढ़ा रहा है और कैसे उसको आगे लेके बढ़ रहा है?
जी हाँ, ये मतलब आप ये देखिए कि जब से कोस्ट गार्ड आया है उसी दिशा में लगा हुआ है। तो इनिशियली हमारे जो शिप्स, जब कोस्ट गार्ड इंडक्ट हुआ, शिप्स की ज़रूरत थी, नेवी से 2 जहाज़ और 5 जो है एक्साइज से हमें जहाज़ मिले थे। लेकिन उसके बाद इनिशियली एमडीएल ने हमें ओपीवी बना कर दिए। सीवर्ड डिफेंस बोट्स जो नेवी की जीआरएसी में बन रही थी वो हमको दी गई। लेकिन फ्रॉम डे 1 जब से कोस्ट गार्ड मतलब सोचा गया, तब से हाई स्पीड जो है माइंड में थी। मतलब वी आर ऑब्सेसिव अबाउट द हाई स्पीड, एंड उसके लिए हमने सिंगापुर से 4 जहाज़, सिंगापुर से 2 जहाज़ और जापान से 4 जहाज़ लिए, सीखा, और बाकी के 3 जहाज़ और 5 जहाज़ जीआरएसी ने बनाए। तो मतलब ऑब्जेक्टिव ही रहा कि बाहर से शिप लिया, सीखा, और उसके बाद फिर हमने पीछे मुड़ के नहीं देखा। हाई स्पीड की 8 बोट्स हमने कोरिया से ली। लेकिन आप देखिए कि मतलब 80 से 90 के बीच हमारे ये बाहर से इंपोर्ट जहाज़ हुए। उसके बाद जीएसएल, जीआरएसी, जितने भी शिपयार्ड्स हैं।
आसान शब्दों में आप ये कह रहे हैं कि अब आईसीजी के जितने भी जहाज हैं वो हमारे ही शिपयार्ड में बनेंगे।
आप ये देखिए, अभी 25 में हमने पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल वेसल जो 2010 में फॉरेन डिज़ाइन था, इंडिजिनसली डिज़ाइन, आज सुबह जो बात हो रही थी कि डिज़ाइन इंडिजिनस होना चाहिए, दैट वाज इंडिजिनसली डिज़ाइन एंड इंडक्टेड। होवरक्राफ्ट जो अभी तक हमने 12 बाहर से इंपोर्ट किए थे, अभी इसी साल हमने होवरक्राफ्ट मेड इन इंडिया एट चोगलेस पहला जो है हमने इंडक्ट किया। अभी 5 और इंडक्ट करेंगे। तो प्रैक्टिकली पीसीवी और एसीवी यही 2 बचे थे जो हमने, डिज़ाइन हमारा नहीं था, लेकिन इस साल वो भी पूरा हो गया।
और जितने दर्शक इस वक्त हमें देख रहे हैं, आपको बता दें कि कोस्ट गार्ड जो है वो सिर्फ समंदर की सुरक्षा पर ही आप देखिए सीमित नहीं रहते हैं। इसके अलावा वो कई काम करते हैं जो कि सर खुद बता रहे हैं। यहाँ तक कि समंदर में अगर प्रदूषण हो जाता है तो वो भी आप ही लोगों की जिम्मेदारी होती है।
जी हाँ, वो एक एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करना जो है वो कोस्ट गार्ड की बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। और आज की डेट में हमारे पास 3 जहाज़ जो है वो रोल्स रॉयस का डिज़ाइन था, एबीजी शिपयार्ड ने बने, इंडिया में ही थे सूरत में, और 1 जहाज़ अभी पीसीवी गोवा शिपयार्ड ने इंडिजिनसली डिज़ाइन बनाया है जो इंडक्ट हो चुका है, और दूसरा जहाज़ आई थिंक आई एम वेरी श्योर बाय अक्टूबर नवंबर इंडक्ट होगा। सो वी विल हैव 5 शिप्स, एज ऑन डेट वी हैव गॉट 4 शिप्स। और सी लाइन ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन, मतलब आपको मालूम है 90% वॉल्यूम वहीं से निकलता है, एंड कॉस्ट वाइज 70%। तो वी हैव सीन कि कौन सा एरिया है जहां हमारे पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल वेसल्स रहने चाहिए, तो वो जो शिप्स हैं उसी तरीके से उनको हम डिप्लॉय करते हैं।
सर, प्रदूषण सिर्फ आप समंदर का ही क्लियर नहीं कर रहे हैं, बल्कि देश की और अगर कोई किसी भी तरह का प्रदूषण देखने की कोशिश करता है तो उसको भी यहाँ क्लियर किया जाता है। लेकिन अब बात करते हैं नार्को टेरर की। देखिए सर, आईसीजी, एटीएस, एनसीबी, नौसेना के साथ मिलकर कई खुफिया चीज़ों पे काम करता है, और ख़ासकर हम देखते हैं कि जब भी देश के लिए कोई थ्रेट नज़र आता है उसमें बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेता है। और अभी की अगर मैं स्थिति की बात करूं तो आईसीजी इस क्रम में कहाँ खड़ा है?
अभी हमने कुछ दिन पहले शपथ ली थी नशा मुक्त भारत, और कोस्ट गार्ड ने नशा मुक्त भारत के लिए भी 2029 तक का जो है रोड मैप बनाया हुआ है। और इसको बेसिकली जितनी भी अदर एजेंसीज हैं उनके साथ राइट कोलैबोरेट करके काम करना, देन ओनली, बिकॉज दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स यू नीड गुड इंटेलिजेंस। तो जितने हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर्स हैं, मतलब 16 जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर्स हैं, वहाँ पर कोस्ट गार्ड ने प्लान किया हुआ है, और वी हैव क्रिएटेड एंटी ड्रग्स टीम्स, और वो उस लेवल पर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर बाकी जो एजेंसीज़ हैं उनके साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं। उसके अलावा ये तो एक इंटेलिजेंस हो गया, उसके अलावा वी हैव गॉट अ गुड डोमेन, मैरी टाइम डोमेन अवेयरनेस जो हमारे पास है उसको यूज़ करके, बिकॉज दीज डेज AI बेस्ड so many things are going on, so that you can predict कि yes this vessel may be, ये शायद उसमें ऐसी कोई गलत काम कर सकता है। तो इस तरीके से जहाज़ों को जो है हम मॉनिटर करते हैं, और उनकी मॉनिटरिंग चलती है, इंस्पेक्शन होता है। इंस्पेक्शन मीन्स बोर्डिंग ऑपरेशंस करते हैं एट सी, एंड सारे जहाज़ जो हैं मतलब मुस्तैदी से काम में लगे रहते हैं।
सर, जो इंडियन डिफेंस MSME हैं उसके साथ इस वक्त कोस्ट गार्ड किस तरह से काम कर रहा है? क्योंकि हमने शिपयार्ड की बात की, जहाज़ बनाने की बात की, 2030 तक एक ध्येय लेकर हम चल रहे हैं। तो जो इंडियन डिफेंस MSME है उसके साथ इस वक्त हम किस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं? कोस्ट गार्ड इज़ अ वेरी यूनिक सर्विस।
जब कोस्ट गार्ड क्रिएट हुआ और शिप्स आए, मतलब वी आर टोटली डिपेंडेंट टू द मार्केट एज फार एज मेंटेनेंस इज कंसर्न। तो एमएसएमई के साथ हम मतलब जिस दिन से शिप इंडक्ट हुए हैं उन्हीं के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, बल्कि एमएसएमईज को नर्चर किया है टू जिससे वो हमारी जो है रिक्वायरमेंट्स को मीट कर सकें। सो वेदर इट्स डॉकिंग ऑफ द शिप्स और मेंटेनेंस ऑफ द शिप्स, मतलब हमने क्या किया है, शिप की मेंटेनेंस के लिए कौन से इक्विपमेंट ओरिजिनल इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चर देखेगा, कौन से इक्विपमेंट एमएसएमईज देखेंगे। ओईएम को भी हम ये कहते हैं कि आप इंडियन एमएसएमईज को तैयार करिए जो हमारे इक्विपमेंट को देखें। तो एमएसएमईज के साथ जितनी भी स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज हैं उनके साथ कोस्ट गार्ड का बहुत ही अच्छा रिलेशन है, एंड दे ऑल हैव बीन वर्किंग विद अस, एंड आई थैंक देम, बिकॉज ऑफ देम आवर फ्लीट इज फुल्ली ऑपरेशनल।
कोस्ट गार्ड को लेकर हमेशा सर एक बात सामने आती है कि आप लोग कठिनाई का सामना बहुत करते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें आप कर रहे हैं, जैसा कि अभी हमने जिक्र किया, चाहे मछुआरों को ट्रेनिंग देना हो या फिर खुफिया एजेंसियों के साथ मिलकर काम करना हो। इसके अलावा जैसा कि आपने बताया शिपयार्ड हो या एमएसएमई हो, अलग अलग तरह के आप लोग काम करते हैं। तो जितना विस्तार होता है उसके साथ साथ चुनौतियाँ भी होती हैं। कुछ ऐसी चुनौतियाँ जो आपको लगता है कि अब आने वाले वक्त में धीरे धीरे उस पर भी कोस्ट गार्ड काम कर रहा है?
आने वाली चुनौतियाँ, यस, बेसिकली मैं पढ़ रहा था चुनौती, देयर इज़ अ ऊडा लूप, मतलब आप कहते हैं कि पहले ऑब्जर्व कीजिए, फिर उसके बाद अपना डायरेक्शन ओरिएंटेशन दीजिए वहाँ पर, और फिर उस डिसीज़न लीजिए और एक्ट कीजिए। मतलब एक ये लूप है। तो ये चार चीज़ें हैं, पहले आपने देखा क्या प्रॉब्लम है, फिर उस डायरेक्शन के बारे में विचार किया, और फिर डिसीज़न लिया क्या डिसीज़न होना चाहिए, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए, और एक्ट किया। तो मीन्स यूनिफॉर्म में ये जो ऊडा लूप है, बेसिक इज के इस ऊडा लूप को कैसे श्रिंक किया जाए, मीन्स कितने कम समय में आई मस्ट कम टू द डिसीजन। सो बेसिकली जो डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम है मेरा वो अच्छा होना चाहिए। डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम अच्छा होने के लिए इन्फॉर्मेशन होनी चाहिए, इन्फॉर्मेशन होने के लिए सेंसर्स होने चाहिए, सेंसर्स होने के लिए मीन्स आने वाले कल में जो मेरी डोमेन अवेयरनेस है वो बढ़ती जानी चाहिए। देन ओनली आई एल एबल टू डू माई ड्यूटी। शिप्स ने तो सी में जाना ही है, बिकॉज वी आर सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू, मतलब हमारा काम ऐसा है कि शिप तो रहेगा सी में, लेकिन अगर उसके पास डोमेन अवेयरनेस ज़्यादा होगी तो वेदर इट्स ट्रैफिकिंग और वॉट एवर मीन्स जो चैलेंजेस हैं उनको वी विल एबल टू काउंटर इन अ बेटर वे। तो बेसिकली लाइक सैटेलाइट इमेजरीज होनी चाहिए। वी आर वर्किंग ऑन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो है अगर डोमेन अवेयरनेस में आएगा, आई एल एबल टू मेरा डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम जो है वो और अच्छा और एफिशिएंटली काम करेगा, और मेरा जो ऊडा लूप है आई एल एबल टू कम टू एक्ट वो।
सर मैं सवाल पूछने ही वाली थी कि टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर कैसे आप लोग आगे काम कर रहे हैं, आपने जवाब दे ही दिया। तमाम दर्शक इस वक्त हमारे माध्यम से आपको देख रहे हैं। हमारा ये कॉन्क्लेव जो है आप देखिए 120 करोड़ की जनता देखती है, समझती है और रक्षा के क्षेत्र में अलग काम करती है। कोई संदेश जाते जाते आपकी ओर से?
कोस्ट गार्ड का मोटो है वयम रक्षामः, वी प्रोटेक्ट, एंड हम सबसे कहते हैं वी आर यत्र तत्र सर्वत्र। सो मतलब आई जस्ट से कि माय फ्रेंड्स जो हमारी एक्सटेंडेड कम्युनिटी, फिशरमैन हैं, मरीनर्स एट सी हैं, और जो मतलब स्वतंत्रता से वो अपना काम करें, वी आर देयर टू प्रोटेक्ट देम। वी प्रोटेक्ट जो हमारा मोटो है, वी आर देयर।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, यहाँ आने के लिए, अपना समय देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
पहला शूटिंग भी धर्म जी के साथ मेरा हुआ। दैट सॉन्ग वाज आपको पहले भी कहीं देखा है, ख्वाब में या रूबरू पर देखा है, आओ हिल मिल जाए मौज उड़ा ले जिंदगी में, तुम हंसी मैं जवान। सो इट वाज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। एंड देन फर्स्ट टाइम इट वाज वेरी वेस्टर्न डांस था, तो मुझे परेशान थी कि मैं वेस्टर्न डांस मुझे कैसे करूँगी, आई एम ए भरतनाट्यम डांसर। But when I saw Dharamji dancing, then I had the full confidence. I said, I will also do it. If he can do this, I can also do well.
रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत को मजबूत बनाने की दिशा में हमने जो सबसे बड़ा काम किया है वह डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता को बढ़ावा देने का है। यही कारण है कि पिछले 12 वर्षों में भारत ने रक्षा क्षेत्र में केवल मॉडर्नाइजेशन ही नहीं किया बल्कि एक बड़े परिवर्तन की शुरुआत की, और यह परिवर्तन डिपेंडेंसी टू सेल्फ रिलायंस की ओर और कंज्यूमर से प्रोड्यूसर बनने की यात्रा से जुड़ा हुआ है।
राज कपूर जी आए, देखा मुझे, अच्छा, and then he said, just follow me, okay? Turned me my back, then I had to look back at the camera, and then आप वो ये डायलॉग ऐसा बोलो, ये बोल के पीछे चले गए। You are ready? Yes, ready. Shot start किया, I turned, and then I spoke my line, and then बोला pack up. तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं कि क्या है करके। He was calling everybody, all his friends. Then he saying the star is born. ये लड़की वो बहुत दूर जाएगी, बहुत नाम बनाएगी।
Make in India, for India, and for the world. Those final words, for the world, are not merely a rhetorical extension. They represent a fundamental paradigm shift. Making in India, for India, is a critical foundation. It is about building national capacity, securing sovereign access, and achieving the self-reliance necessary to safeguard a nation's destiny. However, making in India for the world elevates that ambition to a global stage. It signifies that Indian factories, engineers, and suppliers are no longer operating at the periphery of the global industrial ecosystem. Rather, they are becoming trusted, indispensable nodes at its very center. It means that the value created on Indian soil is validated by the most stringent international standards and seamlessly integrated into the global markets. Too often, Make in India is discussed narrowly as a regulatory framework or a procurement policy. At Saab, we view it through a much larger lens, a profound testament of mutual trust. When a global enterprise chooses not merely to sell its products to a country, but to deeply root itself within the nation, to build, to invest, transfer technology, upskill talent, and qualify local supply chain, it is making a long-term structural declaration about that partnership. For us, this is not a marketing slogan, it is our core industrial model. Saab's relationship with India spans multiple decades and encompasses every strategic domain, be it air, land, sea, and civil security. For a long time, the traditional model of engagement between global OEMs and India was purely transactional. It was a model defined by supply. Systems were designed elsewhere, manufactured elsewhere, and delivered here as finished goods. Let us be direct. This way of working is changing at a fast pace, and rightly so. The modern era demands a framework built on deep industrial partnership and active participation. This means developing and readjusting designs based on direct feedback from the Indian customer, manufacturing on Indian soil, nurturing an expansive network of local suppliers, and critically, linking the Indian industry directly into the global value chains. The ultimate goal is simple. What is made in India must find a home, not just domestically, but across the international marketplace. A tangible manifestation of this policy is our new Carl Gustav weapon factory in Jhajjar, Haryana. The state-of-the-art facility will manufacture the latest generation of the Carl Gustav M4 right here in India. This milestone beautifully also marks half a century of Carl Gustav's presence in India. But more importantly, it represents the first Saab-operated weapon manufacturing footprint of its kind outside of Sweden. It is worth pausing to reflect on what that truly implies. A company that has manufactured a flagship system in its home country for generations has chosen India as the first place to extend that industrial footprint. This is not a temporary transaction tied to a single contract. This is a structural, permanent commitment to Indian talent, suppliers, and to India's permanent position within Saab's global industrial matrix. This facility serves as a powerful signal of confidence in India's advanced manufacturing capabilities. Building it requires a comprehensive development and qualification of the local suppliers with a deliberate focus on the micro, small, and medium enterprises. It establishes a robust platform for highly skilled employment, introduces rigorous international production discipline, and fosters deep daily collaboration between the Indian industry and our global networks. Yet, the facility is only the visible tip of the iceberg. Beneath the surface lies a complex interconnected ecosystem. The transfer of highly complex and critical manufacturing technologies, the intensive training of skilled Indian workforce to uncompromising international benchmarks, and the establishment of localized support, maintenance, and life cycle capabilities. Crucially, once a supplier is qualified to meet Saab's rigorous quality standards, they are not merely certified to serve one local factory. They are formally integrated into Saab's global supply chain. This is the precise mechanism by which Make in India transforms to Make in India for the world. Once local talent, quality frameworks, and industrial processes are proven on ground, a powerful foundation has been laid. This base allows us to deepen the indigenous content, introduce greater technology complexity, and explore new horizons across our entire portfolio. For Indian enterprises, entering a global supply chain is a transformative milestone. Securing a role in a major international program yields benefit far beyond immediate commercial revenue. It provides deep exposure to globally recognized best practices in areas such as precision, quality assurance, strict component traceability, comprehensive documentation, and absolute process consistency. By mastering these disciplines, Indian companies can dramatically expand their operational reach, solidify international customer confidence, and capture new market opportunities worldwide. This is how localization creates an exponential economic multiplier. Direct investment generates immediate high-value employment at the primary facility. Local procurement creates cascading employment opportunities across multiple tiers of secondary suppliers. Targeted training builds specialized human capital that elevates the entire industrial ecosystem. Rigorous qualification raises baseline domestic manufacturing standards to global levels. And export integration provides the necessary scale to make this industrial capacity sustainable and profitable over the long term. The strategic objective for all of us must be to help the Indian suppliers ascend an industrial ladder. That means moving from basic build-to-print manufacturing to full process ownership, to the assembly of complex subsystems, to active design participation, and ultimately to co-authoring future generations of technology. This trajectory places a significant responsibility on the global OEMs as well. We cannot be passive buyers. We must invest substantial time and resources in supply chain development, share proprietary production know-how through structured frameworks, and actively guide our partners to meet exacting standards. Most importantly, we must genuinely open the doors to international opportunities, ensuring we are building a robust export-capable network rather than an isolated supply chain tied to a single domestic contract. India has already generated massive institutional momentum through visionary investments like initiatives like Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, the creation of dedicated defense corridors, and an aggressive push for exports. To accelerate this momentum, the next evolutionary step is to make the operating environment even more predictable, scalable, and innovation-driven. Allow me to propose 6 strategic pillars to strengthen this ecosystem. First, advanced manufacturing demands long-term demand visibility. Massive capital investments in advanced facilities, specialized toolings, workforce training, and supplier qualification cannot be sustained on fragmented or uncertain procurement cycles. Procurement structures that offer clear, multi-year volume visibility and predictable timelines allows the industry to invest capital with confidence while fully protecting the government's strategic and commercial interests. Second, indigenous content should be evaluated by strategic depth, not just percentage. High-value systems engineering, critical processing capabilities, advanced testing infrastructure, proprietary software, intellectual property, and long-term life cycle support matter far more to national sovereignty than the simple local sourcing of low-complexity items. The regulatory framework should heavily reward a credible roadmap that enhances both the quantity and strategic quality of Indian content over time. Third, regulatory processes must match uncompromising standards but with speed. While absolute rigor in foreign direct investment approvals, industrial licensing, security clearances, and export permissions is non-negotiable for national security, procedural predictability is equally paramount. Time-bound, digitally tracked regulatory pathways drastically reduce investment risk without compromising a single ounce of national security scrutiny. Fourth, supplier development must be treated as a vital national infrastructure. Promising MSMEs often face significant barriers, including the high cost of specialized tooling, international quality accreditations, stringent cybersecurity requirements, and prolonged qualification cycles. The enhancement of shared testing facilities, dedicated supplier development funds, and closer operational trilogies between OEMs, public sector enterprises, and academia can help bridge this gap. Fifth, policy should institutionalize continuous innovation beyond the initial contract. A successful Make in India program must never freeze technology at the point of the initial signature. The ecosystem must naturally incorporate agile mechanisms for midlife upgrades, new variants, process innovations, and co-development so that the Indian manufacturing capabilities evolve in lockstep with global technological investments. Sixth and finally, exports must be formally integrated from day one. While robust domestic demand establishes the industrial foundation, it is the export market that injects scale, long-term resilience, and global competitiveness. Early alignment between government and industry on target export markets, international certifications, intellectual property protection, and streamlined export control processes can rapidly turn domestic surplus capacity into a sustained international business. For global enterprises, committing to manufacture in India requires embracing a long horizon. Modern factories can be built in a matter of months. However, deeply rooted industrial ecosystems take years to mature. They require unyielding trust, repeated orders, collaborative problem solving, and a shared willingness to refine capabilities with every successive production cycle. For India, the strategic opportunity is immense. This nation offers an unparalleled wealth of engineering talent, a deep and diversifying manufacturing base, a massive domestic requirement, and a vibrant entrepreneurial MSME sector, and a clear ambition to become a premier global defense exporter. When these inherent national strengths are seamlessly combined with an OEM's advanced technology, global quality systems, and established international market access, the result transcends simple import substitution. It creates true sovereign capacity at home. It fosters a globally competitive domestic industries, drives high-skill employment, ensures supply chain resilience, and positions India as a leading architect in the design and production of tomorrow's defining technologies.
Did you get on top of the ceiling fan yourself? Or?
Yeah. आपको उसमें बैठना है. रमेश जी बोल रहे हैं उधर ऊपर कैसे चले गए भाई? I said first you go and sit and show me.
Ramesh Sippy sat on the fan.
Yeah, he sat in the fan and showed me. Before coming here, I watched Sapno Ka Saudagar, so that if you ask some question, I must be ready to answer. Same director who rejected me, he called me for another film.
You met him afterwards?
Met him.
Huh?
Met him.
Did you remind him?
No, I didn't say anything. My mother also said, keep quiet, be nice to him. I said, yes.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Tens of millions of voter data. Think of that. Tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's
A very warm welcome to our legend, Srimati Hema Malini ji. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. It's an honor to have you here at this stage of Republic Media Network. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, extend you again a very warm welcome on behalf of Republic Media Network. This is another memorable edition of Legends, presented by Rajnigandha. यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूँ. Co-presented by TVS Motor Company, powered by Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata, for higher education and research. Reinvent yourself. Co-powered by Avionics Estates and Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Special partner Ramalaya, redefining cultural luxury. And viewers, Legends is more than a show. For the previous editions, we have paused to honor those who have transformed their passion into a lasting legacy. It's a platform where we celebrate the lives that have inspired generations through excellence, through their perseverance and an unwavering commitment to their craft. And over the past few editions, we have had the privilege of honoring legends of India, the most distinguished personalities like Leander Pace, Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, Asha Bhosle ji, N.R. Narayanamurthy, Anupam Kher, and most recently, Kavita Krishnamurthy ji. Every edition brings us closer to a story that deserves to be remembered, a story of dedication, of discipline, or a story that continues to inspire millions and contributes to the making of Bharat. And we're delighted to welcome one such personality and her remarkable journey, the iconic Hema Malini ji. Few names in Indian cinema remain one of the most recognized and celebrated for generations. The name Hema Malini is synonymous with the dream girl of Indian cinema, and there have been so many who have dreamed to be like the dream girl, but today we are going to talk about what it takes to actually build that dream and live that dream. Her performances have entertained and inspired audiences for decades, and over a career spanning several decades, she has appeared in more than 150 films, portraying characters that continue to be cherished by the audiences today. Yet, her story extends far beyond cinema. She's a devoted practitioner of Bharatnatyam. She has spent a lifetime preserving and promoting India's rich classical dance traditions through acclaimed performances across the globe. Whether on the silver screen, on the stage as a classical dancer, or in public life, she's always carried herself with dignity, with grace, and she remains a living inspiration of elegance and purpose. Her journey reflects not only artistic excellence, but also remarkable dedication to continuous learning and service. It is this rare combination of talent, discipline, and timeless appeal that has made her an enduring icon of Indian culture. And it's our privilege to invite to the stage Ms. Hema Malini ji, recipient of Padma Shri, accomplished actor, celebrated Bharatnatyam exponent, Honorable Member of Parliament, in conversation with Republic Media Network's Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami. A big round of applause.
On behalf of everyone in the Republic Media Network, let's have a bigger round of applause for Hema Malini ji, please. She said that we have just shown her life in a nice capsule. But I just said to her that we really want to hear her story today. And therefore, this is only a trailer, Hema Malini ji. We want to hear your life in your language, your words, everything in detail. And when we were coming here in the green room, I told Hema Malini ji that people are here to hear you, not me. So you have to give a long answers, you know. Am I right, ma'am? So people don't want to hear me.
I hope I do it all right.
Your plan. Please just hold the mic a bit closer. So thank you very much for coming, ma'am.
I'm also extremely happy to be part of this Legend series, and I'm very thankful to you for inviting me here.
Ma'am, it's completely our honor. It's completely our honor. You know, in this Legend series, ma'am, gives us an opportunity at the Republic Media Network to bring people who have mesmerized through their talent, through their achievement, through their hard work, and have become legends over years. You don't become a legend overnight. And so we've had great people. From the world of law, we had Harish Salve. From the world of business, we had Uday Kotak. From the world of music, we had Hari Haran. We had Ustad Amjad Ali Khan. And we were very, very, very lucky to have Asha Bhosle ji. Her last interview, a very major interview in her life, was in this auditorium on this stage. And we are blessed to have you with us today. So thank you very much.
Arnav ji, legend, उसका शब्द ही सम्मान है. और ये सम्मान किसी के हाथों नहीं मिलता है, सिर्फ वक्त ही देता है ये सम्मान. So I have been in the industry for the last 6 decades. That means I could see my whole journey the moment I say legend.
Amazing. 60 years. Recently, there was a whole performance in Shanmukananda Hall in Mumbai, celebrating your 6 decades as a public figure, as an actor, as a dancer, as a performer. I congratulate you for that, because it's a huge achievement. You have touched lives of people. So let me begin by asking you, can you tell us, Hema ji, where it all began? There was a small clip there where you said that your mother always decided for you. She said that I will have a daughter and she will be a dancer. I don't know whether the plan to be an actor was also there. No. But Kavita Krishnamurthy on this stage said she knew you when you were both very young, and you would stay near Gold Market. And she talked about the performances of music and Bharatnatyam at that time. Before we come to cinema, can you tell us a little bit about your childhood? Please.
I feel very proud to say I belong to Delhi. My childhood यहीं पे बिताया है. तो शुरू से मेरी मम्मी she wanted a baby girl because I have 2 brothers. So I've born. And the moment I'm born, she said she thought it is going to be a girl. And she also decided the name Hema Malini. So which was little, people used to wonder कि Hema Malini बहुत लंबा नाम है और थोड़ा traditional है. But that's what my mother said it has to be. And she wanted to make me a dancer, and which I fulfilled. So in Delhi days, I remember, so from one dance teacher to another, then another one, like that, she will keep taking me to the various dance gurus also. Then finally she decided कि यहाँ पर ज़्यादा improvement नहीं हो सकता है. Then she took me to Chennai. She made my daddy transfer his job and come there. तो उससे पहले यहाँ पे दिल्ली में रहते हुए मैंने काफ़ी डांस शोज़ भी करती रही हूँ. इवन इन फ्रंट नाउ रिसेंटली पद्म विभूषण अवार्ड लेने के लिए गए थे, तो दैट अशोका हॉल आई थिंक दैट वाज, एंड आई सॉ दैट देयर इन राष्ट्रपति भवन. तो वहाँ पे भी एज ए 8-year-old गर्ल आई हैव डांस देयर इन फ्रंट ऑफ नेहरू जी एंड राजेंद्र प्रसाद एंड ऑल. बट स्टिल माई मदर सेड टू इम्प्रूव योर डांस यू हैव टू गो टू चेन्नई. तो चेन्नई में मुझे विगरस डांस वहाँ पे भी फ्रॉम एक गुरु से दूसरा ऐसा बहुत सिखाया, अलॉन्ग विथ माई स्कूल एजुकेशन ऑल्सो. एंड दैट बिकम्स चेन्नई इज़ साउथ इंडियन फिल्म के लिए बहुत ही पॉपुलर. सो मेनी ग्रेट एक्टर्स आर देयर फ्रॉम चेन्नई लाइक MGR, शिवाजी गणेशन, ऑल दोज बिग स्टॉलवर्ड्स वर देयर. सो मेरा डांस प्रोग्राम बहुत होता था वहाँ पे, भरतनाट्यम, क्लासिकल भरतनाट्यम. फ्रॉम वन सभा टू अनदर आई वॉज परफॉर्मिंग, and I used to dance for 2 hours on the stage all alone. So that was the capacity I built up, you know, as a child. And then, of course, I can go on, you know, about me if I start asking me. Then how the film producers started coming to me and approached my mother to become, they wanted to take me as a newcomer in their film, which I was very hesitant. I said, मुझे तो acting meeting कहाँ से करेंगे? But my mother's only desire was to make me a very good Bharatanatyam dancer, a classical Bharatanatyam dancer. She was very keen. So how she used to, from the beginning, used to take me to show Vaijayantimala ji's program and all that. तो आई वॉज ऑल्सो इंस्पायर्ड कि मुझे डांस तो बहुत अच्छी तरह से करना ही है. तो एक्टिंग के बारे में कभी सोचा ही नहीं था. तो लेकिन ऐसा प्रोड्यूसर्स